I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was called with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Home. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your man, Uncle Freezy. Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. Let's go. What's good? Jermaine Royster, what's good? I see you out here. I see you out here. Hey, we grinding, bro. This thing kicking our rump, but we staying at it, man. You know what I'm saying? We staying at it. We got a lot of stuff that we got to talk about, man. A ton of stuff that we have to talk about. All right, so first of all, if you one of those fans that felt like Julius Randle was the reason why we lost yesterday, I question your basketball IQ. Right? If you one of those fans that question RJ Barrett, I question your basketball IQ. You should let experts deal with this stuff. Well, what's good?
Good morning, Freeze. How you doing?
Man, about the same.
Feeling better today?
Nah, man. Still mad sore. Still sore, man. Still got a little fever going on. And hurting, but I got to talk to the Knicks, man. I could lay in the bed. You know what I'm saying? I've been wanting to, you know what I'm saying, do some stuff. But Danny Landis, what's good?
Good morning, guys. What's good?
What's good, Danny? Hold on, let me turn my volume up. Give me a second. I'm gonna mute my mic on and fix my volume.
Man, I was while you do that, I was just gonna get into. I watched everybody and their mama talk about the game yesterday, and people were like, Randall, and it made me question, bro. I just think Knicks fans, we're not as smart as what people think. It's like when we do a game of pickup and Danny Landis got to guard the smallest, quickest person on the other team for the whole game. And even though Danny be out there hustling and grabbing all these rebounds, people like, Danny letting that small, quick dude just go by him all game long. You know what I'm saying? And we all know that Danny do a lot of other stuff that's great. Why are you mad at him because he can't guard a small, quick dude? That's not his game. You know what I mean? Hey, Danny, hold on. Let me do this real quick. You have to be ready because D'Angelo is here. D'Angelo was good.
Good morning, panel. Thank you. I'm in no dancing mood today. I can tell you that.
Neither,
So
but for other reasons.
Yeah. How you doing, guys? What's going on?
I ain't gonna lie, man. I really love the fact that you and Danny jump on with us every day, man. It's like when we don't like a day like yesterday, when it was like I wanted to be on and talk and all that stuff, man. My voice hurting, head hurting, all that stuff. And then like, dang, man, I be wanting to hear what D'Angelo got to say.
I wasn't on yesterday. I saw it was work-related stuff, and but sorry about that. Yeah.
Obligations, bro. I feel you. Hold on for
better
just
get
a second.
better. You better get some sleep. You need that sleep. That's the only way you could get better. You know.
I know, but I can't sleep because my back is hurting. Like I got soreness in my back.
Man.
Yeah, so I'm tossing and
yeah.
Oh boy, it's crazy. Let me bring Jay Boogie in real quick.
Let's get it. Y'all be spitting with your flows, I'm just podcasting.
That's right.
On the air every day, I'm just podcasting. You don't know what that mean when I say I'm podcasting. I'm broadcasting these flows with the podcasting. Every day of my life, I'm just podcasting. Share my dreams with you, mean I'm podcasting. You can see my vision through the podcasting. But don't forget Jay Boogie when I'm broadcasting. I'm podcasting, he's podcasting. I've been spitting this venom since Karate Flicks. When Mr. Sims was sharing nothing but the Knicks. I guess you know by now, I seen some tough years. Now I know the reason why Freezy got them blowing tears.
Yo, what's up, gentlemen?
Good morning.
AM.
Yeah, man, I'm struggling this morning, man. Hey, I heard your call, bro. I looked at that phone, man. I almost kicked that phone across the room.
What happened?
When you called me this morning, man, I almost threw that phone out the window.
What?
Because I was only sleeping like 20 minutes at a time.
Oh,
and so what I was doing was watching Netflix movies. I sleep for like 20 minutes and then I go on Netflix and watch a movie.
Dude, that's an unhealthy cycle, my guy.
You was watching Netflix movies.
The business.
Definitely not that
early.
Yeah.
Definitely not that, man. Like even right now, man, I'm still sore and nasally and everything, man. But it is what it is, bro. Let's make
you feel worse. We're talking about the Knicks right now. That's all.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
I was thinking about jumping on last night. Because it was like 3:00. I was like in the morning, right? So I'm like, I'm just sitting here, man. My body aching. I ain't really got nobody to talk to because 3:00 in the morning. Most human beings that are responsible are trying to rest up. You know what I'm saying? But man, I saw you jump on 3:00 this morning, man. And just so I can have somebody to talk to, kick it with, talk these Knicks, bro.
So can you go into your monologue, because I heard a bit of it and I thought there were some interesting things coming out. Can you just go over it one more time?
Yeah. So here's our thing. Here's our thing, right? And here's the thing about us versus a lot of different other places, right? Mm-hmm. So we pride ourselves in having smart, well thought out thoughts, right? Well thought out takes and stuff, right? Like we ain't just gonna come over here and be like, "Yo, Jericho Sims need to play 30 minutes." We ain't get ready to do no, you know what I'm saying? But what happened yesterday was as I was trying to get some rest, I heard a lot of Knicks content creators blaming Julius Randle for everything that happened wrong in the game yesterday.
Okay.
Right? And so one of the things that frustrated me is not that hey, Vince Bowers was good. I see you. It's not that Miles Bridges was killing us, because clearly he was having a game of his career. Because some of those shots he shot yesterday, he was smiling while they were in the air. He was like, I don't know either.
He was in the zone.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? The three he hit in the third quarter, I think it was. He shot it and it splashes over Randall, and he just looked at Randall. He just started smiling like, "Hey," you know what I'm saying?
Laughing at him.
Right? Like, "Hey man, ain't nothing I could. Hey man, I can." And if y'all notice, he came right back down after that and did a heat check. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, that fadeaway on the left corner.
Yeah. So, but then when you hear the analysis of the game, the analysis was not that our third and fourth scorers didn't show up, because Randall got his, RJ got his, but you couldn't. There was no consistent third, fourth, or fifth scorer. Like, you know, at the end of the game, these guys start stat padding, but during the game, when you needed them to knock down shots, they were nowhere to be found. And when you look at the fact that Charlotte didn't score 100 points, you could easily say that they were a team without their point guard. They should have scored 120 on us, but without their point guard, you know what I'm saying? It took a Herculean effort from a dude that generally doesn't provide Herculean efforts. But at the same time, where are our Herculean efforts from our peripheral guys? Where is that? Like for instance, Charlotte has Rozier, Ball, Hayward, Bridges, right? The Knicks have Barrett, Randall.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Who else?
I think
and this is every night.
That's the point.
Yeah, this is every night. So every night.
Oh no, I guess I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think the game was too early, as Robinson pointed out during his post game press conference. Luke laughing. That guy's a goof. What
I don't want to hear no nonsense like that.
What is he talking about? It's early. It's too early. Come on. He's talking about Tibbs' birthday. What is he talking about? We just lost.
Yeah.
These kids laughing. Come on, man.
Yeah, and so the thing is, with any NBA team, you know they're not going to go 82-0, right? So I get it. I dig it. I dig it. You won 3 in a row. You lost 1. So what? We as Knicks fans, we're going to be like, yo, we should win every game. But that's the reason why we come to the table every day. We want to win every game, or at least be in every game. But the unfair take that Julius Randle didn't play hard yesterday, in my opinion, is not fair. Now, people are going to say
there's some legs to that, though, Freezy.
I know, because we have to point blame at somebody.
But no, it's not that.
Yeah, it is.
No, it is. Not at all.
It is.
The Bluebirds were out yesterday.
Yeah, who were the Bluebirds out for? Were they out?
I'll let you finish, Freezy. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No. So the thing is, small things. Like I just compared it to. I like to use Danny Landis because Danny is a baller like myself, so he knows what it's like. So as we step on the court, they're like, "All right, big man, get all the rebounds." You know what I'm saying? And then when I have to guard somebody, like guard a small quick guard, like I gotta like I'm 6'5", like 350. I have to guard, trying to move all this muscle and weight around, trying to guard a dude that's 5'8". He say he 5'8", but he ain't really 5'8". Probably like 5'7", 5'6". I gotta guard the dude. They like, big man, why you let little man score? And you like, come on, dog, really? You blaming me for this? And so Randall at 250 is getting blamed for a 6'6", 220 small forward going off yesterday, right? And so and common sense to say, why are you frustrated at Julius Randle for guarding a dude that he weighs 30 pounds more than? That's the ideal mismatch. But what we'll do is say Randall close out halfway, like, because he don't want to get blown by, right? So he close out with a weak closeout, basically. So the dude won't go by him and dunk. And people are like, yo, what's good? What's up with such and such? when the question should have been, yo, what is Evan Fournier and Alec Burks doing right now? Why can't they guard this dude and stop him?
Mm-hmm.
But it's easy to point to Randall for all these different things when we should just consider. To me, it's just ridiculous. But I heard it a lot yesterday, and it's frustrating. And I think not this time, but next time I'm gonna name names because to me,
should always name names.
The whole premise of making good takes on the internet is that you make a good take and you stand by it. But I watched and people were saying stuff like, man, Randall's defense is trash. All such and such this, all such and such that. And I'm like, yo, the dude is 6'6", 220 killing us. Do you have a dude 6'6", 220 on your team? You got 3 dudes that's 6'6", 215. Why can't they go out Miles Bridges?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of your 6'9", 250 power forward.
That's the coach. That's Tibbs.
Okay.
Right? No, they ran offensive sets that got and yo, it's Tibbs too now. It's Tibbs.
You better throw that blame in that direction.
Yeah, I'm
gonna name a whole bunch of things he did wrong yesterday, but
a lot wrong.
And the other thing too that I wanted to mention, the other thing just real quick, and I get out the way, Hardwell, but
no, man, you don't have to get out the way.
You don't got to get out the way.
No, let's not.
Got to get out the way.
Nah, I want to hear y'all point. What I'm saying, the other thing that I mentioned saw yesterday in this game, bro, we don't need a point guard as bad as what we think. RJ Barrett sliced. Man, did you see how easily RJ Barrett made them change their defense in the game 2 or 3 times? Yep. They went to a 2-3 zone, 3-2 zone. They went to some type of weird matchup zone, and so because RJ could just go by anybody that they got. So we have this. If RJ can do that, that combats this weird narrative that RJ Barrett is not as athletic. I don't know what's going. I don't know. There are a lot of narratives in the air.
Okay.
Right.
So let's take them one by one.
Right. Let's do that.
So now let me get it straight. So you feel yesterday's loss contributed to our offensive impotence, right? Right. Offensively, this wasn't there outside of RJ Barrett and Julius Randle. Am I correct in that?
I say impotence. Whatever. It's the same.
It's the same thing, right? And I think you're willing to say that Tibbs played a hand in yesterday's loss as well. There was some mismanagement on his part. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would think so. I would think not playing Obi yesterday was a clear.
There you go. Say the word. Say the word.
Yeah, it was mismanagement.
There you go. That's one way to put it. But it also shows you he has biases. He has blind biases.
Yeah.
Where it's like, you have to see how the game is going. Obi Toppin was perfect for yesterday. Do I think Obi Toppin is a piece they're going to move with moving forward? No. But he was perfect yesterday, just to the tempo, just to the length on the court, just to the speed of the game and his athleticism, matching their athleticism. Shout out to G-Man. He quoted out in the pregame. He said that I don't think we're going to be able to match their athleticism today. And he was 100% right about that. But, there's certain moves like that, and I'll get into more later, but I'll just use it as an example now, where forget about your relationship. This is about basketball, and this is about winning games, and this is about developing players to be the best they can be. You got to throw that crap out the window and go to the tempo of what's going on to the game, not what you think it should be.
I mean, you got to make the proper adjustments right then and there. When you see that the game, you're down by 20, basically always up to the end of the game. And then all of a sudden he makes those adjustments where you had put McBride in, and we cut the lead to 10 at the end. Because of those adjustments that he could have made earlier. That we could have been in that game more.
But check out Obi Toppin real quick. In 17 minutes, about 5 of 8 from the field, 1 of 3 from 3, 0 of 2 from the free throw line, 6 rebounds, 1 turnover, 11 points. Could have had more if he played more.
That was all in the second half, though. First half, he gave him the business, Tibbs.
Obi was effective in the first half in his 5 minutes.
He took Obi out for the free throws, for the 2 free throws he missed.
That's ridiculous.
They had 48 and
who
two
took
long
him
yesterday,
right out
too.
after that, like right out after that. And I
And
felt
I know,
like,
You can't, man.
and I
Yeah,
and
felt
I
I
know,
tell
like
you.
and I,
Obi brings too much to just snatch him out. He makes some mistakes, but what he was bringing with the athleticism and speed, and we needed somebody to lift. Sometimes different players lift us at different moments,
Yes.
and he came in and did that. He got a few buckets real quick, and I think he could have gave us more. Sometimes we gonna
Mm-hmm.
miss. RJ missed 2 free throws. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? It happens. We didn't want him to, but
Right.
just give an example on how you have to, if he's bringing value, even though he missed 2 free throws, leave him in. He may make up right away for that and get another dunk, or he even had good defense. He even was rebounding more aggressive because I think that's what Tibbs is trying to do to him. Like make him, he know he could get more out of him. So he putting him in a situation to try to see if he's going to go harder, because we all see that he hasn't been going as hard as he could be. He's too lackadaisical, too calm and cool and collective out there. And Tibbs may be putting a fire under him, doing that to him. Even though yesterday was uncalled for, uh it was too, I don't gonna call it aggressive. He just moved too fast on subbing him out.
I
So
don't
so
think I don't think it was the reason. Just real quick, Reese. I don't think it was the reason for the missed 2 free throws. I think when Tom Thibodeau's back is to a wall,
Uh,
I think he goes to his safe zones, and his
yeah.
safe zones was
Yes.
Julius Randle and R.J. Barrett yesterday, and you could see it because there was mad times when they entered the game together, they were playing that 2-man ball, and you have 3 other guys just staring at them, just playing a 2-man ball, and it's easy for Charlotte to play because there's only 2 guys involved in the whole play.
Against five sets of eyes for
but
2
that's what I
Right.
guys.
said. Obi had just came in and gave us something, so he didn't do anything wrong. Remember when you remember he missed the free throws? Tibbs was making yelling. He pulled his mask down. He said something, and then he pointed to the bench. So my point
That's right.
is, he was bringing so much reference to that situation, and Tibbs do that a lot with certain people only though. If you miss free throws or you make a big mistake, he'll take you right out. Not remembering that this guy just gave us 6 points in less than however many
Right.
he was
What,
That
in.
what
spark.
about,
You need
hey,
that spark.
Harwell, do you believe in a New York state of mind?
Yeah,
Okay. Right. Like if you make it in New York, you can make it anywhere.
facts.
Right. You feel like you as a New Yorker could go up against all the competition in the New York tri-state area, all 43 million people. You feel like if given the right resources, you could be just as good as everybody else.
Facts.
Right. That's a New York state of mind, right? Because
Yep.
other places don't think like that.
True.
Like down south in Atlanta. Now people Charlotte, people don't necessarily think like that. And I've been to a lot of these different places, bro. New Yorkers have this mindset where, especially places like where things don't come easy, and so all people need is a break. All people need is a chance. So just give me a chance, and I'll prove to you that I am somebody, right?
Uh-huh.
But when you do that, to say, does Obi Toppin give you that mindset? If with that New York state of mind, a dude from New York City, Obi Toppin, versus a dude that's not from New York City, R.J. Barrett, which person you think summarizes the New York state of mind, R.J. or Obi?
RJ has more grit and more. He looks more like he going hard more than Obi is. So I would say RJ.
Yeah, and the reason why I ask that is not because I want to bash Obi, right? But I just think Tibbs don't see anything in Obi, bro. And ain't nothing you can say. Ain't nothing Obi can do at this point. He got to win Tibbs over, bro. That's my thing. And now I'm not knocking Obi. This ain't the coming in sick to bash Obi thing. I just think Tibbs don't see anything in Obi. It's the same thing with Knox. Tibbs, look at Knox. He just don't see it. But Quiggs and but Tibbs and Quickly, Quickly shoot 3 for 10 and shoot wild shots, but Tibbs love them. And I wonder why that is.
Yeah.
Quickly look awful.
Yeah, and it's
Awful.
and so yeah, so it's like why would you give him those minutes when you could have gave Quickly's minutes to McBride when Terry Rozier was going off?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Quickly's court vision is awful.
And
man.
another thing too is that it was digging a little bit with Tibbs' decisions. Taj Gibson, I understand he had 4 offensive rebounds in the first quarter because we love his workhorse mentality and what he brings in that perspective. But that wasn't a game for him yesterday.
No, he looked old.
And then
He
on
looked
top of
older than
that, for some reason, Tibbs would have RJ on Jaden McDaniels on the corner and have the pick and roll, the pick and pop being worked with Julius Randle and Taj Gibson. And I'm looking like, what the hell is going on here? Like, why would you even put these guys in this situation in order to guard these smaller, quicker wings? It just didn't make sense to me.
This is the frustration with the way it's being coached, this team. And we have 2 very good games. Now we're going right back, and we're going over everything all over again. What's wrong with this team? The whole thing. It makes you sick, man.
But here's the thing about Julius Randle, Freeze, that people are saying, and I can show you. You and me can sit down. I'll show you the possessions. It's like he doesn't care, bro. Like he's so easy to throw a switch to Taj Gibson. Like, yo, really, bro? Like Taj is old as hell, man. Can we give this man a break? Can we just at least play one good possession where we don't have to force a switch for Taj to guard a guy 20 feet out that's dancing on him?
It's like you're not gonna give him a chance to learn. Like Taj been with you, but Taj had to learn. Maybe he learned it quicker than some other guys, but it's a process to it. And I understand if somebody make 3 turnovers in a row, miss free throw, then all right, they got to come out. But certain guys make a mistake or miss free throw, quickly miss the free throw. He's the 2nd best free throw shooter in the league. He missed the free throw yesterday too. And the only reason I'm mentioning it because they all his favorite players could miss too. They're human. Anybody can miss.
Yeah.
But he don't keep the consistency with the coaching on that aspect of things when he gonna snatch somebody else out for the same thing. So that's the part I don't get.
And another thing too is that I don't let Miles Bridges get into that zone.
Yeah.
I throw my bet. If I see the way he's going, and you can look the way he was going in that first quarter, like, oh crap.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, let me throw RJ at him. Let me get Deuce off the bench real quick. Let me get Quentin Grimes on him, right? And which Quentin Grimes had a quick spurt against him, and he played very well against him. He even went over a screen and got a steal.
The ball denial. But once he got into his move, he didn't stop him.
But I'm gonna tell y'all something. The defensive strategy is messing us up sometimes because even when RJ was guarding Hayward, he was closing out on Hayward when he should have already been closer to Hayward. Once a player hit a couple threes already, you should be on them or more closer. We so busy helping that we leave it. We going too far away from the man. Then you can't close out on Hayward. You can't even close out on Bridges like that once he's hot. Obviously,
right?
So
But what I'm saying, so to deal with D was saying though, is the switch with Taj Gibson, bro. Here's the thing: you gotta save Randall, bro, because it's one thing Taj Gibson getting ticky-tack fouls on the perimeter, because you can bring in another big for Taj. But if Julius Randle start stacking up those ticky-tack fouls on the perimeter, now you take your best player out the game, and now you really shorthanded with offense and rebounding, because Taj Gibson don't rebound at the same rate as Julius.
He plays hard though, Taj. You got to admit that, Fraser. He gives his all.
Tries. He tries his best, bro.
Yeah, but Taj ain't get ready to give you 25, 14, and 6 on no day. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So if I had to have a guy switch with Randall, I think I would. I understand what D is saying for the sake of the total team concept. Randall shouldn't be, sending Taj, and I understand that. But listen, if Randall go out there and start getting these ticky-tack fouls on the perimeter, you're like, oh God. Now I gotta find offense from somewhere else. And if I could have found it, I would have already had it. You know what I'm saying? So
I hear you. And you do have to play that game, especially that our roster is so limited.
Yeah.
But I would still put guys in better positions. So I would make sure that Taj and Randall are not a part of that switch. And if I am going to do that switch, I'm going to at least disguise it a little bit better to put a good on-ball defender on that switch. So it's just simple things like that, man. And offensively too, we didn't look the same. The ball wasn't moving like it was the last couple of games. There was a lot of ISO stuff going on. I didn't understand why RJ wasn't used right away to attack Gordon Hayward. Right away.
Yeah, right.
And Miles Bridges. That's one
Right.
of the things that I think we saw when Miles Bridges was cooking early. You know how to combat a hot play offensively. Go at him defensively.
Gotta attack him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
And Quarter would have called for that switch right away. RJ would have had an easy 6 to 8 points in the first couple of minutes of that game, and they would have forced to change their defense.
He blew by Bridges
Yeah.
too, I think, a couple times and scored on him too.
yeah.
And you saw when they did the switch on Rozier, you saw he said he cleared it out. He put 2 dribbles. He just ripped to the left and just had an easy layup. And it's like that wasn't being used yesterday. Like there was a lot of ISO going on. I saw Randall take a lot of step back threes. I'm like, dude, why? And I know why. Because Julius Randle shoots 43% at the rim, bro. That's not good. So he knows even against smaller guys, he can't finish. So now he's forced, and the league picked up on this because yesterday it was the fours guard. I mean, last year it was the fours guarding him. You see, this year NBA picked up on it. They said, no. We're going to put our biggest 2s and 3s on you.
Right.
And now he's not as effective. And you can see he's jump shot relegated. And I think it's easier to play now.
Right. But but the thing about that is Fournier, if Fournier and Burks could take advantage of the mismatch on the other side of the floor, then this wouldn't even be an issue.
Fournier can't do anything,
because if the 2 guard is guarding Randall, right, that means the power forward is guarding Fournier.
That's why we need somebody in that could go off the dribble better than Fournier, like Cam. And that's why I've been saying, because he's only getting 3-point shots. I said that yesterday's show. I think he's hitting 3 sometime, and he's hitting that floater once in a while.
Right.
It's nothing consistent going past nobody. If you put another dribble on the floor that could do that when they crowd on the other side of the floor, like Freezy's saying, on Randall or Barrett, somebody else is going to have a field day. And that's why Cam is going to be over there. Fournier ain't it. Hopefully how much he get paid can't like slow him down from going to the bench, coming off the bench.
So,
Freezy, I have a question for you. Is Evan Fournier a good defender? No, my bad. Let me change that. Can Evan Fournier guard a cup of water?
No.
Well, it depends on the cup of water.
Now,
is that cup of water room temperature? Like, has it been sitting there? Or did you just pour it? Because if you just poured it,
he can't guard an empty cup.
Be able to stay in the same
So you get my drift.
Yes.
There is no reason why Evan Fournier plays most of that first half yesterday. It's just they were attacking him almost every possession.
And so here's the thing too. Here's the thing too to that. Here's the piece de resistance to that. Right. Evan Fournier wasn't aggressive offensively, and he was getting roasted defensively. And RJ Barrett was getting into the paint whenever he felt like it. Why don't you play Grimes right there? So you have a spot up shooter for RJ Barrett to kick out to for 3. And you get and almost at elite level, but how about I say pretty good defense in return?
And of course, I mean it's common sense, right? Like, why? I'd rather make this an ugly game, and at least have a chance to win in the 4th, than go ahead and look for some offensive explosion, knowing that I'm not getting the defense back every possession,
like we did in Atlanta Saturday, like how we mucked it up. Some like slowed them way down, made them go to 2-3 options offensively, and it frustrated Atlanta because they want to play at a quick pace.
Proper adjustments.
But let's, like you said earlier, though, if this guy's hitting shots, then you're supposed to make adjustments. If you take away most of his points, we lost by 10. This guy had 38 points. And Randall said, I got him. I seen him go over there and say, no, I got him.
Yeah.
He's the leader. So if he made the decision to guard him, you got to stop him. I ain't making I'm not comparing. I think Randall got enough experience on defense to be able to stop a player. Now, if this player is hot, I can understand why. But remember, once somebody's hot, don't let them get the ball. It's supposed to be more adjustments. Make it hard for him to get it. He still was being left open. You know
and we don't see that with this team. Those adjustments are never made, and we're just yelling at the screen.
Like I said, Haywood made some threes. After he made some, RJ should have stayed closer to be able to have a tighter closeout or to make him not shoot the ball once he hit a couple. Think about it. I don't know if it's because he's playing over more to help in case somebody get beat off the dribble. Maybe I'm not sure, but he's too far away from a shooter once a shooter scores.
You got to
That's
keep in
true.
mind
Yeah.
with Burke and RJ, you notice that they get caught a lot and help with recovery. And the reason why is because they're not the fastest guy on their toes. So sometimes the defense draws in and they got to go in. It's hard for them to come back to the 3-point line sometimes and put a good contest.
Plus,
One
they are
thing,
not, plus they're not tall for their positions, right?
right.
So you got Grimes who's 6'4", RJ who's 6'6". So when you close out on them and they don't have exceptional wingspan, now the closeout is like it's a hard
Right.
closeout. But
That's a good point, Freeze.
But as
I'll
a
say this
coach,
real quick.
you gotta
We
say-
have. Let me say this real quick. Okay? We got 82 watching right now. Only have 32 likes. Let's get those likes up. Let's support the platform, please, guys. Let's get it to Jay Boogie real quick because he's been here. He's been silent. He's been listening. Jay Boogie, what's up, man?
Yo, hit it.
Are you on mute? You on mute?
You know, when you wake up in the morning, you thank that great one above you, you know what I'm saying, for allowing you to see life. It's up to you for the rest of your day. To get off on the left side of the bed or the right side of the bed. The headboard is normally a wall there, so you don't get out there. But it's a footboard. Them guys decided to get out of the bed yesterday over the footboard. They didn't come prepared for that game. They ain't had no energy, no effort, no I want this game, none of that. Before they even get to the coaching staff. You know what I'm saying? Them guys just was lackadaisical from the tip of the ball, you know what I'm saying? And it was a big time game. You got somebody that's not just only in front of us, but also is 1-0 against us already for the season. So you're supposed to be extra hungry for them, you know what I'm saying? And I think didn't they just come off back-to-back games? No, Minnesota's coming off back-to-back games tonight.
Right.
Right.
We are too.
Yeah,
no
yeah.
excuse.
Charlotte
No,
lost
it's
to
no
Orlando
excuse.
last game.
But man, Charlotte was hot. Don't forget how Charlotte was hot before that. Orlando, they beat the Bucks
It's a
twice.
different tempo. Yeah, they had on a different
To start the game, they was hot.
Yeah,
You know what you loved about us so much back in the days when we played? If we lost, you knew you got beat up. You wipe your forehead happy you got up out of there. You won't celebrate laughing, ha, kiki, on the floor after the games was over and all that. You know, much prancing around, man. Dudes didn't have no pride or nothing about our gym floor yesterday, man. It just came out there like it's okay. You know what I'm saying? We out here. Nah, it's Martin Luther King. It's national televised. It's the first day. It's just like Christmas. You know what I'm saying? The world is watching, man. You know what I'm saying? I just don't get it, man. I'm just going with that right now for now. Before I even get into Tom.
What did you see wrong yesterday, Jay Boogie? Let's get your analysis into it.
Effort, energy, effort.
Absolutely.
That's me. I don't care about missing shots. It's just your body language. You know what I'm saying? The way you looking, the way you on the layup line, all that there. That tells you if you're ready or not. You know what I'm saying? I can look you in your eye and tell you if you got it or if you're gonna get it today. I can tell. And off rip, man, dude just he peeped our lingo and went straight at us. And everybody act like they was scared of that dude. Scared of him. They ain't make nothing hard for him.
Yeah.
And who's that on, Jay Boogie?
That's on whoever started out checking them, and then that's on the team effort next. Because if you only got two guys, if you got Bryce, then you got what's the other guy that used to play for Boston?
Haywood.
It's time to make somebody else beat us. This guy, he got 28. Marshall Faulk in the first half.
Yeah.
Well, Robinson at the end of the game basically made it said, as I stated earlier, that the game was too early. I mean, come on, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Mitchell Robinson.
Too early. Matinee game, special day. Come on, man. Get out there and play.
That game was not too early. My first ball in that
it's
song.
garbage excuse.
We back 12 in the 2/5. We played at 12 o'clock Christmas.
And it's more.
Every game is early. They always come out with a poor effort. Always. It's always like that for us. No excuse.
And it's a historical day. I remember I said earlier in the day, somebody gonna have a good day, not thinking it wouldn't be one of our players, hopefully, you know.
Yeah.
But it's a historical day, you know. Other players had big numbers on this day when you look at the you do the research and see, players take that day serious before they even honored the Martin Luther King holiday in the NBA, or gave a lot of people the day off. Patrick Ewing had a big game on that day.
Oh yeah.
A lot of players in the NBA. Lillard had 61 on that day in 2020. So these are just things that we got to be aware of. What could be coming in our arena. You got to hold down the garden better.
Everybody's happy after the end of a loss. Everybody's smiling. Patrick Ewing, you see the man after those end of the game loss, man, he didn't want to talk to the press. You get that camera out of my face. That's too light. That bright. You shut that light off.
Back then.
Right. Hey, so
D'Angelo,
I got an answer for. I got a thing for you. When I thought of it, I was getting up to go use the bathroom last night. I keep forgetting that.
Oh, you thought of me when you went to the
Yeah. Well, kinda in a way, but not like that.
I feel privileged.
You're right. Kinda in a way, but not like but not quite like that. It's not that kind of internet. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of, you know what I'm saying? So, but so I was like, yo, why wouldn't we just solve everything by going to get Cole Anthony, right? Go get Cole Anthony, and it'll solve this thing that D'Angelo and I had been, and I think this is like 3 weeks ago, maybe.
Yeah, probably
maybe 3 weeks ago, about how the offense gets stuck. And when the point guard shot not going, do they do other things off the ball? And so I was thinking, what would the Knicks lineup look like with a Cole Anthony, RJ Barrett, Cam Reddish, Julius Randle, Mitchell Robinson, or whichever you prefer, quickly RJ, Cam, Julius, and Cole Anthony coming up.
Well, right off the bat, they're not going to give up Cole Anthony to get. We were never going to get Cole Anthony. They're not going to give up. I don't see them giving us it. You think so? I don't think so.
I would think
if the trade is right, you're going to have to give us the team to get him.
Don't forget, Freezy, we got guys on this team that have no problem shooting the basketball. We need guys on this team that can facilitate, break down the defense, and play make more. I don't think Cole Anthony fits that.
But you know what? I want to mention? You see how this kid that lit us up last night developed well. Knox. We picked Knox over him in the draft.
Okay.
Right? Bridges, right? We picked Knox over him. So my point I was going to make was how he developed, and he was able to. Nobody was really talking about this kid like that. We talk about the other Bridges a lot. I knew he always had potential from Michigan State, but his development and being able to get confidence in what he does, and he's starting to become a good player. And I just wanted to bring that up about how we just let Knox, even though I don't think Knox probably would have been on that level, but you can't say if he would have just been like, I don't know, he didn't want to play on that, he didn't want to take advantage of the opportunity, I could say maybe. Or maybe is it just us in reference to some of the situations, how we develop our players?
Well, it was known with
Knox over him.
Well, it was known with Knox Hardwell that he was a 3 to 4 year project already.
Cole Anthony was drafted. 19 points a game.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you think he's a good fit to get for the Knicks? Cole Anthony.
Oh well, because look how many shot attempts he gets a game when he's in there.
Yeah, well,
we already have enough of that.
So he's not good at facilitating the ball, making the team better.
I like Cole Anthony. I just don't think he's a good fit for what we need. Because we have no problem with guys shooting the basketball.
What about Brunson?
So Brunson, what about Brunson then? About Brunson?
Brunson's kind of interesting. I'm just worried about that. I think we should be trending towards a bigger guard, longer defenders type of thing. But I do like Brunson though.
I like Cole Anthony over Brunson, to be honest with you.
No problem.
And so
what about Rubio?
He's out for the season. So,
but he'd be a good point guard for us.
Could have had Cole Anthony, right?
Yeah. We could have had Cole Anthony in the Obi draft. We could have traded the Obi pick, traded back with Boston, and got Cole Anthony, Desmond Bane, and Tyler Bay. That's who I wanted.
And just real quick about yesterday, guys, and we have to talk about this. 2 years have gone by, and we
Way
still have not been able to figure out a zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know who
That's
that's on?
pathetic. I'm sorry, bro.
Is that on RJ Barrett or because this is one of the talking
Oh,
points
I
I
already
wrote
know
down.
who he's on, but
It's on Evan Fournier
On the
and Alec
coaches
Burks.
too.
Because when you have veterans on the floor, and dudes that have been in the league 10, 11 years, things that are understood don't have to be said. You know what I'm saying? These dudes have been in the league double-digit years. And if they can't break a zone, that's not on RJ or Tibbs.
But see, the thing about us, see, all the guys that we had, all the guys that we got on our squad when we facing the zone are guys that catch the ball. We don't have guys. Nobody was out there on our floor that's used to busting down the zone. Tell me who it was throughout their career. Because they didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? RJ didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? Julius didn't do it. We had not one guard that's been used to busting down. I'm talking about penetrating, hitting the gaps and all that. All the guys we got on our team are guys that after a dude penetrates or breaks down the zone, they used to receiving the ball. So I can't blame none of them. We just got to get that guard, point blank. Until we get that guard, teams are going to continue on throwing these zones at us because we don't know how to break them down. You know what I'm saying? We could pass around the zone, but getting into the teeth and drawing and kicking and all that,
Bro,
we don't have that.
I saw Taj Gibson yesterday in the zone, bro. He stood there. He didn't even have his hands up. When RJ pivoted away from the D, he looked at Taj, and Taj didn't even have his hands up. I'm telling you, bro, some of these things, it's like, and D, you know what I'm talking about. You know how you come to the baseline, you have the back part of your foot on the baseline when you catch the pass up top. You pivot, look towards the rim, and you look off on beyond the dunker spot on the baseline, and your big is there, and he don't even have his hands up.
I hear you.
So you like, what do we have vets for, bro?
But Freezy, but the zone was even a problem last year. We had disgusting issues with the zone. So I look at a common denominator. Like, okay, we changed some players around. We still had Alpha Payton last year, which Alpha Payton did a good job of breaking down the defense again in the paint last year. You can't say he did it. Right. So we did have that, but we still had trouble with the zone. So my common denominator is the coaching staff.
Yeah.
Because I mean, do I have to send them zone busters that I've ran through the years in order for them to maybe think differently? Like, I don't get why they have such a hard time at the NBA level with a zone defense. It's crazy to me.
It's the coaching, for sure. They're not teaching them anything.
Yeah, man. I just saw it when, bro. Anyway, yeah.
These are big issues, crazy.
Not what you saying. Not what you saying, bro. Yeah, I think you're right. But I think what we need is a bona fide scorer off the bench. We need a bucket getter, a Lou Williams, because Quickly ain't it right now. We thought that's what we was gonna get with Quickly, like a Lou Williams type, you know.
But that's what happens, Freezy, when you have him initiating the offense and not getting him in a zone where it's saying, okay, quick, I have you in here for these 15 minutes tonight because you have the green light. We're gonna run a lot of sets off you. We're gonna run a lot of curls. We're gonna run a lot of pin downs for you to get your shot. Now it's a totally different Quickly now. That's not the case. It's Quickly initiate the offense, try to work the PNR. I think he's able to do those things, but I would still master what he came in the league for in the first place before I try to adapt his game. So that's coaching again, Freezy.
Yeah, that zone has showed us a second level of it. Because now, before, you know what I'm saying, they could throw zones at us because, you know what I'm saying, we was having problems knocking down, making shots. You know what I'm saying? Right. But now they throw the zone at us now because they know Kimber and they know Derrick Rose is not there. See, them the only two dudes that can break down a zone and know what to do when they see a zone. You know what I'm saying? Outside of that, we don't have that. So from yesterday's game, from here on out, they're going to start coming at us more zone. You're going to see zone tonight. You're going to see zone tonight just because of last night. We don't have nobody to get into their teeth. Okay, y'all want to shoot, just keep shooting further and further out. Man, we just going to stay right here because they don't look at it making them like that.
Right.
And also, Jay Boogie, we have nobody that could consistently break down the defense. Mm-hmm. Even with Kemba there, sometimes Kemba's had a very hard time breaking up the defense, and that's why he was settled for a lot of jump shots and threes. Mm-hmm. RJ's our only guy that is capable of doing it in Derrick Rose. That's it.
Yeah.
So it's easier to play now.
They got to make a lot more moves, I tell you. They got to get rid of
Cam
Noel.
should be
They get
able
rid
to
of
do
his
it too.
contract. Noel's
He
dead
get-
weight right
he
now. You
get
got to
there.
get rid of Wave Kemba. Got to start doing something, man.
Dead weight.
He ain't
Hey,
tough.
hey, D'Angelo, I'm gonna tell you something, man, and I know this is gonna sound crazy, right? So I know D Poetic is gonna try to jump out the nearest window when I say this. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. You got a seatbelt
We'll
on your
see.
chair. All right,
That's
so
all right.
okay,
I'm good.
so Cam Reddish is gonna fix all of this. All of it. All of it, bro. All of it.
No way.
Yeah,
Hey,
hey,
Cam-
Okay, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me ride with you, Freezy. What would he fix exactly?
Your defense at small forward.
Okay, for small forward, I agree.
He puts
Yeah,
another
yeah.
ball hitting on the other side that we was
Balance.
just talking about.
Balancing the floor. Hard will beat me to it. Balancing the floor.
I'm with
so,
it too.
So that. Oh boy, here comes trouble. Hold on. Hey Kev. Hey, just real quick. Hey, just real quick before you jump in, I'm on my Cam Reddish rant, but I just wanted to say I watched Shang-Chi yesterday.
What'd you think?
I thought about your intro.
Okay.
I was waiting for you to jump out of the forest. I was legit waiting for Kev to jump out. You remember the moving forest? Remember the moving forest?
Yes.
Yeah, I was waiting
that
for
was
you to
tight.
jump. I was waiting for you to jump out of there with
That
your
was
shirt on.
that was tight. That was tight. Good morning,
Yeah.
fellas.
Yeah.
Good morning,
Hey,
Freeze.
Good morning,
Freezy.
Kev.
What's up, guys?
How's everybody doing? All right.
Cornerstone.
What's up, Kev?
Shazam.
Hey,
Hey,
everything's
Freezy.
okay.
Yo,
Being that you said about Cam Reddish, you know what's so sad about Cam
Hold on 1
Reddish?
second, guys.
Because it showed that he could have been definitely used yesterday, right? In a big way. But the thing
yeah.
is, Tom wouldn't have had that lineup of Cam Reddish, Obi Toppin, RJ Barrett, quickly, and Burks out there on the court to go small ball. He would have never played that.
You're right. You're right, Jay. He's stubborn in that way. Where he won't make the proper adjustments to the proper people at the proper time. He'll overplay the wrong people in the game. That's what he'll do all the time, and that's the frustration.
hey,
we
Karen
go
Fong, I
through.
just need some time. Sorry, D'Angelo.
No, it's okay. No, but it's just the frustration of this. You're like, why won't he put?
Hey,
We could
hey,
see
D-Ball.
it as spectators and fans what needs to be done. You know, so I mean, come on, make the proper adjustments. You overplay certain people, and we could that game should have been closer. Maybe okay, fun was that game should have been closer. The proper people playing and the defensive stops that we needed. Playing McBride a little longer, Come on.
Hey, real quick. Are we opening up?
Let me finish this Cam Reddish thing real quick, and then so we'll move to you, move to D. So, but I'm here to tell you if the Knicks acquired Cam Reddish at the NBA draft, I think this team is probably the 3 seed in the East. Right.
Wow. God,
And
you put a lot of stock in Cam.
And right, and not because of who Cam is per se as a player, partly because of that, but partly because of what he fixes. So he brings you defense at small forward, right?
Mm-hmm.
The kid can play a lot of minutes.
Mm-hmm.
He slides right into the number 3 scorer, right? He balances the floor, right? He can be a passer in a zone, right? Find an open man for shots in a zone when teams go zone. And then he can also go in fuego from 3, right? He's that third guy, the guy that some teams have that you gotta. For instance, I use the Bucks as an example, right? If you double down on Middleton and Giannis and don't pay attention to Jrue Holiday is get a triple double on you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And so we don't have that third guy. We look at our third guy as some nights it's Kemba, some nights it's D Rose, some nights it's Burks, some nights it's Quickly. but we don't have a big three, so to speak. Cam gives you that off rip because you're not gonna double team Julius and leave RJ and Cam Reddish open. You just ain't gonna do that because both of them dudes want to fill up the bucket.
So let me help the chat understand what you're saying to clarify what Freezy is saying. He's not saying trade back, you know, RJ on the board and go get Cam. He's saying draft RJ and make another move where you can move up and grab Cam too.
Nah, that's not No, I'm talking about this draft that just passed. You traded the Dallas pick. I mean, you traded the Dallas pick to the Clippers and the Knicks pick to the Hornets, right? On that night, if you felt like you were going to trade back, why not just give Atlanta that draft pick at the NBA draft, the 2021 draft? Get Cam, bring him in the training camp, get him used to playing with you. Now they having 48 trade. Officially, we did a sign and trade for 48. We gave Boston 2 second-round picks.
Maybe the price would have been a little bit larger for Cam Reddish at the time. Maybe. You never know.
So, hey, Kev, so let me ask you this. Would you rather be, and this is just me being a little facetious, would you rather have 27 wins right now or 22 wins right now?
Yeah, so basically you pay the extra buck in order to get your 27.
Right. Yeah, don't just tell me all sneakers are the same and you want to pay, you know what I'm saying, Adidas prices with Jordans. It don't work like that, bro. All sneakers ain't the same. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm getting at is building chemistry and all of that stuff. If Cam Reddish was acquired earlier, I think we'd be in a better place. And to the point that I was making with Dean, I know y'all probably don't believe me, but in the immortal words of what's the dude that did the All Go Everything song?
Trinidad James.
In the immortal words of the great American poet Trinidad James, don't believe me, just watch. Yes, and and so the thing about it is,
wasn't that Bruno Mars? Wasn't that Bruno Mars? Don't believe me, just watch.
No, they sampled Trinidad James.
I got it.
That's why Trinidad James is killing the rap game now. He ain't doing nothing. He can't even rap nothing.
He played ball too, Freezy.
And he from Atlanta. Yeah.
From Atlanta. Yeah.
But my point about Cam is
with a perm.
Yeah. but the point I'm getting at with the Cam Reddish is in the RJ is you see you have all these openings in this. We get on here like, okay, we legit came on and be like, yo, Miles Bridges killed us yesterday. Well, if we had a healthy Cam Reddish, you think that the same thing would happen?
Yeah. It would have been different, but I still think we could have made the adjustments in order for that to happen anyway, whether Cam was there or not.
I agree, D.
Yeah. I was disappointed with Randall's defense on Bridges. I thought Randall was more superior than Bridges. That wasn't a good look. At all on as far as from a defensive standpoint of Randall on him. That's what I'm getting at.
You mean a power forward going to athletic small forward?
Yeah. Got to cut Jules some slack in that perspective.
So
he's still a bad defender.
So Miles Bridges is a small forward. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, of course he is.
See, I thought he was a power forward. I didn't know.
He's 6'6". What is he? 6'6", 225? Frizzy? Yeah.
And super athletic, yeah.
Okay, so in that case, with everything that y'all were talking about, you're right. Tip should have made an adjustment then to for that. It reminded me, you know what it reminded me of? And I was telling Sergeant G-Man this last night. Back in the day when the Knicks would play the Pacers, they had Reggie Miller, but Rick Smits was giving Ewing the business.
Right.
That's what it reminded me of. Or even the Davis brothers, Dale Davis and Antonio Davis, giving the business to Charles Oakley. You remember that?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's what last night Miles Bridges reminded me of.
Y'all wrong about Cam Reddish, bro.
Freezy, I was just going to build with you on that real quick. And I'll say this. I get the intrigue, and believe me, that the physicalities are there, like the metrics are there. He's a good ball handler, right? It's all there.
Right.
But you have to keep something in mind about Cam Reddish, and I don't want you guys to jump out the window too quick with this. He is still a project. There are things that he has to work on in his game in order for him to be an impact consistently in the NBA. That's why I said if he pops, right? Because there is a possibility of it because he does have the skill set. He does have the metrics to do so. If he pops, then that's fantastic. But I would totally understand if it would take him a half a season or three-quarters of a season in order for him to get fully acclimated. I wouldn't be mad at that either. And I think you got to prepare yourself for that because you might show up one day on this show trying to bash Cam Reddish and how he wasn't the one because we've seen a couple of games string together that weren't too great.
Right.
But
I got you.
What's up, Keith?
What's going on, family?
good.
Morning.
Salute to the chat. What's good, y'all?
Mm-hmm.
I was just looking at real quick. I was just looking at the update. Reddish and Noel ruled out for tonight's game. That you saying? How did you say it earlier? Okay. And Walker is questionable for tonight. Yeah.
Got you. Keith, what you think about last night or yesterday afternoon? What did you see?
Yeah.
What grinds your gears?
I feel like there's excuses we could throw out. There's reasonings we could make, whatever. But I looked at that gameplay yesterday, and them cats looked like they were still sleeping.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you could coach effort. I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, son, like I'm not watching cats like get defeated for lack of ability. Like dudes was really like not. They ain't come to play. And I noticed that. I noticed that with many, if not all, of our matinee games, yo.
And that goes all the way back to when Spreewell and all them were playing.
That goes back to forever, man. Like, yo, like we cannot, like go to sleep early. Something, man. What?
Yep.
To lose a game to some people who are superior talent and they like outplay you while you're playing good, totally different scenario than to lose to people because your effort was off. That, yo, like, there ain't no excuse for that. We could call Tibbs. We could say Tibbs ain't put such and such in. I'm watching man after man just be out there sleeping.
Yeah.
And Mitch tried to make some excuse about it but it's the excuse he was making was the same exact thing that happens all the time. Like, y'all come to the matinees not ready to play.
Who's that fall on?
That falls on the individual players. Like, I can tell you, even as a coach, like, what can I tell you to make you want to win the game more?
To motivate you, yeah.
And it was Tibbs' birthday too.
You know what I'm saying? Like, these are grown men. They grown men. We all make sacrifices in our little bullshit ass like jobs that we. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like you gotta get up for your gig, man.
You got a bunch of young kids. That's with their mentality because they're young guys and they just want to stay up late and do whatever they want.
Paychecks. They're making grown men paychecks. There's no excuse for that.
They've been getting up early. Brother.
They've been getting up early their whole life.
It's immaturity, man. Immaturity.
Free Keith, listen to me. If I'm a coach on the sideline and I see that my team doesn't have the energy and I gave the prep talk, right? And they looked ready, right? And they came out on the court in the first quarter, wasn't ready, I'm making moves right away. Okay, these guys are not up
What
the ball right
moves?
now.
What moves though? Jay Boogie said it. Jay
I'll tell
Boogie
you right
said it
now.
like what I was saying. Like yo, like even from the layup line, you could watch all these cats was sluggish around the joint. They were just slugging around the whole
Okay,
squad.
so
That energy is infectious, bro.
okay, but you're a professional, and that's unacceptable. Whether it's from a
Unacceptable.
coach's sake or for your players. But what I'm saying is that I don't leave Evan Fournier for a whole quarter, seeing that he's getting cooked. I have to make that adjustment.
Okay,
I
so
put in Obi. I put in Obi because I know athletically this is his type of game, and he can run this type of tempo better than Taj does. I make
all
this
right.
right away.
Okay, I agree with you. That's Tibbs' fault. But that's
What
one
position
player.
does Taj get from?
That's one
Well,
player. I'm not
I
sure.
mentioned two.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that one adjustment is making up for a whole team wide lack of effort. That's
So
all I'm
hold on.
saying.
So if I put Grimes on Miles Bridges earlier, does Miles Bridges go off for 38 points?
We don't know that. Sometimes it's just a guy's night. Sometimes it's just a guy's night. It just is what it is. Like he could have got open, like he could have got off like that. I still say if we had more effort as a team, even if he got off, we could have still won. With the BS lack of effort that we had, we was just off. We still was able to fight back. We lost by 10. We was down by like 25 at one point.
Yeah, but that's garbage points though, bro. Like, we don't count that.
No. I feel you. But what I'm saying is, with more effort team wide, even if Bridges goes off and this is his game, like we would have still had a better game and could have still come out with the win.
Yeah, they didn't come out there with effort, but you still got to make the adjustments with these saying.
Right.
You got to switch things out. If it ain't working, you got to fix it. You got to try to fix it in another way. You got the other. You can't just go with your 9. You got to extend it. You got to get your guys that are on the bench that may have more energy. You play your Sims or play McBride, play Grimes more. What you're saying? I mean, come on. You got to make those adjustments. Yeah, lack of effort. Yeah, there was lack of effort out there, but you got to pull these guys out who are sleeping out there on the court. Put guys with more effort on the court.
If Jeff Van Gundy back in the day could pull out the whole starting 5.
Oh man, I remember that.
Yo, that's a whole different NBA. That's a whole different NBA though. Like, let's not like we can. That whole NBA we need to kind of throw out of our mind.
If it was like the old days, that you could do that. Yeah, no, but he said if, Kev. So.
Bridges body
the stuff
language.
you could do, the stuff a coach could do back then was probably man. This NBA right now is a little bit too sensitive and soft.
Yo, you could just see Bridges' body language on the other end, just jumping and making sure he getting his sweat in, and you could just read his mind saying, "Yo, Melo ain't playing. This is my opportunity. I'm taking over." And he went from Madison Square Garden all the way to the bottom of the ESPN. The lead. That's what it was saying. It was 38 MSG. Only thing that highlighted and knocked him off the box was Devin Booker. That was
it. Man.
I can't buy this narrative. Sorry, guys.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
What narrative?
That the players are fully 100% accountable 1 to 4 quarters.
No. I didn't say. I said we could. I said there is excuses and reasonings we could give abound and around, but it comes down to it does actually come down to the guys who lace up their shoes, bro.
They play a part in it, but it's not just
what
them.
You mean they play a part? They play the actual game.
Yeah, but you also have to. You don't play with your eyes closed. You have to have a direction on what's going on in the game. That's what your coaching staff is there for, bro.
Yeah.
They give you direction. They're a guide. They're a map to the destination of where you want to go. That's not just on players.
I feel Tibbs could have made some adjustments, but I just not guaranteed any of those adjustments would have been able to overcome that lack of effort. That's where I'm at on it. I feel you. Those points that y'all made, yeah, okay. Play Grimes more, but Grimes is still not a seasoned player. Play Grimes more. I don't know.
Is Grimes a better defender than Fournier?
I feel you, but if it's
Fournier.
But if it's Miles, is night. But if it's Miles is night,
than Fournier.
If Miles is night, if it's Miles is day, like
no. Is he a better defender? We already said he can't guard a cup of water. Come on, man.
He's a better defender, but you don't know if his offense would have came too. This is what I'm saying. You don't know that.
That's not the
But it didn't come.
You don't know that. But either way, I'm not saying. Okay, let's say Tibbs made that mistake. Okay, he should have played. He should have played. He should have played Grimes over Fournier more. Cool, I agree with you. I still don't think that would have overcome the lack of effort on the team.
Maybe not, but you got to try. You got to make the adjustments. If you're getting torched like that out on the court, you got to make the adjustments.
You're failing to see what I'm saying. I agree with you. Cool.
No,
let's blame that on him. Make the adjustments. I'm just saying let's say that was 25% of the reason we lost. I feel like 75% of the reason we lost was the fact that we could not have out-adjusted poor effort by 75% of the players. You just can't do that. It's not one guy that's playing the game.
We know that.
That's understandable.
Of course. Yeah, that's
Keith, that's understandable. I get it. But what we're saying is that if I'm a coach, right, and I see that my team is coming out flat, I have to do something. What you're trying to suggest is that no matter what we would have done, it would have not been like that because our energy was bad and Miles Bridges, it was his night. I'm like, no. I'm on the coaching staff and I'm making sure it ain't going to be Miles' night. And I'm going to pull out whatever I can in order to deter that from happening. That was not done yesterday.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. I agree with you. Okay, that adjustment wasn't made. I'm just saying I'm not positive that those adjustments would have been able to back up that.
Well, we'll never know because it wasn't tried.
We'll never know, right?
Because
we'll never know, but we lost. We'll lose by 20 the whole game.
In the 4 games we saw before that, in the 4 games we saw before that, we saw effort. I'm not even talking about the fact that they came with wins, but we saw effort that way out surpassed yesterday's game, bro. Like, we should be mad at that. We've seen that team with that same coach and coaching staff just games before play with way more effort.
Yeah, well, okay, fine. You still got to make adjustments, though, Keith.
Obvious.
I feel you. I guess.
Yes, a minor adjustment would have been to slow him down. Like, don't let him score at ease. Would have been a minor adjustment because he beat us if you take away some of his points. But
can I throw a double team and make him pass the ball?
Exactly. That's an adjustment.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that wasn't even done yesterday, Keith. You know that, right? Our man scored 38 points on us, and not once did we double team him to get the ball out of his hands.
Guys wasn't even covering their own man. Gangster, like
double team. Oh, come on, man.
I'm just watching a team right there with lackluster play after lackluster play, bro. Like, and it was man to man, top to bottom. I just couldn't see. I couldn't see beyond that lack of effort, bro. I just couldn't see beyond it. I feel you. Tibbs made some errors. He should have went with Grimes longer. He should have went with Obi longer. But I still don't think those 2 adjustments would have been able to overcome the lack of effort that I obviously saw. Like that, it was glaring, bro.
But check this out.
These guys did not come to play.
Let's throw out your perspective for a second, right? So we had a lack of effort, right? Which is what you're blaming it mostly on. It was a lack of intensity, a lack of engagement in the game, right? Okay, cool.
I think mostly.
I'm gonna bring in a guy in Grimes that I don't even have to freaking worry about effort. I don't ever have to worry about his effort on the basketball court.
Effort too.
And that's one guy. And that's one guy.
But sometimes it takes one guy to make the difference and get people on board on what's going on.
That's right.
So I make the adjustment just to see if it works. You see? Because if it doesn't work, then fine. Then I go to something else, right? But I have Obi Toppin.
I can't disagree with your mic. All I'm saying is this is the mic that I see. Because, like, I don't know. You're right. Maybe that would have made some major adjustment to everybody's attitude on the team for the game. Cool. It might have done that. I don't know. I just feel like I don't think it would have.
Okay, that's fine. And you're entitled to that.
And he wasn't winning the game. And he was even with defending, being able to defend Miles a little bit better. He wasn't winning the game by himself. Even him and Obi wasn't winning the game by themselves. Like, it's you gotta have your guy. You can have maybe 1 or 2 of your guys lunching. You can't have like You can't have like half your rotation, 2/3 of your rotation just lunching, bro. Like,
Check this out, Keith. You know why we lost yesterday? Because of Miles Bridges. He was 14 to 20 for the field, 5 and 9 from 3, 5 and 5 for the free throw line, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, 1
Career
turnover.
high.
Everybody else, everybody else, for the exception of Terry Rozier, which shot 8 of 18, shot under 40%.
You don't stop the bleeding.
One
Keith?
guy
Come on,
beat
man.
me yesterday. One guy, his name was Miles Bridges, and
okay,
he did it however he wanted.
It's all Tip's fault, and he would have made one adjustment, or if he would have made those 1-2 adjustments, we would have won.
No, you see, you're thinking too black and white. What I'm saying is that I make the adjustment to at least put myself in a better position of the game to win. Now, whether I win or not is a different thing, but I still make the adjustment because if I see that Miles Bridges is doing whatever the hell he wants out there, I have to do something to deter him to make him think otherwise.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Well,
Wasn't done yesterday.
I feel like we could have won the game had we came out with effort, like we came out with the last 5 games. I honestly feel that.
But Keith, we'll win 42 games if we have effort. I agree with you. But you still got to make in-game adjustments. Not every game is the same. I don't have a rim protector out there for 20 25 minutes if there's a much younger, quicker other team that I'm playing against. I just don't do it.
I
You got to stop Miles, man. You got to stop him.
I thought you was going to say when you put Grimes in and then you put Obi in, you put 2 guys in who brought energy because they kind of did.
I was going to get to that. Right.
Yeah, but you didn't finish. But that's the point I figured you was making. Even Obi did. He came in and scored like 6. I think we was only down like 6 points when Obi had like a dunk or a couple buckets when he came through with the layup or a move. Or maybe when he hit the 3. I know Obi was scoring a couple times when he came in. And the league wasn't crazy. And then he took him out. So in reference to in-game adjustment would be if these guys don't want to play, these guys want to play because they don't always get opportunity to play. You know what I mean?
I give you that.
Because those guys.
I give you that.
Huh?
If that's the argument, I give you that.
No, I'm not arguing. No, it's just my point. I was listening.
Yeah, we just building.
I wasn't saying anything. It's not an argument. I'm just saying in reference to because I understand what you were saying about guys' energy. But when you coaching or you making an in-game adjustment, right? You put a guy that you know is going to give you effort in. That's what D was starting to say. And then Obi came in and gave energy because he don't been playing. He haven't been playing a lot, right? You don't take those pieces out the game because many times we saw the bench or certain players come in and change the game for us. Even quickly sometimes. It just wasn't his day yesterday. You know what I mean? Sometimes we don't know who's going to be that spark for us to give us enough fight at that moment in the game for Julius and them to finally take over the game maybe at the end. That's what D was saying about giving us a fighter's chance at certain places to bring energy.
Right.
So that's all what really, because I was just listening and I'm trying to just make, some sense of what going back and forth, what we talking about. And that's really what it was. In a game adjustment, you put people in that want the minutes and gonna bust it. Especially even if you're not gonna win, you're giving younger guys an opportunity to learn and play. You don't just ride 2 minutes or something like that. Or
keep this in mind as well, right? You talk about energy and effort. We held a team that scores 115 points a game. That is second in the league to 97. And everybody else besides Terry Rozier shot under 40%. So we actually did a good job. We just didn't have an answer for Miles Bridges.
And you know what? Toughness and just facing him and stopping him, making him pass would have been enough to do that. Somebody just stop letting him get touches, deny him the ball, and pay more attention to him because he hit 4 or 5 in a row. He was on fire. Even with Haywood, when he got hot, you got to pay attention to who just scored. Don't leave those guys open. That's the adjustments.
Correct, Will. And another thing I'll point out too is that this team is also 29th in the league in opponents' points per game at almost 115. Okay? We scored, what did we score yesterday? We scored 87.
87.
And you know what that was large a part of, Keith? It wasn't because we weren't hitting shots and all this stuff. That's a part of it. We can't figure out how to defeat a zone, bro.
Yeah.
We're in year
the
two.
conversation y'all was having earlier, though, was correct, though. Like, we don't have like what Jay Boogie was saying earlier was 100% on though. Like, yeah, we don't really have a glut of people who could break down defenders. So like that zone until cats like Rose, and I know you don't you don't think Kemba what you call it, but like it's only Rose, Kemba, and like right now I'm gonna say RJ too. Like those cats are the ones who breaking down the defense.
But as a coach, Keith, I defining of what my roster is, right? I still have to make sugar out of poop. I have to do it because that's my job. I have to get the best out of my players. There is no excuses for year 2 of this regiment to still be having problems breaking down the zone. There's no excuse for it.
I mean, you still gotta have your roster to be able to do it. Like, not every guy on every roster can do it. Like,
No, that's not always the case, Keith. Jeez.
But I think now with Cam, we get more balance. I think with Cam, we get more balance, and we get that other player on the other side.
Oh, I definitely see yesterday's game as a game that Cam could have brought a lot of value to. A lot of value to, and to tell you the truth, more so on defense, like you were saying, because like Miles needed like 2 cats on him.
I was through everything in the kitchen sink at Miles Bridges
needed 2 cats on him at all times.
Man, I would have
do know and understand that yesterday was a team loss all the way around the board.
Of course it is.
You're a basketball player and you're a coach. You know what I'm saying? One of the 2 things happen. Coach sees the player, the coach will ask and start talking to the players, how you feeling today? Blah, blah, blah. You ready? Blah, 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 blah. Just to check and see what's going on, how they feeling. When it comes to a ball player, when he see the coach, he might tap him and say, yo, coach, I'm ready. I'm upbeat. I'm ready. I'm ready to turn out today. You know what I'm saying? 2 things happen. So what that does, it gives a coach 2 looks at you. First, it gives you a look to see if you're ready today. Okay? He's looking at you and he see you're not ready and you're not playing. The second thing is he's looking to see if you can get ready. You know what I'm saying? Those are 2 different steps. When those 2 steps go away, then it's time for the coach to make adjustments. You know what I'm saying? Because I gave you 2 different opportunities, and number 1, you wasn't ready. Number 2, you couldn't get ready. So number 3, I got to make adjustments. So if I got to make adjustments, I don't need to wait to have time to make my adjustments when I see what's going on in the first quarter. Let me go ahead and do that right then and there. You know what I'm saying? Let me take responsibility right now since you ain't got it. Because 2 things got to always happen. One of the 2 things got to always happen when the ball go in the air for the tip. Either the team playing good or the coach got to be coaching good. And now one of those two things happened yesterday. You know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to throw that out. But I just want to switch it up a little bit. That happened yesterday. But now we got Team Wolf in the building. What do we do to, you know what I'm saying? To come out there on the court, mad about last night, and come out there and straighten our face today against Minnesota. Because I was pointing at RJ today, too. You know what I'm saying? Because don't forget that interview when he told we playing for RJ to take this shot. We was going to live and die with you know what I'm saying, with you making them miss it. So, RJ, the license on you against this team. You need to handle your business, and the team need to handle their business, and the coach need to handle their business. We need to get this first win of our next 3 home game set. Because after the last game of this home set, it gets ugly, real ugly.
Very ugly, Jay Boogie.
Yes, it does.
Nightmarish ugly.
Nightmare. Yeah, it's gonna get scary. It's gonna get scary.
So now I want to shift to a point, and then we'll go over stats, we'll talk about players and stuff like that. And plus, we also have to get into the T-Wolves as well. Mitchell Robinson at 7:14 of the game yesterday put off an amazing crossover to a Euro step that looked effortless.
That was cool.
It looked so graceful.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Can we talk about that? Can we talk about that?
Yeah, we are going to talk about it because I think there's something behind this. Let me ask you guys a question. Name me a center in this league with that height and stature that can handle the ball like that and look so effortless from 20 feet out. To cross over a center, to get into the Euro step on the guard helping and dunk it effortlessly. Name me a couple.
How tall is Joker?
In Minnesota, and
Anthony Towns could.
Okay, Carl Anthony Towns.
How tall is Joker?
He's like 7'1".
The Joker.
But Mitch is way faster than him, though.
He's faster than him, but he definitely is nice with the rock though. Like he can put the rock on the ground.
Okay, so we got Embiid. That's 3.
Embiid.
Anybody
Yeah,
else?
I was just about to say Embiid.
I want to say Giannis because Giannis is more of a perimeter player.
Giannis.
So
Yeah.
I wouldn't put him there.
Yeah.
But he plays all positions though, so he is that height.
Okay, so we'll put
gotta-
Giannis. That's 4. No
You gotta
problem. I'll put him.
It's more though. We just can't right now. It's more.
If you can't think of them though, if you can't think of them, then they might not be as effective.
Let's go to
It's not
maybe.
that tall.
But I
Let's
gotta
go to
see
maybe.
more Mitch. I gotta see
Okay,
more Mitch doing that.
Porzingis.
Getting to it. So check it out, right? So we only name. Let's see. Let's be nice. 7 to 8 guys. 9 guys that could do that in the league.
Yeah.
Not even. Did we name that many?
But I'm just saying, I was just being nice with the figure. Like, let's just
okay.
say, because that's still a very small percentage, right? Because there's 2 centers on each team, right? So you figure, what is there, 30 teams? So what is that? That's 60 centers.
Anthony Davis, right?
Okay, Anthony Davis is another one, right?
Yes.
Sabonis is another one, right? So that's what I'll say, like maybe like 10, 11 guys, right? Out of 60, right? And that's not even counting the third string, right? Why am I not seeing Mitch do this more?
Yeah. What is that in his arsenal now? Is he practicing it as a new thing? I don't know.
That'll be the coaches holding him back.
Was that Boogie?
I've heard that before. Like, coach not they not letting me do this. Something like, so I don't know if there's something behind that. I feel like Mitch might be being brought along very kind of like slowly or delicately or whatever, like maybe just focusing on defense first or whatever like that. But like, Mitch got much more ceiling, man.
So what I'm saying is that this is from my experience. When a guy can handle the basketball, a guy can pass the basketball. Those 2 things usually go together. Now, however they read the defense is a totally different thing. But just being able to make a bounce pass to the cut, right, or just make it a swing pass, they're capable of doing these things. So I'm saying that why have I not seen this at least be experimented on? Whether it fails, that's fine. But that's the whole point of the experiment, is that you need results in order to draw your conclusions. So if Mitch is capable of this, why don't we just see it more?
Maybe he wasn't good enough with it then. Maybe
he's improving in it, but he's practicing and it's getting better. Like he went behind the back in that other game, remember? And then
I remember that.
Preach.
And he was like, I remember because I was like, I remember D. I text you. I'm like, yo, that was crazy. I'm like, that's something special to see to me for Mitch, but I just want to see more of it, even if it's like little bits of different things. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't have even mentioned that one until this one, like, because I thought it was like maybe an anomaly. I was like, all right, okay, cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he just got that off real quick. He was in his emotions. He was in his emotions real quick. But now I'm seeing it in this game. So, like, I feel like maybe it's something that they were working on, and like they just wanted to get him good enough with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think like maybe now we might hopefully see more of it.
And
I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that.
They work on their games too. You know what I mean? You don't know if when he's working out, he's working on his ball handling skills, because we in the Euro big league now, where we named a lot of guys, but we left a lot of guys out that could do that as well, right? You know, KD, even though KD don't play the 5 all the time, he can play all positions. You know what I mean? So it's players in the league that has height, that could dribble the ball, and if he gets better at that, that raises his stock. You know what I mean? So kudos to Mitch for having, confidence to do that move. But I think the thing with Mitch is the more you get him involved, the more you see with Mitch.
Right. And there's no coincidence. I mentioned this a couple of times where RJ's ascending and he's ascending, right? And Kevin Middleton just brought it up in the chat. Shout out to Kevin. He said that Mitch also threw it around his back the other game too. It looked effortless.
That's what we just mentioned.
Okay, my fault. I was reading the chat. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
But it looked effortless. It looked like he's cool with doing this.
Yeah.
So when I put him in a fake dribble handoff and have him face up against the center 15 feet out, because the center has to play the dribble handoff for the switch. So the center's got to be there anyway. So why not just see him try it 2 or 3 times a game and see how he takes that big?
He should. He needs to.
Look, we're seeing it now. I think we might see it more. I don't see a reason why not.
We might.
So
And I just hope they keep Mitch, so we know in the future we don't know what type of player he's going to be. And these signs right here, these little things show that Mitch is going to be a good player, man. He's
Yo,
tough. He should have been joking around at that press conference, though. I agree
Yeah.
with that because we can't be laughing about no losses, and no excuses. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
for real.
Yeah, but Harwell, honestly, Mark Berman is a
No, I'm
tick.
glad he clowned Berman, but
yeah, I can't
Yeah,
be I can't be mad at that one.
like I
yeah, he
laughed.
is a
Don't get me
tick.
wrong. To be
Yeah,
honest with y'all, look, I laughed at what he did, me. But when I
yeah,
heard y'all today, I'm like, how can I be upset about Martin Luther King Day and them losing on that day? And this is a historic day for NBA. I just
right,
broke down the numbers of players who had great games on Martin Luther King Day.
right,
And I just
right.
needed something to laugh about after my team took a loss. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
At
yeah,
the same
yeah.
time, I'm not trying to really jack that we came out that way and let this guy have his
Run
career
with that.
on the garden
Yeah,
floor when
yeah.
we should have forced him to pass the ball. And and,
Absolutely.
and you don't got to knock him down like Oakley would, but let him know you here and you face guarding him now. No
Exactly.
pride.
That's effort.
It's like pride. Like
That's effort, yo.
right here. This is the garden. That's like somebody coming to your project lobby and
Yeah,
popping junk. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
You
yeah,
can't allow that,
That's
yeah,
bro.
that's
You know what
more
I'm
what
saying?
I'm mad at, yo. That right there is more
Yeah,
what I'm mad at. Like
yeah.
how y'all come into the garden on this day and play like that? Like
hmm
That's why I said, Keith, it was I broke it down. Lillard had 61. All these players, Ewan had 33. It's not about talking about other players. We're talking
hmm
about a historic night for on MLK Day in the NBA. And I want my Knicks players to do it. I even said it early in the show. Me and we was talking in the morning drive yesterday before the show that somebody gonna have a big night. And I said Randall should be able to abuse him. I was all wrong because
hmm
he was the one that asked to guard him.
Right.
Now,
Yeah.
regardless what position he played, I respect Randall for taking on an assignment, but he didn't give it enough effort as far as,
100%,
hold
Right.
on, what you doing
100%,
right here? Nah, we're not gonna have this right here.
100%.
We're not
Yeah.
going for this right here. That's all
Not
I'm
in your
saying. You know
living
what I
room.
mean? If you
100%. I don't care if
and,
I gotta give
Tibbs,
you a strong little check or something.
One
Like
at a
yeah,
time, yo. One at a time, yo.
and Tibbs have to put a double or make some adjustments and have people run at him more
Right.
aggressively to make him pass the ball. That's it.
Because
Yep,
honestly,
yep.
we always say how we want the other opponent to feel you, and I don't think Miles Bridges felt us. He did not. He was able just to do whatever he wanted.
They didn't make him uncomfortable out there
Right.
on the offensive
Exactly.
level. Yeah.
This is
Exactly.
talk about Mitch's stat line yesterday. In 25 minutes, he was 4-6 for the field, 2-4 for the free throw line, 6 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds, 1 block, 1 turnover, 10 points. I felt like I could have got a lot more from Mitch yesterday, and I
Yeah.
don't think
lot
that's
more.
and I don't think that's totally Mitch's fault.
No, but the one thing I will say about Mitch, he looked more aggressive and angry than all the other Knicks put together. I will say that because that
Yeah.
sequence when he was
Somebody put the
wait
link for Sam.
wait he's
Go ahead.
Harwell. Go ahead, Harwell.
No, I was gonna say you 100% right because I always say that Mitch may be a clown because he's kind of young, he joke around, but on the court, I never see that from him. Like I see more of
Yeah,
that from like Obi and different players being lackadaisical.
yeah.
Mitch, he's always like when I see him, he's locked in and he's
He's focused.
tired because he's really working. He's not out there just he's
Remember the
working.
yeah
He's
remember
always
the
working, bro.
remember the sequence where he had gotten the ball and he put it up like 3 times and then finally got fouled and everything and he was showing that aggression. That's what that's what I like to see, that him showing that aggression. But where was that from everybody else?
Everybody was still sleeping.
Mm,
That's why he
I
said
said
too, you
I
gotta
said
ask
this then.
Tibbs. They asked him a question. He's like, you gotta ask Tibbs about that one.
mhm, mhm.
Another thing,
That was wild. But did you see how he kind of looked after he said that though?
Yeah, his
You ain't
face
see
was
you
right.
ain't see
That's
that
why I
how he
said, look,
looked.
I didn't
He
want to
looked like,
laugh, but I needed
maybe I
something
shouldn't have
like
said that.
and we
I
also have to
needed
keep in
something
mind
like
too.
after that look.
Yeah, guys, I'll be
Another
right back. I'll be right back.
another thing we have to keep in mind too is that Charlotte Hornets are an up and coming team. They did that yesterday and did not have LaMelo Ball out there,
Oh
and that
God.
goes to show
Yeah.
you
Yeah, they're a good.
when you
We got to keep that in mind. They got to keep that in mind.
no, but
But
I
that's
mean
better for
it's to
them
be
though,
fair,
Keith.
Keith. It's
That's
to be
better for
fair,
them
Keith, and is
because if
that
they don't need their point guard to do that to us, just imagine what he brings. He brings speed, more pressure. Who would have stayed with him? So if they know they could beat us without one of their best players, bro, that's not good for us. That's not a good look.
I'm just saying that's a good look for them because that shows you how you build your young core. And just in case one of your guys is out, people can pick up the slack, which is something we have to learn as well. But let's get on into other things here. I think we drained out yesterday's game pretty well.
I'm still mad a pickup game got us Knox over that Bridges cat, yo.
Nah, man, don't even. You're bringing up horrible memories, man.
Yeah, I'm still so mad at
I
that.
said it earlier. They ain't want to touch. I said, yeah, they don't want to touch about that.
Let's talk about the
team.
You right though, Keith. I said the
that
same.
makes me cry, yo. Like a pickup game, a pickup.
This team lacks in team toughness. It's not a tough team. They're not tough in my book. I don't know. I don't see team toughness.
I think at the end of the day with the Hornets is that they're an example of team matchups that we would struggle against because they're quick, athletic, they like to run up and down the court, and we just don't have the roster in order to match that. Now, we have some guys that I think that could deter that, but that wasn't explored yesterday. So I'm very worried for that for tonight because it's almost the same type of team where they're athletic, they're springy, they like to get up and down the court. And, tonight's going to be an interesting game. So let's go over Minnesota real quick. Minnesota's 11th in the league in points per game. They're 9th in the league in fast break points. They're 13th in the league in points in the paint. They're 10th in the league in assists, so they dish that ball around. Opponents' points per game, they're 18th, which doesn't mean anything because Charlotte was 29th, and we couldn't even score over 90 points. So they go into a zone. Is it a wrap? Like, is that the end of the game? Opponent fast break points, they're 27th, but we don't run, so that doesn't matter. Opponents' points in the paint, they're 8th, so they defend the paint very well, something to look out for. Opponents' assists, they're 25th, so teams could dish on them. And I think I know the reason why that is because opponent shooting percentage, they are 11th in the league. Opponent's 3-point percentage, they're 6th in the league. Wow. Opponent field goals made, they're 6th. So once again, this isn't some walk in the park tonight. We might have some issues tonight.
Could be a problem tonight.
Let's go. I'll start off with Hardwell. We're going to get ordered now. I will start off with Hardwell. Hardwell, what are you looking for tonight? Any matchup specialties that you're looking at? How do we bounce back from yesterday? Let's talk about it.
Oh, man. We got to bounce back. Hopefully we bring the energy that we didn't bring yesterday. Like I was saying about the defense, we got to remember who hit shots so we can locate those players. It's little things that we don't do, you know what I mean? And I think that helps us. When we close out good, we defend the 3-ball good on our closeouts, and we have a good chance to win most of the time. So yesterday, it just seemed like we was closing out from too far away because in our defense, we be in a position ready to help when somebody else get beat, like I said before. So we got to fix that or recognize when you're getting beat from the 3 that you got to know who hit the 3, know where they are, and remember that because that's a big adjustment for our defense. Like I always say, the next thing they had on defense, our offense is always going to be there because we're getting more offense from other players like RJ, Mitch, you know what I mean? So we just got to play good defense, talk more on defense, and just look alive. Minnesota, they playing good right now. You got to watch out for Karl Anthony Towns, Edwards. They got a good team, young team starting to play better. So, I wanted the game yesterday. I want most of these games coming because, like y'all mentioned earlier, we got a rough schedule coming, and we need to get these games that we feel like we should be winning, even though it seems like we play better against better teams. But we don't know how that's going to go going down the line. So we need these wins right now. So that's my take on the game tonight, really.
Okay.
If I got more when I hear y'all finish, I'll give more. But that's
okay. All right, thanks, Hardwell. Andrew, what you looking at for tonight's game? What adjustments can be made? Do you see our energy being the same? How do we play against the Wolves tonight? And what matchups are you looking for?
Well, I mean, it's hit or miss with this team. Better effort right off the bat because once this team, gets hit in the beginning, they go down by like 7-0 or 10-0, and then it just seems like we got to dig out. We got to dig out from the mess. Always. That's what I always say. The same thing. If they show up, players got to step up. Listen, I want to see more from Randall down in the post, like a bull. He's good underneath there. You got to play better. I don't want him jacking up threes. I don't want to see him doing that. He doesn't need to do that. He gets sloppy in those areas. I want to see more of Grimes tonight. Playing. Matchups wise, I think listen. I think it's going to be a close game. I think we're going to pull it out tonight. I think we will get a win. But it's like I said, this team effort. They got to step up tonight. We can't lose by 20. I'm very nervous about this game. I don't want to be depressed again like I am today. This is just it's too much, man. Yeah, I'll pass the baton to somebody else now. So
Okay, let's get Sam in here. He just came in. Sam, how you doing, brother?
What's going on? How y'all doing?
All right, cool. I don't know if you heard the question, but what are you looking for today? Any adjustments we could make from yesterday? Any particular matchups you're looking for? Let's talk about it.
Pretty much, I'm just looking to see some sort of aggressiveness, which I wanted last game to start out, because I feel like if we would have just started out last game and punched him in the mouth, it would have been a different type of ball game. But you can't let guys like Bridges and even Hayward at some points just get in your face like that early in the game, because once they do that, they feel like it's a green light. And that's pretty much what Bridges had yesterday, regardless of who was on him. He just felt like he was cooking and having a career night. So tonight, I would like to see just a better overall team play of aggressiveness and just willingness to play defense this game, because this game we got some guys who we actually do have to defend. The Hornets, they had some guys in the starting lineup like Martin, like McDaniels at points, guys who weren't really threats. But tonight we're playing a team, in the Timberwolves, they got Anthony Edwards, D'Angelo Russell, Cat. These are all guys who can create their own shot. So we're going to have a better team defense tonight. And honestly, I think that the key for the team is just taking good shots, smart shots. Like, I feel like some of the shots that we take aren't really necessarily the best looks, but even when we do get the shots that we would like, we just weren't hitting them yesterday. So I like to just see the team overall play better. And the matchups, I would just say probably is going to be Mitch on Cat, if I'm being honest. Unless whoever RJ's, I'm not sure who RJ's guarding, but I'd say Mitch on Cat for me.
I see. Okay, thank you, Sam. Keith, you got the question, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's do it.
I think this is going to be a tough game, but I'm expecting I'm expecting at least that embarrassment energy from yesterday's game. I'm hoping that carries over into this game, and these guys come out super aggressive from the gate, because that's what it's going to take. Because more of these guys actually, like he was saying, more of these guys actually need to be defended. I think like this game may hinge on Mitch's gameplay, actually. On Mitch's ability, on Mitch's ability to hold back Cat. I think this is definitely going to be something I'm looking for in the game. He's going to have to come with that same aggressiveness he's been coming with, and I even think, I'm hoping, and I think that like we actually might need him even more offensively as well, because them cats are very good in the paint, defending the paint. So I'm looking for a decent to big game from Mitch. But like overall, I need more effort. If I got that effort there, I think we got a shot. And I think like against any team, we got a shot if that effort is really, really there. And Randall and especially RJ, they need to have a more efficient shooting night.
Yeah, let's see what they shot yesterday.
Those free throws, we can't be losing games by the amount of free throws we lost. We missed.
Facts.
We can't do that.
And check this out. Yesterday, 32 of 80 for the field at 40%, 12 of 34 from three for 35%, 11 of 21 for the free throw line at 52%. And it doesn't help when we have 15 turnovers on top of that. So totally agree with that. All right, thanks for the take, Keith. Danny, you got the question, right?
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
We have to come with a chip on our shoulder today, because we got the business yesterday on Martin Luther King's Day in our home. They gave us the business, so we got to come in today, all of us, not a few people, and remember this game yesterday. And they got a three-headed monster there. They got Towns, Mr. Edwards,
Yeah.
and Mr. Russell.
Mm.
So it's gonna be a tough game tonight. I think it's gonna be more tough tonight than it was yesterday. Because of those three dudes. Towns is a beast, Edwards is a beast, and Russell is half a beast. We have to come with this fire tonight, everybody. And I want to like to see some more offense, like from Mitch, a couple more like we've seen recently. He's got to like come up and like surprise these guys because they're always thinking he's going to give the ball back. Because every time when he gets the ball, he's always looking to get rid of it right away. If you notice with Mitch, he's always like handing it off to someone else. So he's got to, like you said, like trick people and make some of those moves to the rim.
Right.
And I want to see strong defense.
You know what I've noticed?
Well, let's let him finish though. He's not finished yet. Hold on. Go ahead, Dan.
Strong defense, and I like to see better ball movement, and I like to see Evan Fournier finally make a dunk.
Listen, wow, I forgot about that. That man has not had one dunk the whole season. Okay, and now he want to try a dunk away down 16
with his left.
With his left.
Who are we talking about?
Not even
Evan Fournier.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. Go ahead, Harwell. What were you gonna say?
No. I thought Danny was finished. My bad. I was gonna say,
I'm good, Harwell. I made my point.
Mitch,
You're good,
right? When you know he playing against, like, even though Turner got off on him one game, but after that, like, he started picking it up. It seemed like when he playing against somebody that they talk about, they want to get, that may come to the Knicks, Mitch come to play. He be hearing all the talk that maybe Towns want to come to the Knicks, or I think Mitch want to be a Knick, so he steps up his game. Especially he's more when you get him involved, like you said. But he steps up for these type of guys, man. Like, he want to be here, so he can't let the guy body him. You know what I'm saying? So I want to see. Right. Looking forward to see what Mitch going to do tonight.
Oh, it's going to be a testy matchup for him. And keep in mind, I said yesterday that we need 40 plus in the paint against the Charlotte Hornets yesterday. We only had 32. They actually outscored us in the paint. So there goes that whole rim protector stuff that I keep hearing about. Second chance points, we only up 1 point on them, and I want you guys to keep something in mind about that, is that we had 8 more offensive rebounds than them. Okay, 8 more offensive rebounds, and we only had 1 more point in second chance points.
D, how many of those rebounds were what's his face is Gibson's? It was like 3 or 4 was belonging to him. Right?
Yeah, 4 of them in the first quarter. That's right.
He was playing his behind off yesterday in the first quarter.
But we could have got the loose ball. The ball was bouncing around. It was like, man, I don't know, bro.
So my point is that these are things to look forward to. It's very important for us to have 40 plus at the paint every game because our shooting is erratic. We have games where it stretches, and then we'll have stretches where we don't shoot well. And we don't have a guy that could break down the defense consistently. So it's very important that we get our points to the paint, and that's why I don't understand why Mitch is not looked for in the paint. It doesn't make sense to me.
We shoot too many threes, D.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. But that's because we can't break down the defense. So we have to resort to that. Yeah. Sam, let me ask you a question. Can you give us our updates on safety and protocols and injuries and all that for tonight?
Yeah, so for tonight, we got Reddish, who's still listed as day-to-day, but he's probably unlikely to play. We know Kemba's probably still going to be out. He's listed as day-to-day. Noel is still day-to-day. He's probably more so a game-time decision with Noel. I think he could come and play tonight. We know D Rose is out. We don't need to speak on Solomon Hill. And the only people I think that the Timberwolves are missing tonight is McLaughlin. Besides that, that's why I said they're pretty much full strength. And another guy I forgot to mention who is probably going to give us some fits tonight is Vanderbilt. Because, he's an aggressive ball player. And
I forgot about that guy.
He'll more than likely be on Randall if he's not on RJ. So, that's another guy to look out for.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, thanks for that. So besides the matchup, I think you guys are sleeping on Anthony Edwards. No. And somebody brought it up on the chat, and I'll veggie back off what they said, is that's pretty much a very similar matchup to we had Miles Bridges yesterday, and I think that Edwards is more dynamic, quicker.
He is.
Than Bridges is. So he might create a lot of fits tonight. Now, the whole thing is that how do we make that adjustment, right? And who do we put on him to start the game?
Good question.
Talking about Anthony Edwards?
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Putting RJ on him to start the game.
Yeah, of course.
I think that's the best option because I just think that RJ would be solidified because out of the starting lineup, that's who you want to have on him. You don't want to put Burks on him, and we know what he'll do to Fournier. So I think RJ is the best solution. And then once Grimes comes in, I think you put Grimes on him or Russell, depending on who's in.
RJ
Right.
for sure.
Who does Evan Fournier guard tonight?
He's got a.
Maybe he's like guard the opposing team's coach.
It's tough saying that because whoever he guards in that starting lineup is going to give him a problem. So really, it's just pick your poison. I don't know if you want to put him on Vanderbilt because I feel like Vanderbilt will just post him up.
No, you can't do that.
So like he's going to have to either guard who is it, Russell?
Oh, forget
You
it.
can't do that. You cannot do that, Sam. You got to put Burks on Russell.
Who are you going to put him on then?
I mean, right. This is why I asked the question. This is why I asked the question for topic of discussion because it's like, who in the hell can Evan Fournier guard in this league, bro?
Who's their small forward? McDaniels.
So look, he can't guard Jaden McDaniels, right? I don't think he could guard Malik Beasley if they decide to start him, right?
Can't get his minutes. Come on, man.
And Josh Okogie maybe.
He can't.
But Okogie is very strong and very fast,
and he's a little bit more athletic. So I would honestly say, to answer your question, I would say nobody.
Nobody,
but because of the fact that he's in the lineup, they're just gonna have to assist him a little bit more.
Right. So
I
now
don't see him benching him for Grimes for this game. So that's why.
And that's probably why the defense be looking like that because somebody's prepared for him to get blown by, and then they pass it to their man, and then they hit a three on us.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to help Fournier because he can't stay in front of nobody.
What that means? He might not play that many minutes to start the game off. They might have him play like half of the first quarter or less than half, depending on how the game's going. But because he's gonna get cooked, obviously, it doesn't matter really who it is, especially from 1 to 3. He's getting cooked. I don't see him really holding his own against that.
And it just begs the question of that, long term, where does he really fit? Because you sign him to this contract, he can't guard anybody out on the basketball court. And if teams decided to pick on him every night, like they should, I sure as hell would every single night. I mean, he's only relegated to 20 minutes, if that, a night. So, what do I do with this guy, man?
I get caught up trying to think: should we leave him on the floor or not, D? Because is he going to give us offense? Because he's not giving us defense.
I'll tell you right, and maybe it's just an old school mentality of mine, but it's just that. If you're not giving me defensive effort and being able to at least move your feet and at least make a guy pick up their dribble and pass every once in a while, you're not getting minutes from me, bro.
Because that's honestly his main
problem. I don't care how well you score.
He has no lateral movement whatsoever. That's his main issue with Fournier. It's not even more so like his hand play. Like he just cannot move. It's like he's in quicksand every time he's guarding somebody. And his approaches and everything are just bad.
I've lost potent offensive players to my program. So it's like, look, listen, bro, you're not gonna play defense. You can go, bro. There's other programs they'll love that. You know what I mean? Here, you got to play defense, and I just don't get it. You
see what DSJ just said. That's a smart comment. He's saying that when Pat Bev gets in, maybe Fournier can stick with him. I think that would be a decent matchup. But as far as the starters go, if they're not starting Pat Bev, he's getting cooked.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's a fact.
What do you do? And I swear, I'm telling you right now, I will lose my mind if he plays most of that first half tonight again.
Who, Fournier?
Yeah, I will.
Oh, please no.
I'd rather be an ugly game, low scoring, some 1994 junk going on, than seeing him play defense for almost a whole half. I don't want to see it. So, what other matchups are you guys looking forward to? So we got the Mitch and Cat. Edwards, you think he's going to be on RJ Barrett? I don't think RJ Barrett's going to do it by himself. I think he's going to need help there. I think you might see a little bit of Grimes on it, a little bit of Burks. It might be a
Burks and Grimes.
Yeah, you know what it's going to be, D. It's going to be the same story that has been the whole season with us. Teams are going to come out the gate setting picks to get switches. Once they do that, they're looking for an easier matchup. So I think if they got Fournier out there, you know what's going to happen. They're going to just give his man the ball or get a pick set on Fournier to have him switch on a guy like Edwards or Russell, who they know can just go to work on him. So really, it's just us having to rely on Mitch a lot tonight, which is, I hope nobody gets upset, but that's Mitch is going to be doing a 2-for-1 as long as Fournier is out there, because I see the other team just really taking advantage of him out there.
And it's not only Mitch now. The same thing you talking about is what RJ was doing. What I kept talking about when he getting late on his closeout, because he's looking over to see if somebody about to blow past Fournier to help him out, or whoever. It's too much. It's too much help defense. Nobody could just basically stop their man from getting in the paint. That's the problem. The main problem. And even some of the players who we expect to play better on defense is letting their man get by them. Now, understandably, like that happens sometime, but with Fournier, it's like it's too easy. So it causes us to break down on defense. And then when you shift or Mitch shift, they just pass it to Mitch's man. Another ball.
Right. And with okay, you break it up, Pablo. Can't hear you.
Nah, I stop. I'm done.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that this is a very similar team to what we played yesterday as far as pace and as far as guys, multiple guys that can do stuff for the perimeter. And it's gonna be a tough one. In my estimate, I think tonight's gonna be a tough one.
They need to come in hard tonight after yesterday's embarrassing loss. When I played the game, I lost the game the day before, and it was a bad loss. I'd come in with which I want to give people the business on the next game. Bad. So that this is what they're supposed to come with today.
Yeah.
Right.
Same mentality. Same.
Yep.
Get embarrassed at home like that. Freaking Bridges having a career game against us. Come on.
I mean, easy. It was effortless.
Yeah, it was effortless. Like
he was laughing the whole game.
He didn't work for a single basket.
Laughing
he
at
just
us.
did what he wanted. Like, it was.
But that's what the problem with this team has been all year. The inconsistency. You don't know what team's going to show up. You don't know.
And you can't have visitors playing harder on our court, bro. Like, we got to go out there and go crazy and represent our home court better. Like,
right. It's got to be a fight.
And that's what I was trying to say. Because we needed that game yesterday as far as the standings go. So now that we've lost that game, we could have been in a tie for 8th if we won that game. Now we're all the way in 11th seed.
11th, yeah.
We lost that.
Right. And what did I say? I said this week was very important because we got the sledgehammer coming.
Do we have another game against Charlotte, D, or is that the last one?
No, we definitely have another game. I got to look at the schedule for that. Freezy, anything you want to talk about? Anything you want to get on? You want to build on anything we talked about? Anything you want to bring in new? Okay, might not be there.
Freezy.
All right, you guys let's kick it around for a bit. Let me think of some stuff that we could conjure up here. But to answer your question, Sam, we do play Charlotte again. We play on March 23rd and then March 30th.
Because my issue with that is, like, with teams that are that close to us and us losing the tiebreakers early, like, it's not a good indicator for us as far as getting into the playoffs and the seeding. We're not going to own a tiebreaker over any team above us if we keep losing these games early.
Yes,
so we kind of need to win.
Absolutely right. So now up into LA, we have Minnesota, and then we have New Orleans on Thursday. Then starting on Sunday, we have LA, we have Cleveland, we have Miami, we have Milwaukee. I can't say we get a break with Sacramento because we have problems with these young bouncy teams that like to go up and down the court. There's no off night here, right? Memphis, then Los Angeles, then Utah, then Denver, then Golden State, then Portland, then Oklahoma, and then Brooklyn. I'm sorry, just let me say something. And then Brooklyn, and then we're on the All-Star break. Go ahead, Angel.
I just have a feeling we're gonna be making. There's gonna be some more moves coming. You know, they're looking for a point guard. Maybe some changes coming about. We got Cam on the roster now. Hopefully he gets healthy. We got another guy they trade for. Hopefully Noel is. They get rid of him somehow. He's dead weight right now. This guy's. I can't believe the injury. He just can't play. This is unbelievable. Sam, I don't have to tell you about Noel, man.
D'Angelo, what makes it so bad is D'Angelo, is I don't even know how you can persuade a team to even pick up Noel because he's not even an expiring contract.
You have to give up a pick. A pick has to go
I
with
don't
that.
know what team would just want to just take that on for no reason.
Yeah, I know. He gets a spot minute and it gets injured. I don't know.
122 watching right now. We only have 67 likes. Guys, it takes 2 seconds to smash up the like button, support the platform. Greatly appreciate it.
And I think they're really gung-ho on getting Brunson as the point guard.
I know, but the way I was putting it the other day was like, I know a lot of people are in favor of Brunson, but unless we can fleece them like we fleeced the Hawks, I don't see them just letting him walk because of the simple fact that he plays a big role on their team and that they're also in the playoff race as well. Like they're actually in a better position than us in the West. So I don't really see them just wanting to give up trash to get rid of him. I mean, they can only offer him, I think, 13.9. So of course the Knicks could possibly be able to beat that out and acquire his services, but I just don't think we should trade for him and then have to risk losing him in free agency because we can't pay him. Because you're gonna have to give up young guys to get him here. So, because from what I read on the reports, he was asking for 480.
Yeah, he's being unreasonable.
Which is very unreasonable. I was expecting at the most like 15 to 16, but 20 mil I don't know about that one.
And especially where we're in a league where, I mean, it's just what it is. We need bigger guards. We need bigger, longer guards defensively. And that's just where we're headed right now. And I don't think Brunson is not a Ja Morant at that height. He's not an explosive star, right? So, yeah, I think 20 mil is way too much for him.
Yeah.
And I think he's too small for my roster.
D, how tall is he? Is he 6 foot?
I think he's 6 feet, 6'1".
6'1". Yeah,
he's even shorter than that.
That's too small, man.
We need a big guard. I agree with that, D.
Unless it was Iverson, okay, but not. We need.
Even like a Ja Morant or somebody of that type of explosiveness.
Yeah, he's not even athletic. Yeah. Like he's just like he knows how to get to his spots. I'll give him that, but he's not an athletic player. So like I would say he's less athletic than RJ if I'm being honest. He just knows how to really get to his spots.
Right, and he's very crafty like that, and that's all well and good, but it's not something I'm looking for.
Yo,
right.
D, what move would you try hard for right now? What was the best move you go for right at this moment?
I would have to look. It's something I haven't really thought about.
I see people are talking about like Brunson and comparing him to like Fred VanVleet. The only difference is with him and Fred VanVleet is that Fred VanVleet is like a sniper from 3. I don't think Brunson is shooting like over, I want to say 30. He's shooting around 34%, and that's not Fred VanVleet type of shooting. So I would say he's that minus the shooting.
And also, Fred VanVleet is a pit bull.
And
I've seen him move bigger guys out of the way, no problem, bro.
He's strong. Yeah.
I like him a lot. Yeah, I like him a lot.
He's underrated on defense for sure.
Absolutely. And also on offense, too. I see him move guys out of the way as he's penetrating. It's crazy, especially at that height of stature.
That's what we need.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. Go ahead, guys. Kick up something while I look here.
Who needs to go? What move
well, we
needs
know
to be made?
that is a thing that they are searching.
Oh, we know.
I mean, you know that we need to get a point guard.
Sam?
We have to get a point guard. We need a legitimate point guard here.
Right.
What about Mo Bamba?
Dan? Mo Bamba? The deal what it is with Mo Bamba is he's got to get paid too next season. So he's going to be in that class with RJ, Cam, and they're all going to have to get paid. So then you would have to bank on if you get Bamba, more than likely, unless he doesn't require a lot of money, you'd have to basically pony up for him, Mitch, RJ, and Cam Reddish if Cam Reddish pops. So that's the problem.
Is the De'Aaron Fox thing still on the table with that, huh?
I think their asking price is a little bit too high for De'Aaron Fox right now.
Yeah,
too high.
And I'm just saying, you guys got to ask your question. Do we want a shoot first point guard, considering what we have already?
Yeah.
And plus with Bamba, like I don't see them bringing on another center like that for just for them to have to pay him. And then on top of that, they already haven't paid Mitch. So I don't really see that because they'd have to give up somebody like a Noel and who's not valuable. So of course the Magic are turning that down because what can they do with that? you'd have to give them somebody like a Noel or a Kimba, and they wouldn't want that right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, let's talk about some guys because as you know, I'm not going to go with this narrative of just throwing guys off the hook and saying, "Nah, it didn't come with energy." Like, there's more to it than that, and I think it's a factor, but I don't think it tells the whole story. Um, how I want to put this. I think for me, it was convincing to me, and it's been convincing, but I'm just doing it for cause of discussion. Julius Randle is not the guy you want to build your organization around. On his skill set, what he brings on a night to night, and also his attitude. What do you guys think about that? Do we keep Julius Randle moving forward past the season and continue to build our roster around him? Or do we see these signs accumulating and decide, let's make a move? What do we do with Julius?
Well,
let's start off with you, Harwell, and then we'll go around.
Well, I thought he was making a turn far as like, playing with the team, giving up the ball, doing other stuff. He cut his turnovers down. So maybe they just trying to see how that goes. At first, I didn't think it was going to work with the attitude and how he was handling it. But I'm looking forward to see, if he can continue to do that and how that plays out. Because people say this player or that player, you still gonna need one more player, a big three, to replace Julius if you was to move him. Right now, he played a big part of our team, and I didn't think it was gonna be easy for him to just moving to the side, which was a great move. I've been calling for it, but you got to give a player credit for that because that's not an easy thing to deal with and still be able to get yours, and that's what we all asked for. So if that work out, then fine, because you still can't always blame everything on one guy, especially if it's the guy you need on your team, unless you're going to replace that with something that's guaranteed to work too, which we could, I think, as far as with a younger player that could bring the same thing that he brings, but just be more happy giving up the ball, like a Sabonis type of player, or just players who are happy to make a play. Not saying Julius ain't starting to show that he can do that too, but I just feel like from the beginning you should already be that way if you're a good player, in my opinion. It shouldn't be forced for you to do that. Like at the beginning of the season, I would have been making those type of decisions because that's what's around me.
Mm-hmm. I got you. All right, thanks, Harwell. D'Angelo, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, I listen. Without the Randall bashing and all that stuff, I have a problem with Randall's game. I always have. I don't. Sometimes he becomes too selfish out there. It affects the offense. I feel it does. It's like he almost because he's got to get his points. He's got to be the number one in his mind. He doesn't have to be that on this team. He's been in the league a long time. That's fine, but you got to change up your game. It's not working for you now. So you got to be that ball movement thing that what you said, Hardwill, over the last few games. I thought he was making that turn too. But then he reverts back to his old ways last night. And then you're like, oh, come on, man. And I'm watching the game, and I'm like, come on, go give up the ball. Stop jacking up threes. Go underneath. Stay under the basket. I don't see Randall, especially with Tibbs, they're like hand in hand sometimes, the way they both think.
Good point.
There's a selfishness about Randall that I don't like for this team, and it bothers me a lot. And I shouldn't be. I love my Knicks. He's a part of the Knicks, but when he gets the ball in his hands, I'm like, come on, give up the ball. It's like almost like I just get that frustration when he has the ball in his hand. He plays good defense, but he coughs up the ball at times. You're like, oh, geez, you're like, oh my God, But I think he is a problem for this team. I don't think he's the right fit for this team. I could be wrong down the line if he makes adjustments. And we thought, like with Harwell again, when I bring up what you said, that he was making the right turn and the right move, that he was doing some good things out there. Team ball. I love team ball. I love the ball movement because that's how you win games, you know? And I really, I believe that. But I don't think he's going to be a problem with this team throughout. I think it will be. He gets selfish out there. His selfishness. You see that. His demeanor out there. You know, getting into even like what he did. He gets an immature level. I know he's giving it back to the Atlanta fans. We were winning. He's going to thumbs down with them. But that was touched me as a Knicks fan. Him giving me the finger, basically. He bothers me in a lot of ways as his game. Not to drone on, but he bothers me. And I think he's going to be a problem. He's not a fit for New York. I just don't see it.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Harwell, so are you keeping him and you continuing to build the team around him for these next couple of years? Or are you pushing a button and saying, hey, Randall, you know, thank you for your service. We're going to go a different direction. What are you going to do? I'll swing it back to you, Angelo, too.
I would let him go if it was a good move, you know. Okay. But I said as far as what he did, and I think that like right now how they playing, they get a chance to see. And we get a chance to see, like, if he's going to make it turn the right way. But like D'Angelo just said, they get caught up in the ISO ball, but that's Tibbs. That's not all him. So either way, you know what I mean? Like, you know, people say they want this player, that player. If a good move come and we can get a point guard and two decent players for Randall or something that fits with us, I would do it. Don't get me wrong. I would do it. But I would keep him as well if you get a point guard too, and he playing position of his team. I think he could be a powerful piece if he learn how to be used right. Tibbs just don't have the right point guard, I think, to then use Randall right to get him the ball in the right spot. So I would still think he would be all right if he played more in a role and not try to be the number one, just play within the team.
Okay, so do you move him or do you keep him?
If they gave me a right deal, I would move.
Okay, good. So you're good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
For a right deal.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's what a smart businessman would do all the time, right? So, okay, how about you, Angelo? You keep him around, you build around him, or you move him as quickly as possible for the right.
So you said build around him?
Yeah, that's what I said. I said that 3 times. I said that.
I would not want to build around Randall. No.
Oh, so then he doesn't stay then.
No, I didn't know you said build. I was saying him play within the system that we trying to build on. Because Cam coming in here too, you know what I'm saying? So he gonna have to play more in the system. That's what I'm saying. If you saying build around Randall, it don't look like they doing that. But if you saying that, no, I don't think they're gonna. No way, I don't want to do that. Why? No, it's not.
I'm saying that because you are going to bring in other players next year and stuff like that. So that would definitely be built around your core of RJ, Julius, and our third is still suspect. We don't know if Cam is going to be our third right away. So really, it's really built around those 2 guys. So that's why I asked it like that. Okay, so Angelo, keep him.
Yeah. If it's if I was the GM, you listen, you learn, you say, hey, is he the right fit? You see, my eyes are not deceiving me when I see his body language out there. You talk about it all the time. His body language. Yeah, and I would move him for the right move. I mean, it's got to be the right move for this team, the direction we are going. You know, run and gun, what? He's athletic. Don't wrong. Everybody's going to take it the wrong way. But I think if is the right package on the table, I would move him. I just don't see him fitting in here. His mindset, his mentality for New York, I don't see. You got to have a certain mentality for New York too. Those boos that he hears, I mean, you got to listen. There are other, you know, number ones on other that could handle that. I don't think he could handle here in New York. I just don't. Unfortunately, I don't want to be, you know, always bashing Randall. I'm trying not to, but in fairness, you know, I do like him in certain ways. He's a good family man, but on the court, I don't like what I see.
I got you. All right. Thank you for that, Danny. Danny, let me ask you a question. When you roll in your 4x4 there, right, and you're going past Little Italy, right, how many phone numbers are you picking up each time you pass by?
Wait, you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. How many women you pick it up in Little Italy every time you roll past there?
No. You get me in trouble. I'm married man.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Sam.
I'm working. I'm on the road a lot. We'll talk off the record about it.
That's fine. Anyway, Sam. So what do you do with Julius?
We'll go on the show vibes and we'll make a topic.
Okay.
Over there, so.
We'll judge the women in Little Italy on the weekend. So Sam. So
Little Italy. There you go.
What are you doing with Julius? You keep him? You build around him? Do you get rid of him as for the right price? What are we doing?
I'm getting him out of here. I like Julius as a player. I'm not going to act like he's garbage, right? I know who he is as a player. He just does not, for my opinion, he does not fit what the team is going to do. And I don't think we all know he doesn't fit the timeline. So for me, you trade him now while he still has some type of value before he falls off an even greater cliff, which I really don't want to see happen to him personally. But like, I get rid of him now and go ahead and get me a young star who I can develop with RJ and the rest of these guys, because I don't really see, the impact that some people see. I mean, yes, he does impact the game, but I'm not keeping Randall around. I'm with Hartwell. If I get the right offer, I'm getting him out of here, but I'm not going to get lowball for Julius Randle. I need a young, promising star in return for Julius Randle. We're not just going to move him for anything.
Okay. So I'll be freezy for a second. We haven't had a power forward like this since the Dogs days. How many power forwards do you know?
How much you say would you move him or not?
How many power forwards in this league bring out this type of production like Julius Randle does? Let's go through the list. Let's put on our wizard outfit, right? And let's go through the list of power forwards we've had in the last 10 or 15 years.
That we had, or that's in the league?
No, that we had.
You don't want to do that.
Don't you think you're being a little ungrateful?
That's what I was about to say. That's like calling us ungrateful. I was about to say
remember, we was called that yesterday, Hartwell, on your show, and I thought that was comical. Like, we just need to bow down. I'm not doing that. I know what type of player Randall is, but I'm not gonna sit up here and act like he's just really just all world for us right now. Yes, he's doing, like,
a lot of Knicks fans is like that. They feel like, oh, look what he did for us. We wasn't going to the and about.
I think it is, Hartwell. I think it is some players. Some people just know that we've been bad for so long. So when we finally get a guy who's like better than average, it's like, man, he's like the king of New York. And I'm like, yo, I thought the king of New York was Bernard King. Like, I never thought that Julius Randle was the king of New York. So I guess
I thought it was Frank White.
I didn't think it was Julius Randle. I didn't think it was Julius Randle.
Because we ain't had a king like that. Yeah, and I think Bernard King might be one of the closest to that stature. And plus Willis Reed and Walt Clyde, I think we could put them in that conversation as well. But that's what I'm saying. But anyway, let me go back on my freezy stuff. So I mean, 20, 10, and 5, guys. Where else are we gonna get this? Who else in the league is gonna make up that productivity at that position?
You might not need it at that position.
Oh, say that's a good answer.
That's why I said we might get a point guard in that deal, depending on the deal.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Then Fox, then you can look at him. He's a scorer, So I mean,
bow your head down. Okay, all right, C-Mac.
I mean,
all right.
Listen, I want to hear what you think about it, D. Just a general question. What would you do? Would you build it around Randall, or would you bring in a young guy that could grow with RJ and Cam?
Yeah, I hear you.
I know the chat is cracking up right now. I could imagine. I want to see, but I'm
those keys clicking.
It's all good.
No, it's funny, bro. Because all right, so
they wilding out. It's all good.
So check it. It's like this, and I'm being full serious right now.
Yeah,
I understand that the productivity of Julius Randle we haven't had in a long time, and yes, I do take that to an account as to something that we should be appreciative of, because as you see, it's very hard to get, and I get it, and I get the damn argument. My problem with it is that we were a bottom dweller team, right? And Julius Randle's emergence last year moved us to a playoff team, right? It looks like with Julius Randle, we could either be in the play-on or make the playoffs every year with him. But here's my problem. Do we go to the next level with Julius Randle? I don't think we do. And I'm not going to settle for 7 years of mediocrity with him getting his 2010 and 5. I'd rather make a good move that will improve the status of my roster and get me treading to where I want to go. And if I have to suffer a couple years, I'll do it in order for me to be a championship caliber team for the next 5 or 7 years. That's what I would rather do. But not everybody has those patience.
Yeah.
And everybody sometimes, they get caught window shopping and they get caught in the glitz of the glamour and the shine of their object that they kind of get lost in big picture.
Yeah.
And they get worried about now. Well, now Randall is doing this for us. You see, yo, and that goes to show us how deprived of success that we've been, that we'll have something like this come and we'll act like this is the best thing that's ever happened to us.
That's my point.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. And we not going nowhere with that. So you might as well get it right. Like, do it the right way. Like, just build it the right way. Don't sell. But I think it plays down to, like, what they putting on the floor, and not like, how they say tank or soft tank, not actually looking like they doing that, trying to always look like they want to go to I want to go to the playoffs too, but at the same time we got to do it with the younger core. RJ got to have the ball. The future players of this team should be learning now. So a few years from now, I feel like we'll have a shot. That's how I look at it. Not leaving it in a player who we know who they really are already. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I'll say this, and then we'll get to the other guys, is that we just, as an organization, this isn't a new thing, bro. This has been going on for like 40 years of this organization, where sometimes they get caught up in shiny objects and they don't realize moves that could be made from that. Or sometimes they kind of dump moves that we should really need. And I just feel like with this Julius Randle thing, it's very important because you have to handle it correctly. Because if you make one bad move concerning on how you're going to handle Julius Randle, whether he stays or whether you move him, it could set us back a lot of years. And all of a sudden, we're bottom dwellers again, right? And all of a sudden, we're in the lottery every year. And don't forget, we don't draft well. Okay? Especially when we're in the lottery. No, but I mean, like, when we're in the lottery, we don't draft well.
Well,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. RJ Barrett was different because, I mean, he was pretty much a 3 consensus across the board. I don't think it was a hard decision to make.
Yeah.
So, we just have to keep that in mind moving forward. I personally think they're going to ride this out. And I think we're going to get tired of mediocrity. And I think we're going to get sick of it. And I think it might be ugly. And I think it's going to turn real ugly in the next half a year or so, especially if we don't make the play-in this year. Oh, boy. The roof is going to go on fire. Dudes are throwing out rocket launchers, blasting them at the front. I'm telling you, you're going to see all that.
Hello, Mr. Dolan.
And that brings change. That definitely brings change.
Let me get to G-Man first. G-Man. What's up, G-Man? How you doing, brother?
What's good, fellas? How y'all doing this morning? Salute.
Please shout out the show before you start.
So, the pod couple, every Thursday, when there's no NBA game, when the Knicks are playing, we on at 6:30 every Thursday. So please come by, tune in. But also go ahead and subscribe to the show because, in the coming days or the coming weeks, what we're going to try to do is at least get a pregame show in there. So, you still get that pod couple content prior to the show. So you got to and subscribe so that when we go live and you get that notification. Because we would hate for you guys to miss that good vibe between me and my co-host, Cornerstone Kev.
Cool. G-Man, what did you think about yesterday? You called it out in the pregame. You said that I am concerned about their athleticism. I don't think we can match their athleticism, and today is going to be a long day. I paraphrased a bit, but in so many words, that is what you said. Let's talk about it.
You spot on, D. And I would say this. First quarter, I knew we were in trouble. Simply because, again, and I heard you guys talk about it all morning, so I'm not going to regurgitate or bring up.
No, but we want your perspective, though. We want your set of eyes on it. Right.
So this is what I saw. In the onset of the game, anyone that has ever played or coached professional basketball, I'm not going to let Sam come out and kill me. I've already scouted him out, right? So he's going to be a problem for my team from a defensive aspect. So I have to figure out how to counter that, right? So he comes out and he gets, 8 points early. I mean, cooking us early, just getting where he wants to go, do what he wants to do. Do I just stand there and scratch my head and say, well, let's just keep letting them cook us. I'm not going to make any adjustments. And maybe he'll run out of gas. No, you make an adjustment, dude. If you see that you had a player on the court that is low on energy and continuously getting beat like a drum, and you leave him out there, why? Are we living by? And I always say this: the hope creed is not something that we live by. That don't work. Are we hoping that he gets better? No, dude. You got players on the bench. Each player on your roster has 6'5", 6. I need you to get on the court and use at least 5 of them 6 to slow this guy down. He will not beat us in the long term. But when you look in your players' eyes, and I heard D say this a little bit ago, right? You look at your players, and Jay Boogie alluded to this as well. You look at your players' eyes, you tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, Hardwill, are you good to go today? Are you ready, brother? And Hardwill going to give me that north to south. Yeah, coach, I'm ready. Let's go. But in the first 3 minutes I'm out there, and your man done beat you 4 or 5 consecutive times off the same move, guess what's going to happen? Hey, Will, come here. Come sit over here, and let's talk about this for a minute and figure out, where the disconnect is. But when you can physically and visually see that we get beat like a drum at play after play after play, and you can identify who's getting beat and you do nothing to correct that behavior, come on, man, stop playing with me right now. Stop. It was hard to watch because I know we have players on the squad that deserve better than that. To me, that was a total 100 complete coaching failure. Tom Thibodeau is standing on the sideline with his arms folded and his mask up over his face. And every once in a while, when you put a Grimes in and he makes a bad play, or you put an Obi in and he makes a bad play, you take your mask down, you yell a little bit to act like you're doing something. But I got IQ out there making all kind of crazy shots, or dribbling the ball down to the point where the shot clock is at 2.2, and you make a bad pass and force somebody into a bad shot because there's 0.2 seconds on the shot clock. Man, look, oh my God.
But G-Man, you know what's bad, G-Man? What's bad about it is he actually did make the adjustment and then went away from it, which was my point last night. I was like, he actually did put Grimes on him a few plays, and Bridges
and then went away from it.
Yeah, Bridges didn't do anything, and then what does he do? He takes Obi out of the game, puts Randall back in, and then once Randall gets in the game, Randall's on him.
It's like he's fighting himself with his thought process.
It's not rocket science, gentlemen.
It's not. Really, it's not. Legitimately, it's not.
Common sense.
So now, G-Man, considering what you saw yesterday, how do you think that translates to today? Do you see any adjustments being made? So no adjustments?
No, D, I'm telling you, we have seen this movie over and over and over again. Why should I expect anything different? Every time I pull up my Twitter account, and I'm always looking with hopes that at some point we analyze what just happened in the previous game. We look at who the opponent is, and we make adjustments in the roster if adjustments need to be made. But every time, regardless of what happens, you're going to see the same five. You want me to tell you the starting 5 is tonight? Alec Burke, Evan Fournier, R.J. Barrett, Julius Randle, and Mitchell Robinson. Regardless
Groundhog Day.
That's what it is. I don't expect to see anything different. And the crazy part about it is the team that we're facing tonight is a much bigger threat than a Charlotte team.
Yep.
But we're gonna go. We lost the game against Charlotte for lack of effort. So it's a back-to-back. Guys don't have time to go out and get that feel-good moment to where I can feel good about myself and maybe come in the game with a little bit more energy. No. And then you got guys coming into the Garden. Anytime players come into the Garden, they want to put their best foot forward. And they come in and have career games. I'm just saying, we've seen it time and time again. Groundhog Day. That's what
Okay. Okay, so now real quick, and then I'll get to Chuck. So we briefly talked about Julius Randle and we asked the question: Is this something that you build with him after this year or the next 2 or 3 years, and you continue building the team around him and him evolving within the system, or do you get rid of him as soon as possible for the right price?
Gone, bro. He gone. Look, Julius,
Oh,
thank you for coming out. God bless and goodbye. Because I'm telling you right now, this is where I am with Julius Randle, bro. And don't get it twisted. I don't want to sound like an ungrateful Knicks fan that doesn't appreciate the things that Julius Randle brings, right?
No, do it.
But, however, and you guys mentioned this before, what we get enamored with is past performance. We are looking at a head coach in Tom Thibodeau that is sinking this ship every chance he gets, right? But the thing that people hold on to, but he was the coach of the year. Okay. Last year, Julius Randle resurrected his career, right? He had a all-star NBA, voted NBA all-star. I mean, he legitimately resurrected his career. Tell me one game, well, I ain't gonna say games. Tell me his performance level at this point in the season if this is an all-star performance from Julius Randle.
We know the answer to that question.
I already know. It's a rhetorical question. But see, this is what we can't do, right? We have to be able to pick and choose the battles and where we can get the most value for the assets that we have on the team. If you have a car and it's say the car is 2 to 3 years old, the car still holds value, right? But you've had to have this car in and out of the shop every so many weeks for a manifold gasket leak. You don't fix what the problem is because it's still in and out of the shop and you know what the problem is. But you want to take this car and trade it in on a newer model. You're not going to tell the salesman what the problem is with your car, but it still has value. And you want to get that value. Hence, Julius Randle. Julius Randle still has value. But to you guys' point, what you mentioned before, doesn't fit the timeline of what we got going on right now and is a hindrance in certain aspects of when you look at the rotation to this team of being able to get these young guys into the game and see what we got and what moves we need to make. That Julius Randle is not a foundational piece. He's a piece to keep us afloat right now. But if we legit want to be a NBA contender long term, we need to look at being able to get these young guys significant time in significant roles and them understanding what their roles are and develop from that if you want to be serious about building an NBA championship team.
Okay. All right. Thank you, G-Man. Big Chuck. Look at Chuck just shouting out the Knicks morning jive. Appreciate that, man. Would you did that yourself?
Nah. I bought this from the Blonde's Tears store.
Freezy selling out on his merch.
Merch is fire. I'm trying to. I've been listening all morning. Like I was trying to give everyone an opportunity to speak, and then I'll come in, give my quick rant, and then be out.
Okay.
But the blasphemy this morning, everybody's willing to get rid of Julius Randle. Oh my goodness! Like what's going on? Like what's wild is you know what New York is? New York is that dude who is about to get the box for the first time and got picky. Like, nah, this ain't what I want. But you ain't never had none, bro. How you about to sit there and be picky? It's not what you want.
That's what we got.
When do we ever really get what we want? When do we ever really get what we want? Like we got all right, let me chill. I'm going a little too far. Julius Randle.
No, Chuck, we get it off your chest.
Listen, man, like I love Julius Randle. I defend him a lot because we never really had anybody since Melo that was halfway decent, that was a threat, that we could ask to go get us a bucket. This year is awful. Like everything that he has done this year has been awful. Even the games where he looked decent, it's like I wish you never had the year that you had last year, bro. Because then it was nothing to hold you to. It's like whatever you gave us, okay, well, this is what this guy can give us. We can't complain too much. But not after having a year like you did last year. Okay, yes. He's not hitting shots. He was hitting shots last year. I personally think that this the first 40 plus games or the first 40 games is them giving Julius an opportunity to restart or recapture what he did last year. I thought that the acquisition of Cam Reddish and the play of RJ and the way that they were using him the last 5 games. Okay, the guard has changed. Okay, they're going to be running the offense through RJ Barrett. This is RJ Barrett's time, and they're scrapping this the Julius Randle play. And I was like, okay, well, the offense looks a lot better. Letting RJ get the ball early in the shot clock, running plays through him and let him be a semi playmaker. But then you go away from this out of nowhere for no reason. Like it wasn't like it was being stopped. Like, oh, we figured this part of their offense out. So now we know how to game plan forward. That didn't happen. Julius Randle would be better elsewhere. Like as much as I wanted Kevin Knox to stay, it was time for him to go, and they made a good deal for him. Send him somewhere where he might get a chance to play, and then we get a guy that we've been looking for, a 6'8" wing that can defend with athleticism. I don't think Julius fits that dynamic. I want to give it to the end of the year, but it don't seem like it's changed much. And I also put some blame. I put a lot more blame on Tibbs. We can complain about the caliber of players Tibbs has to work with, but at the same time, you're a defensive coach. What's up with your defensive switches? What's up with your defensive adjustments? If anything, yes, we can complain every day, all day about your offense because we knew coming in that you were a defensive specialist. But geez Louise, bro, you can't suck on both sides of the ball. And especially now on the side of the ball that's your bread and butter, which is the defense. How are you going to put like why are you keep falling back to these lineups that haven't yielded enough consistency for you to say, yo, this is why I'm going back to this specific lineup? We're stuck with Evan Fournier, but Evan Fournier just does not translate, bro. Like it does not work. It doesn't work on no level. I don't care about the 41 points with Boston. About to let some words loose just now, but that only happens with Boston. That only happens with Boston.
Wind them up, Chuck.
Because y'all know. Nah, for real, man. Like y'all know, like, come on. All right. Here's where I call Fugazi. Like, yo, Evan Fournier is another guy that can't play back-to-backs. Like, bro, this is not. Come on. He just dropped 41 on him, and you don't play him again because he has a yo. If y'all guys got all of this soreness in your legs.
Word, Chuck.
So, Chuck, let me ask you a question, right? Seeing from yesterday's game, right? What were your thoughts about what went wrong? Could adjustments been made? What were the causes to our loss yesterday?
I'm going to keep it a beam. After the first quarter, I turned it off. I want to watch this nonsense. Like how I don't want to watch this nonsense because I knew we were never going to get back into the game because everybody was looking mad lethargic, and I'm like, but how? Even if y'all flew in today, Charlotte from New York, Like, what are y'all? Like, what are y'all jet lag for? Like, why are y'all moving like this, yo? We cannot continue to start the games from behind, especially against teams that we don't match up well with. The Orlando Magics and the Charlotte Hornets are teams that we don't match up well with. Why? Because they're younger, athletic, on the wings. The points of attacks are always getting beat because we don't have the guys out there to defend. As much flack we want to give Evan Fournier for being a bad defender, just imagine him and Randall on the same side. Randall's not going to hustle over because Evan got beat to try to stop the guy. He's going to play this in between. Well, I was in between kind of, so I couldn't really leave my man. Like, bro, this is such malarkey. I thought I got to use those words, man. Got to use those words.
Thanks for
My
cleaning it
apologies
up.
for me finding the right words, gentlemen.
Those are good words.
Quentin Grimes has to. Okay, you didn't trade Quentin Grimes for Quentin Grimes for Cam Reddish, right?
Right.
You feel so I feel like the guy has value, right?
Right.
Why is he not playing? Why is he not playing? Even if he doesn't get a shot, if you're slowing the offense down where they're not scoring either, you give yourself a chance to be in the game. You put yourself in a situation where hey, maybe fourth quarter, Alec Burks put on his threes and come out there giving his best mic impression. You know what I'm saying? No, we don't do that.
So let me ask you a question, Chuck.
Yes.
Let me ask this real quick, because you only saw parts of the game, but just knowing from not watching, would you play Evan Fournier almost a whole first half against that type of roster like Charlotte?
I wouldn't have played him at all. I would have been like, "Hey, man, nah, play. You look at me. Look at my face. Your toe hurt.
That's right.
Oh,
toe
man.
hurt.
Had a mistake.
Nah, I love you. Like I would have nah, bro. You can't play tonight. You know why you can't play tonight? Because you're a bad matchup. You're a bad matchup for anybody that's on their roster. Everybody's young and athletic. You're not going to guard them. We don't have. We can't rely on Julius Randle to help you on the backside or anything like that because he's a defensive
RJ Barrett pulling RJ out of his defensive perimeter and his man beating people with wide open 3 shots from the corner because he got to help Evan out.
I can't believe
what y'all. Wait, hold on. This is
Evan Fournier is the most important person on our team. All right.
You're trolling.
Most important.
You're trolling.
Okay.
100%.
So Chuck,
I'm not gonna let you finish, Kev.
let me finish with Chuck, and then we'll move it to Kev. So now, Chuck. Now, seeing tonight, do you see any adjustments being made? Do you see any differences that we could make? Maybe better energy, better adjustments on the defensive end. How do you see tonight looking? And could it be something like it went yesterday?
All right, I'm gonna get the easy part out the way first.
Okay.
I'm with Sergeant Knicks. There won't be any adjustments or changes. There won't be. How many days, how many nights, how many weekends, how many 6 o'clock shows have we touched this topic of Tibbs and his adjustments? He's not making them. This is who we got, folks. This is who we got. This is how it's going to go. Because guess what? If he was going to make any adjustments, we would have seen them already. Like we would have seen him tinker with the lineup that gives him the best chance to win. And he has not done that. So I'm not looking for that. Just for conversation amongst Knicks fans. I think if I were the coach, I'm done with the Alec Burks in the starting lineup.
Oh yeah, okay.
Who do you replace him with though, Chuck?
It's only one option, Chuck. And I don't know if you want to do that.
If I'm the coach, for better or worse, I'm about to see what I got in my young boy. Because at least I have to go. I have to go that way.
Gotcha.
I have to go that way for one reason, the one reason only. He plays defense. I don't need him. I don't need him to score. If we want RJ to have more touches and control the ball, then we don't need him necessarily scoring a whole lot of points. Just when that ball is swung back your way and you're wide open, knock down your shots. If they don't want to give us the 3-pointer, then guess what? Use your quickness to get in the paint and cause some disruption there. Either shooting your floater or throwing it up to Mitch. Mitch, you don't catch it. Mitch, you got to sit down.
Forgive me, Chuck.
Julius,
who are you talking
Let him
about?
finish.
McBride.
I didn't know the player he's talking about. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
McBride. Like I know it's not like I know that's not going to happen, but if I'm the coach, that's what I'm doing off rip. Now I'm starting to slide guys into their natural positions. I know it's not going to happen. But yo, we didn't trade him for no reason. We didn't make a trade for this kid for no reason. Put him in there.
Yeah, at least I know guys will have
a natural small forward.
And
then that gives you a different type of athleticism and defense on the perimeter. You got Deuce playing defense. You got RJ playing defense. You got Cam playing defense. Now, okay, if Randall's a little bit out of position or being lazy, it's not going to hurt us as much as having another guy out there who plays no defense as well. And he's not hitting shots. Like that's the thing that if you're lacking on one side of the ball, I want to see you doing twice as much on the other side of the ball. So if you're not scoring, I want to see that defense locked in. I want to see you hustling for the rebounds. I want to see you diving for balls because you're giving me something, extra possessions, right? And you know the team that wins the battle of the offensive rebounds usually wins the game because we're getting second chance points. But if you're not doing both, no high energy defense, not hitting shots on the offense, then what the F are you out there for? We don't need you out there. But again,
why did you pay him $18 million a year to do that?
Oh, because I'm a friend. I'm a friend of a friend of a friend. Like
sounds like a lot of butt touching.
Sometimes, and it could be. It's a lot of butt touching. But if I had it my way, there would be some butt touching. Pause. But it'll be my foot to some. Like get out of here. Like get out of here. We don't need you. Evan Fournier. On paper it made sense, yo. Like let's not get it twisted. We said that we needed more shooting because it was a lack of shooting in that Atlanta series, right? So okay, yeah, this we're gonna give up something defensively, but yo, it's been a total collapse from the top down as far as from the coach to the star player of last year. Like he's fallen off, and then the coach, like you weren't yes, you won coach of the year, but you was making some BS substitutions and things like that. A guy's cooking and you sitting him down. Like that didn't make any sense. Or a guy who ain't did nothing all game, he's playing 40 minutes. Ridiculous. But it's becoming glaring this year. And with each game that we lose to teams that we should probably be beating because of poor adjustments, come on, bro. Come on.
Right. I hear you, Chuck. I hear the frustration. I know exactly where you're coming from. And that's just where we're at right now. You know, we're going to have to continuously deal with this up and down grind of where games, it looks like it's coming together, and then we revert back to games. And okay, this is why we're 500. And this is why we're not going to make the second round. Or even the first round this season. This crap continues. So I hear you, bro. Hard Will. Well, actually, Freezy, where you at?
Freezy took a nap.
Yeah, I hear you. Hardwell, hold it down for a second. I gotta go do something.
All right.
All right.
So, Chuck, great take. We all in agreement with that. We've been talking about that. I'm sure you've been listening. Got to take more accountability with the coaching as far as adjustments. And, you know, you're getting more team balls, so use the team. Don't start going back to just even using two players ain't really it. Fournier shouldn't have been out there, if you ask me. You know, it's like a hit or miss with Fournier. And that's what they're gambling on. If they always got to help him out on defense, and is he going to give us a lot of points? So with Fournier is a problem. I think, like we said, the effort wasn't there. So hopefully today they bring the effort and try to make up for that, man. That was, to me, that was bad. Just in the case of, like, you know, Martin Luther King Day, and you know, I expect our players to have big games, not other players come to our court and have a big game. But that's a norm now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Players come to the Garden, they break records, all type of stuff.
And that's wild. Like, I don't understand. Like, I know this is not a rational thinking, but this is why I always wanted at least a player or two on the Knicks that are from New York, because they understand
Mhm.
that New York pride. And at least somebody be flipping chairs or throwing water coolers like, yo, we're not about to let him come in here and get his career high and
Exactly.
all kinds of nonsense like that. Like,
Hmm.
it's something about home. Like, home shouldn't be uh a place where a visitor is comfortable, that comfortable. Like, not only am I going to put my feet up on the table, I'm gonna smack your wife on the ass and tell her to get me a beer. Like, that's wild
Exactly.
disrespectful.
Yeah.
And it's like, yo, everybody comes in and does that, and I'm like, when is someone going to take the initiative? Nah, you're not trying to hurt nobody. I ain't even doing something physical on the floor. Fine, whatever. I'm talking about like, yo, y'all not doing it. I'm shutting you down. If I don't score a point, then you can't score one either. Like,
Facts.
everybody waits till they come to the Garden to show off, and not for nothing. Yo, sometimes the Garden fans be getting on my nerves. Yo, why are we cheering for this dude? He don't play for
Yeah.
us. Why are we happy that he's getting clapping it up? Yo, what's going on?
Great.
Gilbert Arenas had an interview where he says, where they asked him about playing in the Garden,
Hmm.
and he said he loved playing in the Garden. He said, Nick fans, one thing that you have to realize is that they will boo their own team. And he was like, yo, they'll boo you at first, but if their team is not putting forth any effort, and you already on like 30, yo, they'll start cheering for you. And they're hoping that you break the record. And I'm like, wait a minute. Y'all, I got upset, very upset. But I said, it's
Hmm.
true. Steph Curry breaks the record. Spike Lee is on the floor taking pictures of this. Y'all, I was so disgusted. I was like, yo, they should have threw you out on your neck, bro.
Yeah.
That's why you can't come through that exit no more. Look, well, why would you? What's up with this? I think our guys have to take more pride. Like, the city loves you, and they'll love you forever. And you don't have to necessarily be the best player. But if they seeing that you gave effort every
You
night,
give
like,
it your
yo,
all. Yeah. Yeah. They see you give
yo,
it
I
your all.
can't be
Yeah.
mad at that guy. He gave us what he had.
Hmm.
Exactly. And until guys start feeling that way, until we get guys in this building that felt that way, that's why we loved Mook a lot. About the 90s. Uh, and if he wasn't from Philadelphia, we would have swore he was from New York. the way he walked, the way he talked. Yo,
That's
he
a
threw the
fact.
ball off their head, and they did nothing. Nothing.
That's a fact. Toughness. I would have
Toughness, man.
kept him. I said that too. I said that too. Yeah, man. It's like I feel like we got to bring in a player with toughness. You know what I mean? He don't have to be, you know, the best player on the court because we got so many good options or players that can develop to be good. Bringing in Cam with RJ, Grimes looking good. So we need to bring in some grit, and it's like somebody that can guard up on that type of player. Or I think, we have players that can really guard them up. You just have to be more aggressive in that situation. Face guard them. Don't let them get the ball. Make them uncomfortable. You know what I mean? You can't let a player start to feel that good. After his whatever shot in a row, he was supposed to start feeling a lot of pressure. After his third one in a row, fourth one in a row, I think he missed only a couple shots. So, the defense and like we said, the Knicks home court, we don't really you can't come in somebody's house. Like how Chuck just said. That's crazy how people and Spike Lee doing that, it just shows we don't really have nothing to cheer about. So they're gonna cheer about Curry like that on the court and the fans. You know what I mean? They don't really have a lot. We've been down for a while. So I think that's the other reason why, people overrate or say, oh, we should give more credit, for them for getting us to the players we haven't been there. It's not about that. It's about building the team right. Because in New York, once you start winning, they're gonna want to see more. But see, that's where we get caught up at. Sometimes we got to just go through the process if we really not going to that next level yet. You know what I mean? If we not going Eastern Conference Final, third round playoff, then you got to just build your team and let these guys develop and learn instead of just trying to. The fans been loyal, my opinion. Fans ain't going nowhere, and you can't always sell them pipe dreams. You know what I mean? So we got to have these products on the floor that's going to represent our future, but we got to build them right now. So, Chuck, do you think that's part of our problem right now, as far as, in a decision, like they got to make some more decisions, right? In reference to what you said about Randy going in a different direction, was that part of the problem? While we had, up and downs, so them not sure if they should keep passing it or sticking to the original plan. Was that the main problem from the beginning, Chuck? Chuck, you hear me?
I
Yeah, you going in and out. What you
I
said?
think
Yeah, I hear you now.
the I think one of the main yeah. Can you all right. The main thing that we should have addressed, we thought we addressed in the offseason was a point guard, right? My problem was the way our offense is set up. Why did you think the point guard that we acquired was going to be a good fit for what we were trying to do? It's more than just bringing in a name. It's it's bringing in pieces that actually fit. I think that uh, I think that we acquired pieces, but we wasn't sure. We just thought we could just throw them in there and they were going to work, and they don't. When you have a bunch of high usage guys already on the floor, and R.J. Barrett and then Julius Randle, your guys that balance the floor. Let me find guys that don't need the ball that can play good defense and chip in where they may. And what we did was throw two more high usage guys who need the ball to be effective. So that was the two. uh, you can't really blame Tibbs. I know fans we feel we want to see something different, but Tibbs relied on Randall all last year. It would have been disrespectful for him to be like, "Oh no, we're going to go in a different direction," especially after we paid you. And it's like, hold on. Like this guy got me to a fourth seed. Um, Granted, it was a pandemic uh season. You
Mm-hmm.
know, no fans, but he still did it right. Same things that occurred last year are still occurring this year. It's just not in the bubble. Teams aren't full strength. Um, and we're not taking advantage as we did last year. Uh, I think Tibbs wanted to see in this first half if he could rekindle what he did last year, and
Mm-hmm.
I think the consensus is no. Teams has figured it out. Um, he can't just keep doing because it equates to wins as it did last year. Last year he did the same things he's doing now, but he was hitting
Mm-hmm.
shots and we got wins. It's not working that way this year. You're seeing the emergence of RJ Barrett. If you put him in the good positions and put the ball in his hands, he makes better decisions than Randall. Whether you
Mm-hmm.
want to say that's a knock on Randall or not, the kid just does. I think he's more fundamentally sound when it comes to basketball decisions than Randall. Um, Randall was never the guy to make those high IQ decisions ever. He never had to. He's always had a point guard that can make those decisions for him and put him in the right place. So back to the first point, you didn't address that. You didn't get a guy that was going to do that. You just put a guy in there because of a name, and it's not working. You're afraid of your youth for whatever reason. I don't think McBride is all the way there yet. I don't think he is,
Mm-hmm.
but his defense is enough to say, "Yo, I'm going to give you some minutes. Some. Give him some minutes. You don't have to uh play him 30 or 40 minutes or 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But in situations where your point guard is getting his butt cut, it's like, yo, throw the kid out there, let him slow him down some. Let him slow him down
Yeah.
some. You know last year that's how we got to where we were as far as the fourth seed. Um, because we relied on our defense. Alfred Payton wasn't the greatest point guard, but he did just enough. But the things that we needed him to do when we needed him to do it, as far as hitting shots, he couldn't do it. He just couldn't
Mm-hmm.
do it. And so we went a different route, playing more Alec Burks and Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose wasn't durable enough for that. And Alec Burks is only good in spot minutes. What is Alec Burks' production when he's playing point guard versus him playing the two or the three coming off the bench? It's night and day.
For
It's night
real.
and day. We can't keep doing what we're doing as far as um, playing guys out of position, playing because
Yeah.
I feel like I'm on a soapbox guard. He can play point guard in spot minutes. He
Mm-hmm.
should not be our starting point guard. Period.
No.
You either give it to IQ, and then take the bag with IQ, or you play before February. When is the deadline? The 10th, 13th.
Yeah. You going in and out too, Chuck.
Whenever whenever the trade deadline is getting near, then we should be trying to make a play for a point guard. I
Mm-hmm.
guarantee you, you bring in a point guard that plays defense and doesn't need the ball to be effective,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see a whole different team, even with Julius Randle. Start Cam Reddish, get you a point guard that can set the table and play defense. I guarantee you'll see a different Knicks team, and you'll see different play out of all of our players.
Nah, you're right. I agree. Definitely need a point guard. Tibbs in a bad position, playing Burks at the point. We've been saying that. And then you can't really expect the bench to be the same once you really made that move. If we had him doing good off the bench, then you put him at the point and play so many minutes, even though he's adjusting, it's not a good move. It's we've been stressing that point for a long time. And this is just what we got to deal with right now. And somebody said it earlier, like you said, G-Man mentioned it. You know what we're gonna expect. He's gonna roll out the same lineup. If he change it, it's gonna be a shock. That's what we'd be more surprised. And these are things that you should have been made adjustments towards, you know. And it's all about with me. I always preach about development. You know, if it's not really all about win right now, everything about how far we going, and you got to play these guys. If the game is lost already, McBride should be getting more minutes in these situations. You know what I mean? Even Sims. A lot of
You have to.
adjustments, Tibbs.
You got to find out. You got to find out at some point what do you have.
What you
Like
have, yeah.
you got to figure out at some point what you have. Um, in order to make the right moves.
Mm-hmm.
Because what's the point of holding on the guys for years and never really finding out what they have to offer, and you either let them walk for nothing, or you throw them in a trade package as filler, and then it comes back to bite you. Like, yo, who knew this guy could rebound? Like, who knew he could play D? Who knew he could shoot like that? Oh, Knicks just didn't give the guy the proper evaluation, especially like you're saying in games that are blowouts. No need starter to stay out there so they can feel the pain. You don't get to hide under a towel under the bench on the bench. Nope, you're gonna
Mm-hmm.
feel this 30-point loss. You're gonna
Mm-hmm.
feel the cheers of the other crowd and people talking trash. That maybe next game you come out with a little bit more enthusiasm. You come out with a will to win.
Mm-hmm.
But yo, this is the pros, man. If the fact that you're getting paid big money to play this game isn't enough, okay, fine. Where your pride at?
Yeah.
Where your pride at? Like you just gonna let people do whatever? I see some people who's like McBride hasn't been playing the past couple weeks. Like I understand that, but I mean if he's available to play, you should play him. You kept Quentin Grimes for a reason. Let him play. Let him play. Yo, there's no way, man. Like if I was doing something that wasn't working, there's no way I'll keep doing it. Like I'll cut my losses. Like, all right, I thought it was gonna
Mm-hmm.
work. All right, time to keep it moving.
Mm-hmm.
I know some people even want to say, yo, it's too early to pull the plug on this. Like we don't know what this is gonna be. Yeah, I know it's exactly what it's gonna be. Because it's been the same thing since the beginning.
Yeah.
We
Nothing
were,
different.
I don't want to say hoodwinked, but we were
Always who we gonna bring in
it
there.
was like, okay, this might be something. And then as time went on, the teams was like, all right, let's take this away from them. We
Yeah.
couldn't do anything. And I was like, yo, we made a lateral move in some instances, and then a step back at the same time. Like, you know what? I ain't ranting on this no more. I was having a good
What
day
lateral
until I got
move?
on the chat. Like I really was,
Yeah, don't worry about it. We still gonna have a good day. Yesterday
uh
messed up my day,
the
but
lateral move
I'm hoping. Yeah, what's the lateral move?
by getting
What you?
another injury prone point guard and relying on him for a
Mm-hmm.
significant amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Um, for thinking that a coach who hasn't shown us the ability to make change was going to make changes the way everybody sees he needs to make adjustments.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why we have faith in that. I don't know. They're not going to fire Tibbs this year for sure. I think if next season starts off bad, they might pull the plug. They might pull the plug early. But as
Mm-hmm.
far as this year, nah, we're gonna ride with Tibbs. Tibbs is gonna keep doing what Tibbs does until people get hurt, and that's sad. As a fan, you're hoping somebody is going through health and protocol, or going to be sidelined for a little bit, just so that you can see guys get an opportunity that otherwise wouldn't. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you're trying to figure out your roster. You don't have definite starters outside of RJ and Julius Randle. Why is your rotation only 10? That's crazy.
Or 9.
But like that's even worse.
Yeah,
That's
because he's
even
not
worse.
finding minutes. He's not finding. He's not giving certain players no minutes. So I don't understand how that could even be.
Uh, y- y- I I haven't coached ever.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to certain things like I listen to you, I listen to Coach Colorblocks, I listen to D is balling,
Mm-hmm.
for the simple fact that you guys have experience. So you know what it really is to be on the sideline and have to make those adjustments, and sometimes not playing a kid, even though uh, there may be pressure to play a guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like oh man, like Harwell, Coach Harwell ain't playing uh, his best player that he just picked up this summer, but the guy's not giving you any defensive effort. He's dogging it on the floor. So
Mm-hmm.
you're sitting him, and y'all losing, and everyone's yelling for this kid to play. But as a coach, you know that guy's not giving you what you need. But this kid right here, who's been stuck behind him, who wasn't getting no playing time, is damn near breaking his neck, diving
Hustling.
for loose balls,
Yeah.
hustling, and you're like, nah, I got to let him play. Until he can't give me no more than what he's got, I got to keep playing him. And guess what? I'm gonna keep playing him until you say to yourself, "Yo, I'm better than him."
Mm-hmm.
Everybody ain't calling for me to play for no reason. Let me go out here and give the same energy and the effort. Sometimes you got to sit. Okay, I take that back. I don't know, Coach. Do you do that? Like sometimes you got to sit your best player.
No, I had a situation right where I had one kid that he sat out for one league, and it was his friend that played in the league when he sat out. So he was with us, so he was used to the plays, and he was used to a lot of the new stuff that I started teaching the team because he sat out for one season. But they happened to be friends. So when the other kid came back the next season, right, he was giving me more effort and hustle than the other kid, his friend. It happened to be his friend because I told him, I said, how is he playing better than you and he wasn't here for a whole season? So now he's going to take your minutes. So I put him in the game, right? It's a funny story. Put him in the game. Then the next thing you know, the kid who didn't miss the season, who played both seasons, the other player, he went back out there and started grabbing every rebound. So I used his friend to motivate him. But even though the kid who missed the season was hustling way harder than the kid when he came back, you know what I'm saying? So you got to know how to motivate. But with Tibbs a motivator player, but then don't give him an opportunity to really prove himself. I'm not gonna do that. Once I seen it, I balanced it out and I put the other kid back in to see what he was gonna do. And like I said, he started snatching every rebound because he was like, nah, I'm not gonna let my friend come and take my time. Plus, he ain't played for a whole season. So it was a funny story, but it depends. The star players, like my best players, I'm not gonna just take them out. I'll find other ways to motivate them because you need them players to help you win the games. So I'll find ways to motivate them. You know what I mean? I'll pull them out the game, you know, just to, you know, so they could calm down for a second. But then you got to put them right back in because that's what they're there for. But I have talks with them like you can't be the best player and you ain't giving effort because there's too many players that play basketball. Too many kids want the same thing. So it's just like in the pros, like them dudes cannot go out there and not give effort when every night teams is coming giving effort and they got talent. You see talented players giving effort. So, you know, and in NBA, you shouldn't have to coach effort. They should be coming with that. You know what I mean? But it could be a lack of effort for other reasons that the coaches, you know, the way the coaches may handle things could cause a lack of effort in the players. Like, you know, why should I do this or why should I do that if he doing it this way anyway? You know, sometimes the coaches got to believe in, the players got to believe in what the coach is drawing up or what the coach is trying to do. You know what I mean? It can't just be a couple players on board to believe in what you're doing. That's why team ball and ball movement, even on the court, gameplay keeps everybody involved. That's why we're seeing a better Mitch now because Mitch started to get the ball more. You know, he setting picks better. He getting more rebounds because just having somebody with the ball in their hands that know how to get him the ball is going to make him want to set those picks and go for putbacks and just work harder. So team play makes people play harder. And you know, reference to what you said, Chuck, you know, sometimes you just got to know how to motivate, or these players got to have more, you know, they got to be more motivated, man. Self-motivation.
Sorry to interrupt. Freezy, can you put okay, he's right there. Let me shout out a super chat by Parrish. Parrish, thank you for the generous contribution. Parrish says that, man, I was the most fierce competitor as a point guard, top flight cornerback. But when a guy is hitting double pump threes, you tip your cap and move on. I'm sure he's talking about Miles Bridges.
Yeah, I mean, we said that too. We understand he was just hot, but it's like you gotta we didn't see enough effort to stop him from even getting that far. At some point, it should have been, you know what I mean, stronger closeouts, double teams, all type of adjustments. If we only lose by 10 and he got 38, then I feel like, you know, and not just Julius Randle, it's Julius Randle too, because he said, I got him. And he scored on him. But it's a team effort. We gotta stop that man from scoring. He caught on fire, I agree. But before he really got on fire, we supposed to put more pressure on him.
Yeah, and you know, I see the chat because I was waiting backstage, so I have to really look at the chat here, and you know, to bring out the fact that you know we were playing good basketball coming into this, and you know, it's just one L. You know, why we trip it out? Why does it sound like a funeral? Stuff of that nature. But I would like to mention that that Dallas win on Wednesday was a really good win. That was a hot Dallas team that came in and. That was a very encouraging win, but we had the win against Boston, and that was really it. I'm trying to look at next marquee win after that, or before that. I mean, we did beat the Lakers, but you know they were without Anthony Davis that game.
I don't know what they see.
Oh, no, my bad. LeBron wasn't there. That's my fault. We
know
did
what
beat
they
Philly
say.
at the beginning of the season, but they had some guys missing. My point is that, and I had said we talked about this numerous times, where we have the buzzsaw of a schedule coming, and this is really going to show us like where this team is at.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not saying that the team is trash or the team is bound for greatness. I'm saying that it's something that's to be determined based on the schedule, but I have not seen encouraging signs. And if you guys want to throw out the wins that half of the roster's been there, and marquee guys on the guys' teams haven't been there, and that's fine, and you could do that. For me, that's not a measuring stick. Yesterday was an important game because it was a team that were trailing behind the standings, and we wanted to get a full game on them. And especially, we want to get these games this week because of the buzzsaw of the schedule that's coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's just not how you come out against a team that we're trying to pick a game up on. Especially how tight that 6-12 is in the East. It's very tight. You could lose 2 in a row and be 13th.
That's what we talking about. That's the whole point of looking at it the way we do. And there's certain teams that's up there that's playing better, and there's teams that's always been in a decent position is down low. Like the Hawks is down there, right? You're looking at the standings. It's certain teams that is going to make a push. We got to make a push too.
Mm-hmm.
We can't afford to lose games, especially not against Charlotte.
And JG here mentioned we are 1-12 against good teams over 500, and that was the Dallas win.
Wow.
And I have to say if that's true or not, but if we're even going by that metric, that would tell you a lot, even if that's partially true.
And what Sam said too, he broke the numbers
What is
down
that?
earlier with that in reference to the losses and wins. He said it earlier. He broke it down. Like my thing is like, remember when he was saying like when he gave the how we need certain wins because of the seeds with
Yeah.
Charlotte and the games with Boston. He broke all that down where we need those games because of seeding and all of that.
Right. And we're going against a Minnesota team tonight that this is their best season probably in the last 4-5 seasons. They had that one good year with Thibodeau, and they made the playoffs, and then they had 2 losing seasons after. So you figure it's about 4 or 5 years. And they're sitting at the ninth spot right now in a very competitive West. And I'm pretty sure they're looking their chops and they're like, hey, this is a W tonight for us. So
yeah, they thinking that.
No night off.
It's gonna be a good game. And we gotta come and bring it. We can't start the game and be down early like we always do, and then we gotta climb a hill to win. We just gotta come back. You know what I mean? We gotta get a lead or stay in the game and then take the game. Fighting to come back, climb that hill is what we always be dealing with.
See, the Hawks went off the rails this year. They're sitting 12th in the. That was a big win against the Hawks because we were able to pick up a full game on them, right? And they're 18-25, and we're 22-22. So we're actually 3.5 back from them. So now the race is really 11-7 right now, and I'll say 6-2 because Philly's only up 1.5 games on Charlotte. So this is very important. We could not afford to lose a game like we did yesterday because we have the buzz. Yeah, we have the buzz of the schedule coming. So that's why I make an emphasis on why yesterday was so important and how poorly. Yeah, the team came out with no energy, and that's 100% right. But also how poorly adjustments that should have been made throughout the game. Would have never had Miles go off for 38. I don't care how many fouls. It would have just never happened. That's his pride and respect.
Facts.
So yeah, see what happens.
Yeah, and like we said, it's a team effort, and you don't let nobody just come on our court. Tonight, we're going back on our court. Come out with some urgency, Come out playing defense aggressively. Show it and keep that when you're at home. And whatever we play, because like you just said, with the schedule that's coming up, right? Just think about that. When you looked at the schedule before these games, certain games we said, oh, we're gonna need that game. We're gonna need that game. Oh, this gonna be
Yeah.
a good game. Oh,
Yeah.
this gonna be a tough game. And we losing the games that we felt like we could get a lot of those games already.
Yeah.
So that puts us behind the 8 ball. So
And look at this. Look at this, Harwell. Even I only say the schedule up to the All-Star break, right?
Mhm.
This is after the All-Star break. This is instantly right after the All-Star break. Miami, Philadelphia twice on a back-to-back, Phoenix, LA, Sacramento, Dallas, Memphis, Brooklyn, Portland, Washington, Utah, Atlanta, Charlotte, Miami. That's to the 25th of March. These 2 months is heavy.
Got to get it together fast. Fast.
You know, and now, you know, because you guys were bringing up good points about Cam Reddish and that his ankle injury is on the same foot when he had the Achilles, I wouldn't rush him back. So we might not see him for another week.
That's worth it. Let him get 100%, I say.
And now, Will, when he comes back, he's got to deal with the buzzsaw of the schedule now. He didn't have no games to warm up and get acclimated and get to feel the game. Tom might just throw him in. Oh shit! Okay, man, we need a defender right now. All right, Cam.
Yeah, because it's gonna get crazy.
Cam?
No, but that's probably why they're making sure he 100%. You know what I mean? Because you can't rush somebody back knowing that situation, and they got to be thinking down the line. I think that's why they be going crazy too about, yo, look at Tibbs. Like, he ain't making adjustments because maybe he too much in his head. Like, he worrying, he thinking too much. Like, just make the adjustments. And you was just answering the chat in reference to what people saying, like, oh, it's a funeral, everybody down, it's just a game. No, we looking at the standings, where we falling and what's ahead of us. And these wins is very important because when we need wins to get in, you'll see. You don't want to be in that playing tournament. You don't want to be in that. I'm just saying. I don't want to be in that.
Here's another one too that, you know, we've had some injuries at just like every other team. Last time I looked, when we had Rose and Kemba, we were a subpar 500 team.
Yeah, so
I don't get that argument.
Yeah, nah. I mean,
we've
end of the day,
sure.
I'd rather win. I'd rather win with our young core, RJ, Grimes, you know, all the young players on our team quickly, or whoever's going to be here moving forward. If we only going to get to the same place as far as what we did last season, instead of just doing it the same way of forcing it, trying to make something happen that's not there. You know what I mean? Just build up the team for the future, man. Don't do it. Like, don't get me wrong. I want to make the playoffs so, you know, we can see what we could do. So it could be all experience for the players in general. But at the same time, like, you got to choose a direction. Freezy say it all the time too. Choose a direction. So at least, you know, the fans could be like, okay, I see what we're doing. I see which way we're going. Hopefully Cam Reddish, and when he come in here and we see how everything is run, it'll help us figure it out. They're not gonna just tell us. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like we be trying to figure out what's gonna happen or what's going on. So when Cam come in here and they start doing things like how they gave RJ, started giving him the ball, we knew something was going on. You know what I'm saying? We knew something was going on. And then next thing you know, Cam is here. So I can't wait to see how that play out. So it can hopefully tell us what direction the team is going in, who else they may gonna add, because we all want to know. We all want to see. But with this right here, Fournier can't be out there, D. I feel like Fournier is handicapping us. And if you're gonna hide somebody, he gotta have 20 points every night. If we're gonna have him out there hiding.
Not even that, Harwell. It's hard to hide two people at the same time on the court because you have to hide Randall too. You see, that's why you notice that offenses, they're attacking the both of them. You see, Miles Bridges, a couple of those points before they tried to make an adjustment. They were working on Randall and Fournier, and it was forcing Fournier to the switch. And that was barbecue chicken after that.
See?
So you can't hide too.
And Randall got to do better because he shouldn't be in that. He shouldn't be the one that's in that situation. As far as like he can't guard up. Like I don't know. Maybe it's because of a lot that's going on or his effort wise. But you got to be able to stop that man or stop whoever. And we're not just talking about yesterday's game too. When we talking about defending, we talking about what we see on a regular basis. How you can't stop the ball in front of you. It's just like it's causing a switch, or it's causing them to get penetration on our paint, and it's all falling apart from there. NBA players is gonna make that shot, or they're gonna make the log. And we always say it too. You can't keep letting pressure on the middle or on Mitch or on your teammates when it's like next thing you know, they kicking it to RJ's man, or they kicking it to whoever's helping you, man, and they're scoring. So when you really break the game down and see, like if you could watch the game and see, hold on, what just happened? Bring that back. That's what you would be getting. You have to see why something is happening all the time, because dudes can't stay in front of their man and stop them from getting constant penetration to the goal that we trying to defend. So it's horrible.
And now, so since you guys keep on saying we have guys out, with Rose out, and I love Rose. I think Rose should be on this team, and he's our backup point guard, and he should finish a lot of games. So I'm not putting a slight on him, but we're 9-7 since he's been out. So actually, 2 games over 500 since he's been out, because I think the Milwaukee game was his last game, and then that's when he got the ankle surgery. Ever since Kemba has been out, we're 5-4, which is still a game over 500. So we were actually subpar 500 when they were both on the court. So I don't get it. That
that's
argument
why
doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff people say about, oh, maybe no, Kimba's the move with Kimba when they sat Kimba for the 10 games, he came back and played well, but then he had to sit out because his knees. So when you see stuff like that, it's like they know about it before we do, and they try to prepare for it. You know what I'm saying? So they just made moves knowing that that was an iffy situation, you know, and we just had to deal with it. But don't say when he come back or if he's here, it's going to change it. If he's 100%, can he help us? Yeah. If he played the right basketball, he wasn't playing horribly. He just couldn't play good defense. He couldn't stop nobody. And that was the point we was just making about how important defense is. Because as Knicks, y'all know, we hang our hats on defense all our life. The Knicks is an aggressive team. You know what I'm saying? We never had players who going to come in and be, you know, all that much of all-stars and all, you know what I mean? So we play defense. We a gritty organization, and we don't have that right now. We need more players like that, or the players we have got to start to be more like that. Mitch play hard. He could play harder. You know, even RJ. RJ's playing hard. He could play harder too. So I'm not just going to say Randall should play harder. I say all of them could play harder. And it's right in front of you sometime where you see, oh man, he just went right to the basket, or he just, it's got to be more defense, and then we are in games. I seen something not too long ago that said even last season when we wasn't shooting well, we was able to stay in games because of our defense.
Yeah.
Now that's out the window. So once we're not shooting right, it's over. You know what I mean? And we shooting too many threes. So it's like, and we're not making our free throws consistently. One game we'll shoot decent, next game we'll go back to shooting okay. So these are the things the players gotta fix too, because you should make your free throws. Certain things you should just make. Mitch is improving in his free throws. RJ got to be more consistent. He can't shoot 8 for 10, and then the next game, you know what I mean? You got to keep shooting consistently. Same for Julius Randle. You know what I'm saying? So those are the individual things that they need to do for themselves to improve, because we're not going to win games not making our free throws and shooting a lot of 3 balls.
Right.
Real talk.
No, yeah. Just to continue going forward here, Sherman says Bridges on Randall is a speed mismatch. Randall should punish Bridges down low. Bridges is 6'5", 6'6", about 225. He is too small. But here's the problem, Sherwin, and I mentioned it here for you. Randall's shooting 43% at the rim this season. and he shot 44% for his career. Julius Randle can't finish at the rim. Whether you're big, small, he just can't do it. Why do you think he settles for so many step backs and long jump shots all the time? And that's what
That's
was able for
crazy.
him to succeed last year because coaches weren't acclimated. So they would just put the fours on him, and Julius would just eat him up because he's too fast for him. Right? He can get
Hmm.
to his spot a lot quicker. That's
Yeah.
why they made the
Right.
adjustment. And now they put these smaller wings on him now. You see, and now he can't do the same. So he can't punish you down low, and now he can't get to his spots on the perimeter because they'll get there before he does most of the time, or they'll have a vicious closeout.
And what
So
is that called? Adjustment, right?
right.
They made an adjustment for him. Yeah.
Right. The league made an adjustment. They say, listen, we can handle Julius Randle, just do this. And what are you gonna do? That's why I feel like his game is limited in ways. And it's like, I have a hard time moving forward with somebody. Like that's why I think RJ is a little, even when RJ is limited too, right? But he's limited and the guy literally gets to where he wants on the basketball court. Like that's ridiculous. His ball handle ain't the best. His speed and quickness ain't the best. His footwork can get a hell of a lot better. He needs to be patient, but he still gets where he wants to get, though.
Hmm.
So I'd rather put stock in that because I think, and he's only 21. Julius is 27. So I think with maturity and stuff, and as time goes by, and I give him the ball more, I have more confidence now that he's going to build that up and he's going to figure it out.
I
As
agree.
opposed to my 6'9", 250-pound forward that refuses to go to the basket because his rim percentage is so low. So.
Yeah, I agree. And that's a good way to put it because I said it too before. RJ, he's been a playmaker, or they put the ball in his hands his whole life, growing up, playing, being ranked, how they rank him, high school, college. He's been in those situations, and coming in a third pick, you got to make sure you put him in the NBA situations enough so he could learn and keep growing. And the problem is a lot of people didn't really believe in RJ maybe, and for him to come in and improve on his jump shot and then improve certain things in his game, because remember before he didn't have that jump shot and he still knew how to get to the basket and do certain things. So playing ball, you don't have a jump shot, you got to be good at going to the cup. So now
Yeah.
that he could shoot, you got to go out there on him. So he's gonna get by you. And if you notice, he's shooting the three ball at a great rate, and they going in. So people closing out, and then he get by. So that's easy basketball for somebody like him. Because once he starts penetrating off of that, and then he draw the defense, he's gonna make the right play to get the bucket. You know what I mean? And Cam does the same thing.
Yeah. I want you guys to really pump the brakes on Cam a little bit. If he
Yeah.
pops, fantastic, we'll celebrate it.
Hmm.
But he's still got some developing to do, and he's
Hmm.
still an experiment. And it's gonna take him a while. I think personally it'll take him this year to really start seeing like,
Maybe.
wow, okay, wow, damn, Cam,
Maybe.
I'm right. I see that now. You know what? We'll sign him. You know what I'm saying? We see the
Hmm.
potential here. We'll go ahead. We'll give him a small bag, so it's
Hmm.
flexible. It's something he'll be happy with. It's something we'll be happy with, and we'll see how the development goes.
Hmm. But I think he has opportunity here because of like yesterday, for instance, right? You remember how we was breaking it down about the court, and we have nobody like over there like Fournier that can make dribble or create something. Now, I think he came here because of the opportunity, and the way I just broke down what RJ does, I think it's gonna happen. Maybe it may take a year though. I don't disagree with you, but I just think because of the fact that the way RJ gets his, Cam can see that and he can do the
Right.
same thing. Is it
I
gonna
hope I'm
happen
wrong.
overnight? No, because RJ had enough time to be comfortable, learn the system, do all of that stuff. Granted,
Yeah.
but I think playing with somebody, knowing them, knowing you can do something, seeing what they're doing, I think he has an advantage because of that. If you ask
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. And I think an encouraging stat yesterday for RJ was that he had 12 rebounds.
Oh my God, I said that. That was good. That was big.
So even
That
when he
was
didn't
big.
shoot well, he only shot 7 of 18 for 39%. He only shot 2 of 6 of 3 for 33%. Shot 2 of 4 for the free throw line, but at least he's crashing the boards, which is you want to see him do other things like that. I
He was aggressive, D.
Yeah, and I'm gonna put it for Randall yesterday. I'll put a bit on him because I just feel like he could have better energy. Like for example, there was a play where they got caught in the screen, him and Taj, right? And he just let Taj do it. Like he literally let a 36-year-old man guard a dynamic wing player 20 feet from the way for the basket instead of himself. And it's like, wow, Jules, like really? Like that's how you feel? But at the same time, though, I'll feel for Julius Randle in this stance. I would have never had him guarding him to even begin with. For it to even come to that.
No, I agree. So that's Tibbs.
Of course it is.
That's Tibbs again. So listen, we know certain things that go on. Sometimes I be thinking he would just be in a moment, like, just get caught. Like, I don't want to say just watching, but sometimes as a coach, it could just be all in your head. You're not making fast enough adjustments, and it happens that fast. It happens that fast. Next thing you know, because it's all about momentum. Like I said, when we talked about it earlier, when Obi came in and Obi brought that energy, we could have fed off of that, and that could have helped us turn the corner and gave us a substantial fight at that point. Like you made a good point earlier about that. You know what I'm saying? And when he took him out, the energy died down because maybe Randall was tired. You don't know. Obi had energy, and then in reference to like what they were saying earlier about what Free Keith was saying and D'Angelo, I said it too. You put Obi and McBride and them in there in those situations because if guys are coming in the afternoon game like they tired, the guys who don't normally play like that won't come in like that because they're gonna have energy and effort, which they should. I mean, the whole team shouldn't come in like that. So if you make the right adjustments, change it, sub them dudes out. He did sub kind of early, honestly. I remember saying that, but it wasn't nothing that changed the energy.
Yeah. See, it's one thing like if say the players came out lackluster, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he made the adjustment and he put in certain energy guys like Grimes, like Obi, right? And then the team just didn't respond well. Right? I can't hold him to that because it's like, Tips, you make the right adjustments, bro. It was just that, this might have been the day. Maybe we just flat for a number of reasons. But we gotta make the beef because the adjustments were not there. So now it's a like a what if game now. Well, what if he did that? Could this have happened? Well, I guess we'll never know, right? Because he didn't do it. So yeah, funny stuff, man. And even with the third quarter, he rocked Evan for a good portion of that quarter too. He rocked Julius for a good run of that quarter, guarding Miles Bridges.
Yeah,
like I'm not making this stuff up, bro. Like the man literally still had Julius Randle guarding Miles Bridges after he scored 20 points in the first half. Does that make sense to you, bro?
And I didn't see no effort.
In my third year of coaching, I would have never made that mistake, bro. So what's going on? Tibbs, I know you're not a retard, bro, because you wouldn't be where you at if you didn't know basketball. So what's really good? Like, what agendas are really going on this team that is taking you away from making the proper basketball adjustment that we all see sitting on the couch? I don't know.
And then he put Grimes in and then took him out. And I think Grimes had a couple good defensive plays on him. And that's what you're supposed to do. Change it up, send a double, do whatever, make him give up the ball and make somebody else beat us. And I feel like we lost by 10, even though, like y'all said, it was garbage minutes. Seen a lot of that at the end of the game.
Yeah.
But we lost by 10. So if I take away, if you give him 25 points only, 20 points, we in that game.
Yeah.
He kept scoring. He wanted to put on a show on the garden floor. And as far as with Julius, I feel like that's a perfect opportunity for you to make fans that you had an issue with putting the finger down or whatever, make them put some respect on your name, controlling that situation. That's how it's supposed to be done. Dudes want respect, then this is a perfect platform. Martin Luther King Day. That's why I read all the stats down, how many big days there was for NBA players. You know what I mean? On this day. So I feel like, yo, go out there and destroy. We're going to keep giving you the ball. You having a good game. Why does it have to be the opposing team? That's what I don't like. Has to come to a stop. I want to trade where we're going to get a guy that's going to be able to stop people from coming in here disrespecting the garden floor. Blessing the garden floor like this, man.
Yeah. Yeah, let's jump to something else. I think we've done enough bashing.
All right.
Today, yeah. You got to be held accountable like anybody else. And if you messed up, you messed up. And when you do good, we'll give you your flowers, no problem, bro. But that's just being fair and just being equitable. I think we pretty much covered everything, Hardwell. Freezy, are you alive?
And we talked about the Minnesota game.
Yeah, we talked about Minnesota already. Talked about something going on with the chat.
Something else I wanted to say too. I seen something that said Anthony Edwards said Cam Reddish was one of the hardest players he ever had to guard before.
You're the third person that told me that today.
Yeah. So it's just little things that I know and hear about him, Cam, that I know how when he plug in. Because he don't have to do a lot. It's just what we need. Hopefully it gets right to working for us.
We have 118 in the chat. We have 90 likes. Let's get it to 100 today, guys. Come on, real quick. It takes 2 seconds.
Hit that like button for us. We appreciate y'all support.
See, I wish I could just show the film, because people, we go off our memory, right? We envision it on how our memory sees it, right? But the film don't lie, and the film exposes. And it shows things for what they are and not what they appear to be. You can't drive a narrative and then I show you the film that counters that, or show you multiple plays on film that counters that, and you still go with that narrative. You can't do it now.
You can't. Yeah. And like I said earlier, when you rewind or you see why that happened, when they breaking down film, you see all of that too. And it's like, you can really see what's the cause and effect, it's called. You know what I mean? Why is this guy over here? Because he's helping this guy. Like on defense, for instance. And then he's closing out too far away from a player who could shoot from way downtown. This is the NBA. So defense is a big issue. When somebody can't really guard their man, and we got to keep them on the floor and hide them, and then they're not even giving us no points on the other end for us. So to me, that's a big problem, man. Bring some dudes in here. Cam is one, cool. We need one more wing defender or a point guard who could defend and move forward.
I really like what I've seen from Mitch this month. I really have. And I feel he should be playing more than 25 minutes. Because one thing that Mitch does, somebody mentioned in the chat, and it was funny because when I was watching the film last night, I alluded to the same thing. Sometimes, and Mitch is a great help defender on the weak side, but sometimes he overhelps on the weak side, and it leaves a lot of offensive rebounding opportunities open. And then at the same time, I guess because the guys don't know when he's going to do it, so sometimes like Burks or RJ will come late and helping out his guy from the perimeter. So, that's communication, and that's things that could be done better. But, I mean, there was this plays yesterday and throughout this month where he just looked like a complete monster, bro. Like, just moving guys out of the way, some vicious dunks. I want to see more Mitch. I want to see him featured. And at least, look, if he fumbles and mumbles, I'm cool with that. Because you got to learn through the trials and tribulations, right? But I need to at least see him in the opportunity. When he did that move yesterday on Miles Plumlee, not Miles Plumlee, I think that's his name, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's
Mason Plumlee. No, Mason Plumlee.
Yeah, Mason Plumlee.
Yeah. That was a broken play off the inbound. And we know that Tibbs' inbound creativity ain't the best, bro. So that was actually a broken play. And then they were like, all right, Mitch, just go. That literally what happened if you watch the film. And then he said, "All right," and then he did that so gracefully, and bam. And I was like, "Yo, like, it's frustrating, bro. It's
And
so
yo, in
frustrating."
reference to that defense you was just talking about, right? You know when I always be saying that D about how they gotta help when somebody's helping. They got it set up. Tibbs got it set up to where Mitch in his head, he always got to do that. So whenever he could just stay with his man and not have to help so much, he always have a better game. Don't grant it though. We need him to change shots like he do when he does it, right? But the guy that's supposed to rotate and go to his man is never going there. That's like when you saying break down a play, D. That's the real problem. And they started to get better at it. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of times nobody gets there to that guy. Once Mitch rolls, his man either get an alley-oop or offensive rebound, like you just said. And that's a fact, bro. So I don't know. They got to make adjustments with that ASAP.
Those are long jump shots, Sherwin. Yeah, it's inside the 3-point line, but they're still long jump shots. Randall is shooting 43% at the rim this year. Listen to the statistic. At the rim. So
He
he's
said, well,
relegated to.
He said, well, IQ would see minutes, but he wouldn't see minutes at the point guard, honestly, because we're not using them right. I think somebody said it earlier, reference to using them in shooting guards and having plays for him. So he knows it's his time just to shoot or, get his little buckets. He like them a microwave or, I mean, I don't really know. Yeah, he getting better at it. His 3-point shot is not, I don't even think the microwave really had a 3 neither. Did Vinny Johnson have a 3-point shot? So I don't want to call him a microwave.
Don't forget that at that time the 3-point shot wasn't really taken. Vinny was more coming off a curl in the mid range type of guy.
But Quickly does come in and give us some instant offense sometime when we need him. And I give him credit because he's playing out of position, and that's how a player looks when they play in a position that they're not used to. So I wouldn't give him minutes at the point. I would give him minutes at the 2, where he's in with a point guard, where they know how to find him, because Quickly don't create shots for other players. It's only like he can create shots for Obi. You know what I mean? And I see a lot of times when Quickly's bringing up the ball and I see a pass I would have made to another player just advancing the ball, and they don't do that. Right. I'm quite sure y'all see that all the time. That's why we don't get as much fast breaks, because we slowing it down. Players is trying to make sure we get it in a certain set of offense instead of the fast break because somebody got to shoot. I don't know what that's all about, but move the ball up court and keep pressure in the D. That's what I would do.
There was a play in the first quarter yesterday where we got the rebound, right? And we did a good job in starting our transition, right? And all RJ had on his left side was Gordon Hayward. That's all he had. Julius looks him off, stops the fast break, dribbles twice, tries to go into a step back, gets stopped, forces a jump pass because that's what he really wanted to shoot. And your transition is done now. Now Charlotte's back in their set defense, and you took away that potential fast break opportunity. It makes no sense to me, bro.
And that's why I just said what I said. D, you advance that ball, that's your transition right there. How many times you see Quickly with the ball and he don't advance that ball? A lot. It's like he uncomfortable making that pass. How? You professional. That's an easy pass, bro. To me, that's crazy. But it's like they want to get into a certain set, but we're not getting no transition baskets like this.
And one thing
fast breaks.
And one thing I'll give RJ is that he does a good job of at least trying to put pressure downhill on those guards. Because don't forget, like when you're on top on defense, most likely your guards are the one back in transition. So he does a good job of like trying to put that pressure on him. But at least somebody does it because nobody else really does it. Julius doesn't do it. Evan's not going to do it. Allen Burks doesn't really do it. IQ doesn't do it, as we mentioned. Obi actually just runs down the court at least, and at least tries to get a one-on-one matchup down there. At least, whether he hits it or not is a totally different thing. But at least the opportunity is there for you to explore it. How many times have we seen Obi run down the court, right? Whether he missed his box out assignment or not, run down the court and just be by himself with just one guard, and they won't go to it.
Yeah, I was shocked yesterday when they went to him. He hit the 3. And that goes to show how you open over there. They leave him open at the 3 when he was in the corner. But I mean, it's a lot of stuff, man. Like, you know, the Knicks move the ball. We don't get a lot of like steals to start the break to go in transition. So we get them long rebounds and quickly push the ball up. Those are the few transitioning baskets we make a see. So we got to take advantage of those more. Like, I don't think he should be basically, I don't know, sometimes it look a little selfish sometimes, but he's playing out of position. You got a player who playing out of position, he's a true shooting guard. That's what you're going to get. A point guard would really give the ball and have it in. It's just like when you want to break and you give the ball to the middle to your point guard and you fill the lanes. You see what I'm saying? That's what they're missing on this team. You know, somebody to get the ball and push it, and then they run the floor. Or Cam could do it, RJ could do it. But everybody gotta push the ball better.
Yeah, I hear you. And I don't think that's gonna happen because it didn't happen last year.
No,
and it's not happening this year. We're still almost last of the league in assists as a team last year and this year. Those things are important, bro. You have to be able to at least be at the middle of the pack in the league, at least in transition points. You have at least the middle. Because you can't just go half court all the time. It's too easy to play. That's why what happens, like in playoff games, like you see the differences of who the elite teams and who teams were just fugazi throughout the year. Because now everything becomes half court. You see? So now, you know, it's easier to play now, and you can zero in on players better.
It's hard to score.
So that's why you notice, like in playoff games, when teams are able to get into transition, most of the time they're winning that series. Unless you're able to relegate and stop it. Now it determines on how good your half-court offense IQ is as a team, and you know how good is your coach calling these sets and making these in-game adjustments, and yada. But you know,
if you're not getting those steals, you're not getting no fast breaks. You know, we get the rebound, long rebound, we hold it to let the defense get back. But that has to go to the point of we say we don't have nobody that could break down the D. So we really don't have nobody that can really push the ball.
I was just going to mention that. Going to mention that, and also too that, you know, because we don't have a guy that could break down the defense, we also can't take advantage of certain things in transition as well. Wait, you were just saying that. Yeah, right.
I was saying in transition because even the long rebound, like a lot of times, quickly just pull it back. Maybe not him thinking for his own shot, but he can't get through that. A guard who got the handle to do that, he could go in traffic and push the ball and pressure the defense, either threaten them to score or kick it to the corner for 3 once he sink the defense. It's a lot of things a point guard or even like a Cam Reddish could do in transition to put pressure to get us more transition buckets. But we got to create steals. We got to get steals. We got to, you know, it can't just be from a long rebound. You know, teams are in transition because they playing good defense. They getting steals. They, you know what I mean? Passing lanes, all that stuff. That's what we got to do so we can get more transition buckets.
So keep in mind that besides Julius Randle shooting 43% at the rim, right? This is what his shooting is to what the league average shooting is outside of the restricted area, okay? He's at 41.5%. The league average is at 45. The league average is at 52% for just 2-point makes in a hole. He's at 46. The league average is about 35. He's at 31.5. Effective field goal percentage for the league, shooting wise, is at 52. He's at 46. Free throw shooting for the league as a whole average is 77. He's at 76. So he's below all these numbers.
The average for the league.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
And he's not finishing at the rim. So what do I do?
Yeah,
and he's got a ball usage rate of almost 30. I think he's at 27 to 28. What do I do with this guy?
It's crazy.
See, when you break it down like this and you start taking off these layers off the onion, right? Now you start getting into the juice of the matter. You get what I'm saying? And start saying like, you know, do I really want to continue? And, you know, it's not like Julius Randle is 22. Julius Randle is going to be 28. Let me see when.
Do you think Do you think, of course, if you're looking at it and we talking about it, they have to be looking at the numbers. Do you think the numbers you just read to us playing a part in the direction that they're going and helping them make a decision on, like, even bringing in Cam? Like, do you think any of this stuff is molding our future in reference to, like, I mean, we'll see more from the next move and the way things go, of course. But do you think where we are and what just happened with RJ getting the ball more, running it through him, bringing in Cam, do you think that's dictating or molding our future?
You know what? It depends on Cam.
It depends on Cam.
Because if he elevates to the sense, you look at it at a totally different perspective now.
And what is that? What is that perspective from you, from D?
That if he ascends to a point where he's like around, let's say for the season he finishes out, right? And he's like around 17, 18. I'll say 5 rebounds, 3.5 assists. It changes the dynamic of your offense now. You're not going to see Julius Randle with the ball too much like that on ISO. I think that would be pretty much extinguished. Unless teams are forced to switch to 4 onto him. Because now if you got Cam there and Cam is doing his job, you can't put the small wing on Julius anymore. So it's dependent on Cam, because if Cam can't hit shots, Cam is only look at that, shot 48 from 3 at the corner 3 this year so far. He's below average everywhere else on the court. So if he's able to explore his game and he's able to hit his midi at a good range, if he's able to shoot at the rim better and he's able to maintain that corner 3 and he's able to break down the defense and make some really good decisions for himself and others, I don't need a wing on Julius Randle anymore. I got to put my wing on him now because I need my other wing on RJ.
And that makes the 4 that has to guard Randle another mismatch because they never could stay with him anyway. Like you said earlier, the speed that he has on regular 4s causes a mismatch.
Correct. So now, as a team now, how many small guys can I possibly put on the court, bro? I still got Mitch there.
Yeah, facts.
See? So it depends what Cam does. You know? And it depends on how he's utilized too.
But I'm asking you too, also, it's a 2-part question. Just them bringing him in, right? Knowing he was RJ's high college teammate. Did that change your perspective a little bit on?
Say that again.
I said, them bringing Cam in, right? In general, right? Just picking him up. Did that change your perspective on the direction, knowing that they already put the ball in RJ hands a little bit?
Yeah, I don't believe a coincidence, right? So, and my detective antennas went off when I saw the timing of it. And don't forget too, last year, what's his name? Leon Rose made a similar trade at the same exact time. So he sees to develop a pattern and making a trade like that, a low risk, high reward trade around that time, at least for 2 years. You know, if he does it again next year, then absolutely. But to answer your question, I thought the timing was weird, and it made me feel, well, you know, what might bring it down a little bit is that they were targeting Cam ever since last year. So it's not like something that just came out the blue and was like, wow, RJ's ascending. You know what? I want Cam here because of X, Y, and Z. Okay, we'll bring Cam here. They've been wanting Cam. So I don't know how to really exactly, because I'm not behind the scenes, but I think RJ's ascension might play a part to them pulling that trigger, though, if that's where you're going.
Yeah, I was thinking like kind of sort of when, like what you said, how I started to think about stuff, and I was saying maybe they put the ball in his hand to show that they going in a different direction. But even though Cam said he didn't know he was coming to the Knicks or whatever, I felt like it was stuff done behind the scenes. And for them to just automatically change the direction of what they've been doing all that time when they could have started out doing that. Because it's just like, it didn't take us long to figure out that RJ's better with the ball in his hand. We ain't saying he's going to shoot every time, and that's the best part about it. He's not going to shoot every time. He's going to make the best basketball play that presents itself. So
That's what makes RJ better with the ball. That doesn't make him better than Randall yet. No, Randall got more experience than him. 3 times the time he's been in the league. And Randall's going on 9 years in the league.
Right.
Right?
Right,
And I
right.
want to give him an extra year, but I think next year is his 9th season. I'm not mistaken. So, you can't compare 2 players that's had less opportunity, 2 different situations. So for the Knicks and our organization, I'm trying to build us up to put us in position to really contend soon, a couple years from now. So by you playing your 3rd pick, your 3rd draft pick this way, it makes our future more solid, if you ask me. Because he's dealing with things now that he'll deal with better a couple seasons from now by just putting it behind him, putting the pressure on his shoulders, building him up, making him confident enough.
Yeah. And an indication of that, Harwell, is that there's only one game this month that RJ Barrett has not shot more shots than Julius Randle.
See? And that's big.
And I can make the argument that, and that was last game. That was against the Hawks. Julius Randle took one more shot. But RJ Barrett went to the line 10 times. So they don't call that foul, right? It just that's 5 extra shots. So you got to keep that in mind. And one of the shots, when Julius went to the free throw line, he was 3 or 4, and one of them was off of and 1. So you got to count that shot.
Yeah.
So so the ball's in his hand a lot more, and he's getting a lot more shot opportunities. So I think it is trending towards that. I've been said I think he has the keys already. It's just a matter of matriculation. But yeah, let me get into this because these guys want quickly because they think we're hurting Julius Randle's feelings out here. Quickly, so the league percentage for field goals is 45.3. Quickly's at 38. Close to 39 now, so I'll give him 39. 2-point makes is at 52.5. He's at 44. He's right at league average with shooting percentage from 3. They're both at 34.8. An effective field goal percentage, the league is at 52.3, but he is at 48.7. And of course, he supersedes the free throws because he's at 92% just about, and the league is at 77. So
Quickly's decent. He's just playing out of position.
I would just use him just like a microwave, bro. Like a Lou Will, Vernon Maxwell, Vinnie Johnson, that type of guy where it's just like, all right, man, just go in, score your bucks, bro. Have fun.
Yeah.
I don't want you handling the ball. I don't want you doing none of that. Make your decisions based on 1 to 2 dribbles, bro.
Yeah. That's 50 Tibbs. That's Tibbs. Tibbs know he ain't our point guard. He just could trust him a little bit. Or that's his boy or whatever. But you hurting that man by having him do something he never really could do. You know what I'm saying? He'd be a lot better being in that position already without the ball because he's quick and he can move around. You know what I mean? And he can't move around that quick with the ball because his hands ain't really there yet to be doing that with that speed. But he can run off the ball and catch and shoot. You know what I mean? And that's why if we had somebody in that could bring the ball up at that position, Quickly wouldn't be there. But that's another problem we're going to have, D. Because trying to find minutes for Grimes Quickly at the 2, like Quickly don't have, it's not a lot of minutes for him in that position. I think it boils down to that. With Fournier being in, like think about that. Quickly can't really get minutes at the 2 on this team. Coming off the bench, but is that like, I don't know. That's the part that bothers me with it. You know what I'm saying? Because we've seen what he do in that position. Because we had a better point guard in there, he wouldn't be doing that.
Right.
So when you put him back over there at the 2, how is that going to be that? You know what I'm saying? You making him be used to having the ball now, and that's not even his game.
Yeah, I thought that was a step back to his development.
Yeah,
that's
crazy. I mean, it can't be really a step back, D. I know what you're saying though, because it kind of help him in general. But you can't make nobody a point guard overnight, bro. Like, you
he can't work on his stuff that he really been working on all that time, but he's good at.
So let's get a little bit deeper into Emmanuel quickly here. At the rim, he's at 54%. But keep in mind, he doesn't take too many at the rim. Short mid, he's at 38%. Long mid, he's at 52%. All mid and totality, he's at 42%. Corner threes, he's at 28%. That's why you never see him out there. Non-corner threes, he's at 37%. So at all threes, he's fixed in at 36%. That's not too glaring, bro. That doesn't make me jump out my seat.
No.
Mm.
And keep in mind what we just said is because of the situation, though. But still, he making the best of it. So it's not the knock on him because he did improve his game. It's like being between a rock and a hard place, bro. He can't play the point. And Tibbs is gonna have to do it. Just like Burks can't say no. You got to play that position. You know what I mean? So it's like it's a lot of bad things. Every time we go back and forth, we hearing it's a lot of coaching decisions would have been made, bro.
I think that's what it boils down to at the end of the day. You do what you can with your guys, bro. I've had teams I coached that are like, oh my God, what am I going to do this season, bro? But you go to the lab, you mix the chemicals up. I become a scientist now, and I figure out, okay, this will work. Okay, let's work this in practice. Let's try this out in the game. Let me see how this lineup works. Let me use this player this way. And you have to. I imagine they do that too, but it's I don't know. So RJ Barrett at the rim, he's 58%. Which that number is actually skyrocketed because just like a month ago, he was like low 50s, which is not great but we've seen that it has gotten better. Short mid, he's at 30%. Long mid, he's at 37%. All mids, he's at 32%. That's why you'll see RJ take too many mid-rangers. Corner threes, he's at 32%. Non-corner threes, he's actually at 38%, which for all threes puts him at 36%. And that's only because he's been shooting better this month. So that really raised that percentage. I think at the beginning of the month, he was about like a 32, 33. So
yeah, he missed a lot of chippies, RJ. A lot of chippies he missed. Because even when he have big games, I see he missed 3 or 4 chippies, like little buckets that would have been big buckets sometimes. But he's gonna improve at that too, because I think what we're seeing from him is a lot of him just calming down more and more. And I think those little buckets by the rim that's what it's all about. Really believing in yourself and calming down more and just focusing on knowing this is what you do. He came from games where, remember, he got a shot blocked all that time. I mean, 5, 6 times in one game by the same guy. You know what I mean? He hits the shot. So it's a lot of fight in that kid. And I think, he's learning every game, building his confidence. And I think if we know, like I always say, if we know what we are, then just keep building what could make us, take us to where we're trying to go in the future.
I mean, here's the scary thing with RJ Barrett is that these numbers are not good in any way, shape, or form. But when you watch him play, it's like you can see it. You can see it. Wow, if he ups up those percentages up a little bit, he's an all-star. With all those deficiencies and all that limitation, the guy still literally gets where he wants to go. That's crazy to me.
But you know why, though? Like I just said, it's because you said it too just now. The numbers went up because he wasn't there recently. But being that now they believing in him more, it made the numbers go up. And now that we watching, even though the numbers are where they are, we could see something there. And we see constant improvements. Or like we said, we don't got to minimize it. He's having 30, 26, so off of those signs of giving him the opportunity and trusting him to do the same things like how you had Randy doing. Look at the change in his game already. So that's when you can say, like what you saying, D, I could just imagine and like when he makes these little adjustments and they're gonna go up again because that's what happens with confidence. You know what I mean? And then we didn't even mention his defense. Remember at one time, D, we used to be like, we can't expect RJ to go crazy with the points because he has this defense assignment that's going to drain him out.
Mm-hmm.
He's been having them, and he's still having good games.
It's true.
And we forgot about that because we didn't make excuses for him. We just felt like, we ain't going to be too hard on him if he's guarding the best player. Like, let's give him a chance to learn how to do that and still score for us a lot. But I see him doing that too. But he's going to have up and downs still. I just want the fans to know that. Like, we still going to have up and downs, but take the good with the bad and realize what you had and be happy that they growing them now. If we're not really winning the chip now, be happy for that, y'all. Because remember, you don't want something that ain't going to really last. You don't want something that's not going to eventually come to a chip. You know what I mean? So let's keep it real. Sacrifice, because we all going to still be Knicks fans. We're not going nowhere.
Right. I want to make an adjustment here because I made a mistake. I must have confused him for another statistic. Julius Randle is actually 63% at the rim, but that's still very bad, though.
Okay.
Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, clean that up, please, because if somebody see you made a mistake on
they're
his
gonna go
numbers,
crazy.
oh my God, yeah.
He's still in a league with people at his position. Isaiah Stewart is better than him in the paint. Derek Favors is better than him at the paint. He's along the lines with Trenton Watford, Ennis Canner, and Naz Reid.
Yeah, no,
that's still not good.
That's low.
So I just wanted to make a correction on that. And my mistake, Julius Randle. I didn't represent you right. That's my fault.
Okay. Still not good. He don't want to be mentioned. He don't want to be mentioned with those guys that you just named. So it's not good.
So now, right, if I go ahead and put all this together now, right, he's 37% from the short mid. He's 34% in the long mid. First possession, that's okay. But all mids, he's still at the bottom with 36%. Corner three, he's at 29%. Non-corner three, he's at 32%. All three, he's at 32% this year. And last year, I want to keep you guys something in mind because it's called patterns, right? Last year was an anomaly year for him. He never shot. Look, I'll show you right here. In the corner, he only shot one time over 40%. No, my bad, 2 times, but they were limited. But last year was the only year on non-corner threes he shot over 34%. And then, of course, last year there was only one other time that he shot over 34% from three. I think that was his last year in New Orleans, and which got him the contract to New York. And it was only last year. Pretty much, it's been the numbers we're seeing this year has pretty much been the story for Julius Randle, except for the anomaly year last year. So
basically, what he's doing now is more like what he did before.
Correct. That's all he's been. That's what he's done for his year. So,
wow.
Do I move forward with this? What other guys you guys want me to do? Now you guys make me have fun now.
Do you move forward with it? Well,
nope, I don't.
It's no future in it, really.
Let me get him out now before other teams realize like this is who he is.
No, but he could definitely
let them deal with that.
He could definitely help a contender though, D. Because they're not gonna allow what Tibbs is doing. Tibbs had a different plan and it didn't work. Cool. But I think if you go to the system where they're gonna tell him there's gonna be a better point guard, all of that, I think he'll still help the team because even though he's not shooting well by the rim, I think it has a lot to do with everything that's going on. He felt like he needed the ball in his hands to really do his thing, obviously, because he was still getting the ball at the top of the key and all of that. They moved Kimber because of that. That's what I thought was the reason why. Because Kimber didn't just get moved out of the starting lineup. He got moved out of the rotation altogether. I didn't understand that. So I felt like it was because Julius Randle wanted the ball in his hand to create his shot from up there, and Kimber needed the ball in his hands. Just my opinion. But Julius Randle must feel like he need the ball in his hands to create a shot, reference to getting it in the box and trying to create a shot.
Right.
So
We go over Evan Fournier real quick. Evan
okay,
Fournier at the
cool.
rim, 55%. Not too far away from Julius Randle. Short mid, 40%. Long mid, 41%. All mid, 40%. It's okay. It's not great, but it's not bad either. Corner three, 43%. That's encouraging. Non-corner threes, 38%. All threes, he's at 40%. So the productivity, as far as the numbers are concerned, are not bad with Evan. The issue is that he can't guard anybody. So it becomes a deficit because if he's off, that position could be easily 8-0, 10-2. If he's off, and he's been inconsistent this year. So let me look at other things.
Definitely inconsistent. And you remember, why is it worth hiding him if he's not going to bring us the points consistently, D? That's the whole point when we talk about if we're going to have to hide him on D, he got to be consistent with his scoring because then it's worth us having him on the floor.
Right.
Don't forget, he can't create a shot. He can't create a shot. He does that little floater, but I'm not buying that. I spent $40 million for that type of floater only. That's the only package, that badge he got. Fournier only got that. And then he only get on fire against Boston.
Right.
I ain't buying that for that price. I gotta buy a lot more often. But honestly, I thought he was playing better off of the ball movement because his 3-point shot was falling in consistently when he was open and he wasn't trying to step to the side or anything. But you don't know if it's because when Tibbs revert back to iso ball, Fournier gets cold. Fournier's a player, they say that you got to even give him touches sometime, even if he's not shooting, to keep him in the game. Maybe that could be the problem too. So that means that if he's not worth really wanting to give the ball because he can't create us the shot off the dribble, then he would have to be replaced in the lineup. Because you need the ball to stay hot or to stay in the game, but you can't create your own shot. And they're going to be on him because they know he's a shooter. So you need somebody who could put the ball on the floor as well, shoot like him. So when they do run out, he can make something else happen.
Right. Let's look at Mitch real quick. Look at this.
Mitch field goal percentage is high.
Mitch is number 1 in the league. So that means he's better than Robert Williams. He's better than Rudy Gobert. He's better than Jared Allen. He's better than DeAndre Ayton. He's better than Joel Embiid at effective field goal percentage.
Pay that man. Money making Mitch. Pay him.
He is 9th amongst bigs and rim percentage. So he's pretty much a bucket when you give it to him down there.
Numbers don't lie.
And of course, he doesn't shoot, so we're not even going to go ahead and do that to him. Let's look at defensive rebounding. So is that right? He's 14th of the league in block percentage at that position, which is very good at 3.2. Steals, he's at a 1.0 percentage wise. What's this statistic here? Oh yeah, offensive rebounding, field goals. Yeah, right. He's top 12 there. No, he's top 16 there, of course. Let's see this. Defensive rebounding, field goals. Oh, it then got back the ball. Okay, yeah, no. He's at the middle of the pack there. Getting to the free throw line off offensive rebounds, he's top 10 again. I mean, there's a lot of value with Mitch, bro.
Yeah, that we don't really know or talk about a lot, right? Because you won't really notice that watching the game, even though we see what he's doing now. But those numbers are powerful. We don't even really take advantage of him.
No, especially when there's mismatches.
Yeah.
0. I'm trying to look at something here. What was it? That was percentage. What's that looking at? Oh, okay,
I think
usage
that's
rate.
what coach cripple yourself. Like you crippling yourself because you want to push another narrative, but you got all these other things developing right in front of your eyes.
So his usage rate. Wait,
Mhm.
I'm just trying to look among sensors here. Why is this giving me everybody? Let me see. Okay, filter players. Here we go. Center. Okay, should be good. Okay, it adjusted, right? Yeah. Okay, good. Oh, no. Okay.
Who's usage rate?
So I was looking at Mitch's
Oh,
amongst
Mitch's
bigs.
usage rate. Okay. Yeah, like I was saying too. Then why you trying to get it up? We could need to. Hopefully they pay Mitch, or Mitch don't leave.
Yo, Mitch, I think if this, because I'm still learning how to read the blue and the orange here.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mitch is bottom two amongst centers in usage rate, if I'm reading this correctly. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because Nerlens Noel is right next to him at 7.4. I think Taj is worse than him. And DeAndre Jordan has a better usage rate than he does.
Mm.
So this goes to show you that remember how high his offensive rebounding to field goal percentage was, right?
Yeah,
So that means that that's the only time he's getting the damn basketball.
that is. I mean, besides the games lately where they throwing it to him and pick and rolls and the little stuff we bring up too. That's new. They haven't been using him. Plus, remember, D, he wasn't 100%. So now that he's better, he's getting more minutes and he's doing more. Yeah.
Jared Vanderbilt gets the ball more than Mitch.
Wow.
Isaiah
Wow.
Roby and Jermaine Robinson Earl get the ball more than Mitch. Mason Plumlee gets the ball more than Mitch.
And I bet you their field goal percentage ain't nowhere near his.
Nah, no way.
And Plumlee don't shoot jumpers neither. So what's the deal with that?
Kevin Looney gets the ball more. And he's playing with Steph Curry, Andrew Wiggins. Clay just came back. He got Draymond Green there. He got Jordan Poole. He gets the damn ball more.
You know what they would do with somebody like Mitch over there? Come on, man.
He would
They
be a
would.
monster.
What? Oh my God. That's what I mean. Like I be hating to see. I be nervous, bro, because some players like Mitch he's born a Knick. He's a true Knick, if you ask me. You know what I mean? He may be young, a little childish sometimes. When you see him on the floor, he coming to play. He gonna give you his all, and you don't gotta keep giving him the ball. It proves it. So I feel like the little bit of times that you do give him the ball, make him play harder and make him play better. I think they starting to see that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just making a point that these bigs get the ball.
No, I see.
No, I was talking to Kevin Middleton here. Like the bigs get the ball, they get the opportunity. Even the lower tier teams, these bigs get the ball. So it really doesn't matter
Yeah,
about whether he's got all stars around him or whether he's got a bunch of scrubs. The point is that he doesn't get the ball.
who got all stars around him?
Well, because he was mentioning here that Jarrett Allen is different. They're talking all-star game for him around the league, overall talent. You see, so it's like, yeah, it's understandable. Like, I mean, obviously Jarrett Allen might be a little bit more polished than Mitchell Robinson, but I think we've seen enough of Mitch to know that, Mitch should get the ball more, bro, than 9.7 usage rate.
Mm-hmm.
And don't forget his shots, they're coming off offensive rebounds and an alley-oop. That's it. And the alley-oop is he's nowhere even featured in that. That may happen to him once a game. Maybe two.
And who's around all stars? Jared Allen isn't around all stars. Right?
I think Mobley's going to be an all-star. I think Garland is making a case to be an all-star this year.
Making a case, but that was my point. Like, all these guys should be trying to make a case or make a name for themselves. They all young players that we naming. Mobley, Garland, this is his first come out year, but he has Allen with him, Mobley, marketing. They got a whole team of players that already we know that was good players. I understand that, but they're not all stars. And all we saying is that these guys that we know that's bigs, they get the ball more than Mitch. And we don't have nobody in our team that should really be stopping from giving Mitch the ball if he got mismatches. That's the point.
Especially what I saw yesterday. with him pulling that move on Plumlee, that shows me that like I could penetrate and give him the ball like in that short baseline area, right? And like he can make a quick move to get to his spot
Yeah,
and get at the rim. So I don't get it, bro.
yes. And that mean the more you do it with him, the better he gonna get at it. That's the point. You know what I mean? Building him up as well. Like I think him seeing RJ come out like that and him and RJ setting pick and roll, I think that woke Mitch up. It gave him some hope because he feel like he could be with those young guys out there. And if the team is going in a different direction, you know what I mean? Reference to when Mitch wasn't setting picks and wasn't getting a lot of offensive rebounds because he felt like he wasn't involved. And that's coaching when you're not keeping the whole team engaged and involved, if you ask me.
Right. You know, like for example, we've come across teams this year where, like Atlanta on Saturday, right? Like they didn't have a shot blocker in there. So why in the fudge muffin would I not go ahead and just run my offense where I cross the switch and what's his name? And Mitch is like this, healing somebody like this because that switch is going to be 6 inches shorter than him. You gonna tell me Mitch can't take the basketball, make one step, and get into his lift? Like I think he's very capable of that, bro.
I do too.
Anyway, we got a super chat here. Thank you, D'Angelo, for the generous contribution. Great job / knowledge, both you guys as usual. Feel better, Freezy. Angelo, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Nah, yeah, I agree. I 100% agree.
Yeah.
This whole thing with like Mitch, if you noticing he's starting to do things better, you give him the ball, make the defense have to react, or the coach have to the coaching staff on the other team have to adjust, right? And then what happens is Mitch gets to kick it out to shooters. It just all type of things from a coaching perspective. If you are handicapping yourself by not using all your pieces on your roster, especially if they're getting minutes on the floor, then that's just a coach's fault. Because no reason you're gonna let another team have a little guy on Mitchell Robinson and you don't abuse them for it. You know what I mean? That means that you let that coach get away with it and put somebody on him that shouldn't have been on him. And you know his field goal percentage, and you know all of this stuff. He's dominant in the paint. So you should force that ball down there and make them have to adjust and unlock the shooters, unlock the wings, unlock the other players on your team by doing that one adjustment.
Right. And it sucks the defense in. So now we have open jump shots now. Now we have lanes in which we can create. Yeah, I mean, it's not rocket science, as mentioned before. Let me shout out another super chat. Paris Stoga, thank you for the generous contribution. He says, quickly can only play point with Randall and RJ. I don't think he could play point, period. But
yeah,
we could give him that if you want. That's no problem.
He doing it, but he not good at it. And you know, like I say, a point guard is somebody who played a point guard from middle school. You know, they learned how to get people involved. Some guys are more explosive scoring point guards. Some guys can score the ball, but their job is to get people going and get people in their sweet spots and to know how to throw an alley-oop, to know how to throw a good pass, know how to get the pass down low in situations to Mitch in that situation. But just like we were just talking about Mitch, some players don't know how to get him the ball down there. You got Alec Burks at the point. He shouldn't be there. You got Randall on the ball a lot. He shouldn't be there. You see? So this is what would happen if you had a point guard in the game. He would just cross over, go to mid side, and then get the ball down low and start to generate something. See, before Mitch wasn't making his free throws like he's starting to make now. You see? But now that he is, you would have to consider giving him the ball more. If a coach don't do that, then he's, like I say, he's handicapping his team. But a point guard is your general on the floor. So he's going to go, when a broken play happens or anything, he's going to go right to mid-side and say, this is where a bucket is. RJ does it too. And this is how you can tell RJ has a great IQ. They probably didn't call Mitch's number, but he's making sure he get the pick, or he calling Mitch for the pick and then getting it to Mitch. So think about that too.
Right. Just to go over Mitch's per 36 minutes real quick. Nick made me think of it. if Mitchell Robinson was to play 36 minutes a night with this team, which I think he should, he would be at 12 points a game, 12 rebounds, 2.5 blocks, almost a steal, shooting 78.5% from the field. Yeah. That's the type of production mathematically it would look like if you played 36, based on his production with his limited minutes.
Well, I think putting him in, if not that many minutes, a little bit less, because Mitch do play hard, and you want to keep him, fresh as much as you can. Because he not like them other guys. Like, he be out there. Some of them guys don't be running away. I see him. I watch him, and I feel like you got to figure out the exact time he needs, or depending on the day, if it's a back-to-back or whatever. But Mitchell Robinson, to me, is definitely a future Knick. We need to start campaigning that, pay Mitch, because he had a lot of good games this season. And I wanted to bring that up to you earlier, D, because we tend to forget on, like, when he shut Joel Embiid down. He had a great game against Vujicic from the Bulls that day. He had a couple games where I think Miles Turner hit threes on him. He had a couple bad games as well. But when you see him do this in spurts, so having good games against these type of players, for him to be just coming back and being 100%, putting on all that weight and muscle, you got to give him credit for it, especially to where he is now. So that just means in the future, when he got to go against these type of players, he's going to do better and better. And this is something you got to keep in mind, because we're going to always have to guard these type of bigs, D, moving forward. They're going to be, Embiid ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? These guys are going to beat it.
Yeah. And it's like, guys are saying in the chat about, what's his name? That, if we had a true point guard, then, but I'm saying, like, if I'm telling my players, right, we're going to run this in order for this to happen, throw this entry pass or this lob pass, right, and make sure Mitch has him sealed first, and throw this entry pass or this lob pass to Mitch. And my players don't respect what the hell I'm saying, I said they butt, right? Because this is something that's going to make us more effective. So I don't think guys are not listening to Tibbs, right? Like, I don't think that's happening. So I have to go ahead and look at the fact that he's not enforcing using Mitch. So, like, Tibbs, like, you just use guys for, like, rim protection, bro. Like, they can't eat, bro. They do all that rim protection. They go ahead and battle all those bigs down the court, and they can't get nothing back in return. Whenever I played with a big, bro, always in transition, I was looking for that big on the trail, bro. I would always give them early post-up fees, bro. Early, because I want them to feel involved, because we need that rim protection and be able to control the game rebounding. So, I don't get it, bro.
Nah, you're 100% right. That changes the morale, getting your big involved. Like, I grew up playing with Kareem Shabazz. He played for Providence. He was the 7'3" big, but he learned to play with me, and he could put the ball on the floor. But I always used to say, like, if you don't give him the ball, he's not going to catch the blocks. He's not going to get the rebound and throw it out to you to start a break. You know what I'm saying? So it's things that you got to do to keep that man engaged. And another thing I want to say, I noticed that even when RJ tried to throw an alley-oop to Obi, the pass wasn't really there. So I see a lot of times, even when quickly, it's a pass, but he can't get it there. I'm not talking about quickly with the lob to Obi, because he got that down pat, because he believes in Obi and he know how to throw an alley-oop pass. But a point guard, right, is going to just put the ball right there so Obi could just score that bucket. You know what I mean? RJ can pass, but he's not a point guard. He's not somebody that's just going to be on the court to create buckets for other people. He can, but he's a person who's going to try to get himself going. And when he sink the D, he going to make the right play. But a point guard makes RJ better, Obi better, Mitch better, and Randall, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Because I could say, move out the way, I'm going over here to get Mitch the ball. That's what I would do, D, a lot. I would get Randall in his spot, get him that pass. I don't see a lot of that going on with Burks. Even though he's doing okay, he's doing better at the point. He's not,
he's not a point guard, bro. He's not. You're right. He's not a backcourt guy, right?
He's not. not.
And look, listen, of course, like if we had better ball handlers, right? You know, and more of a guard initiator that could set up the offense and gets the guys right in the right places. Of course, like we could alleviate those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
But look, listen, we got how many wings we got, bro? We got Kemba, we have Rose when he was healthy, right? We
Mm-hmm.
got RJ, right? We have quickly, right? And we got Bride and we got Grimes and we got all these guys that have played the backcourt,
Mm-hmm.
right, throughout their careers, right? I'm sorry, I'm just writing at the same time.
That's okay.
Right? So it's like, yo, nobody could throw an entry pass, bro. Nobody knows how to throw a pass to a big guy that's sealed in the paint with a guy 3 or 4 inches shorter than him on him. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's true. That's a great point because we should need a point guard for that. So then it falls back to putting that in your plan, putting that in your offensive sets, taking advantage of the mismatches more, not force feeding things that the team already be prepared for. The team's already waiting for those things, so you got to switch it up.
Steph Curry's not a point guard, but he could throw a freaking entry pass, bro.
True.
He could throw a lob pass to the big and the big heat. He could do it. Clay could do it. Draymond Green, your power forward, could do it. Draymond Green diamond dudes on freaking alleys and stuff like that. And dump balls. So
see, we had a player like Draymond Green. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to blame all the players for that because they should be able to do it. Is it them just not believing in that, seeing what we see? Maybe they don't believe Mitch could do it. I don't know. I always say this before today, D, that they need to give Mitch the ball in those situations, bro. Like,
right.
Seriously, to take advantage of what's going on.
Oh, there they are. Hey guys, how was the In Flight movie?
Yeah, we was here. You know we was gonna hold it down.
Man.
You know we gonna hold it down. I know. I figured y'all was backstage at the VIP access. I said, "Freezy probably was asleep."
How was the champagne? Did the women treat you guys nice?
Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all right now.
Oh, that's Ron. What up, Ron?
What's going on, Hardwell? What's going on,
good,
fellas?
bro?
Danny, what's going on? D's balling. My man,
What's up, Ron? How you doing, brother?
You already know what it is, man. We was on the phone earlier talking. You know what I mean? You know I'm on fire right now. I'm burning up.
Go ahead, guys. Get it all out. Get it all out.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now, man. I ain't playing no games. I'm gonna call that thing like my mama Joyce would say it. She was a straight shooter, and that's how I am. You know what I mean?
There you go.
It's coming from what I saw yesterday. Is disgraceful. Yep. Them guys needed to take their uniform off and leave the team the way they played yesterday. There's no excuse for that. And somebody else needed to leave too. This is your captain speaking. Tom Thibodeau, please put your tray in the upright position, fasten your seatbelts and prepare for takeoff to retirement.
Yes.
I'm sick. I'm sick.
Wow.
I'm sick of
That's
it.
a mic drop.
I'm sick of what I'm seeing. I'm sick of what I'm seeing, man. I mean, you think about it. Let's just look at what's going on with this team, man. This team still don't know who they are. We halfway into the season, pretty much. You don't know who you are. We don't have no identity. You're calling out certain players. When Julius Randle's having bad games, you don't say nothing to Julius Randle. You know what I mean? Yep. And then we got a guy, Obi Toppin, probably got the highest ceiling on the team. Definitely the most athletic guy. How many minutes that guy got yesterday?
15.
And not playing enough minutes. This guy is stifling these young guys' development. When the last time we saw McBride on the court?
Last year.
I'm sick of this, man. It's enough of this, man. We at the point with this team where, and I said this a while ago, I don't care about no playoffs because we ain't winning no championship. We get there. But my main thing, what I want to see with this team, I want to see this team develop. I don't want to see what just happened with Kevin Knox. Right. Happened to another one of our players we draft because we don't give him time to play. Yep. And that's what unfortunately gonna happen with some of these players if we keep Tom Thibodeau for 5 years. He got to go. Get him up out of here. Stop recycling these coaches. Go Go get a young-minded coaches, and our offense is the ugliest offense in the history of the NBA right now. If you look at the way we play basketball, it's ugly. A bunch of dribble handoff or sit around and watching a guy dribble the ball for 4, 5, 6, 7 seconds. They just pounding the ball, but a lot of ball watching going on. No energy, no effort.
So let me ask you a question.
Here, man. Get him up
so let me ask you a question, Ron. Why do you want Tibbs out of here? Let's get specific. We're being general right now,
Okay.
right? Let's use our minds. Let's get specific now.
Okay.
Why?
Lack of ingenuity offensively. Not stretching out that rotation when you got players that weren't getting minutes. You got a Mide on the bench. We run a 9-man rotation. And we got players that deserve minutes not playing. And especially what he did yesterday. The Knicks made a run with that second unit. Then you come back with the same unit that couldn't get it done, and you fall in a worse hole.
Obi had a cup of coffee and a cigarette. It was back on the bench.
But this the guy everybody want to praise. Hey, I thank him for setting the table, but it's clear somebody else need to come get the lunch money.
I know it's to wash those dishes now. Wow. I like that.
He set the table, but somebody else need to come get the lunch money.
Yeah.
Because right now he's not doing what it takes for this team to win. It's a problem when you look at this team, and this is crazy. Some of these guys wouldn't even be playing right now if it wasn't for D Rose getting injured. And
Kemba. Right.
These guys
so true.
Playing. We wouldn't even know what we got in them.
That's facts.
But that's our coach, though. Man, I'm sick of that dude, man. I'm sick of him. It's a reason why that dude got fired from every place he done been. I'm going to tell you what he is. He's a great defensive coordinator. He's not a great coach.
That's it.
That's all he is. And until the Knicks find a coach that can untap these guys and let these guys run and stop playing this slow down. We one of the slowest teams, I think, 29th in the league in pace.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Hey, that's all I got to say, fellas, man. Hey, I appreciate y'all, man. But, hey, this is your captain speaking. Tom Thibodeau, your time is up.
Wait, don't leave yet. Hold on a second. I got a couple more questions. So what are you looking at today's game? What adjustments you think could be made or should be made? And how do you think we come out tonight?
There's only one adjustment for me. I didn't say it. I want to see Tom Thibodeau gone.
I understand, but that's not realistic, though, Ron. That's not going to happen. So since we're stuck, what do we do?
He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. Expanding that rotation. He's not going to do it. So therefore, his stubbornness, get him up out of town, man. That dude, I'm sick of him, man. I'm sick of it. We done watched the same train wreck, and whoever I'm gonna tell you this too. Whoever was responsible for giving Nerlens Noel that contract, I said it when I first started coming back on, showing my face. I said we was gonna regret that contract.
Yep.
Where's Nerlens Noel? Oh yeah, I know.
He always has.
I've seen him a couple of times. He's covered about 19 games out of the 40.
Come on, man. This team is a joke right now, man. And if anybody thinking that we that team, they're delusional. We're not gonna be that team. We got the pieces. We don't have the coach. That's the problem. We got the pieces, don't have the coach. He didn't fix the table. Let somebody else come get that lunch money and make this thing work the way it's supposed to. Hey, fellas, I appreciate y'all.
You out of here? All right, Ron.
I'm out, man.
Ron.
Yo, Ron, good seeing you, bro.
Appreciate you, Ron. Appreciate you.
Let me hear it, man.
That's about how they played yesterday, so that's all they get.
Yes, thank you, Ron.
Oh man. So G-Man, you were there watching the in-flight movie. We talked about a lot of things. You want to build on anything that we talked about?
So I was on the phone with Ron while you guys were chatting it up, but I mean, just kind of expound on some of the things that he was saying and some of the conversations that we were having while we were backstage. Ron is, and you already know my take on how I feel about Tibbs, right? Everybody knows that.
You love Tibbs.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something right now, brother. I think where we are.
IBM calling.
Nope. Decline. This is the great part of working from home. You can decline calls you don't want to take. I'm on right now with my brothers. I ain't got time to talk to you. But at the end of the day, I believe that there are pieces on this team that have yet to be unlocked because they're being pigeonholed right now. Because I mean, and the perfect example is what Ron just alluded to. If you come out in a game and one player is cooking you, play in and play out,
yeah,
and look, listen, we all know Evan Fournier. There's nothing about Evan Fournier that says he's going to be a defensive paralysis on the court. We know he's a defensive liability going into the game. So once you realize how defective Evan Fournier is on the court, he's not giving you anything offensively, and he's a defensive liability. Why is he still in the game? The first sub that you make is IQ for Burks. That in itself, if I'm a GM watching this game, I'm calling somebody give me the top.
Did he take an 8 of shrooms this morning? What the hell is he doing?
I want to know who the top 3 head coaches that's available in the NBA are right now, because I need to call one of them. Because this dude right here, he ain't it.
He needs to be the defensive coordinator for the Giants.
Listen, exactly. I promise you right now. And again, don't get it twisted, ladies and gentlemen, because I can see it already. G-Man just hates tips. I do. I ain't gonna lie. I do, because he's substandard. My standards just a little bit higher than having to watch this mediocrity.
Put it on mute, Danny.
Every game we have the same mediocrity, and then we make excuses for what Randall does, what Randall doesn't.
Danny, put it on mute.
Yeah.
Okay, you good now? Right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
You're good, brother. And then at the end of the day, when the game turns out like it turned out last game, we address every problem except for the root cause of what we got going on right now. If you're holding people accountable, ladies and gentlemen, understand what I just said. Let me see. You can make me get in my position. I ain't had to get in my position a long time. I'm gonna talk to you, America, real quick. If you do not hold people accountable for what they are hired to do, then they can go off on the rails and feel like I can do whatever I want, and there's no repercussions out there. Julius Randle, I believe, based on the situation that he was put in, not being held accountable, he did in his mind what he thought was right, and I have no qualms with that. My qualms is that dude that's standing on the sideline in that black long sleeve fitted shirt with a mask on, not making adjustments when you see what is inherently going on. I'm watching the game from my recliner, and if I can see what's going on, I know good and doggone well it's your job to know what's going on and adjust based off that. And when you don't do that, guess what? You got to go, bro. You got to go. And I'm telling you now, for all you fans, I'm not going to call you delusional, but what I want to give you is a piece of reality. What you saw yesterday at 1 o'clock, you will see again tonight at 7:30. Mark my words.
There, G-Man. I'm holding you to that. I'm writing it down right now.
I hope not, G-Man. I hope not, G-Man. I don't think so. I hope they're going to play. I said they're going to play with some urgency because of what they did yesterday. I'm hoping. I understand why you say that, G-Man, because like you said earlier, we don't see much changes that we want to see made. So I understand where you're coming from. Don't get me wrong. But I think that the players, they got to have pride too. You know what I mean? And after yesterday, they got to come out because when you lose a game, that's when it really hits the players as well too. They got to go home and think about what they did, who did what. We talk about it, but they got to come back and perform. And when you got back-to-back nights, it's a good opportunity to get your team right back on track. And that's what I'm hoping for. And this is what I think we're gonna get. Even though it's gonna be a good game, don't get me wrong. I
Mm-hmm.
think that if they listening, they know they can't come in and get down by 12, 13 points, because then it's a possibility we can lose again. So hopefully they change that around. Because if we in the game and we go on good runs, that's when we win. Or we win when we down by 20 points and we gotta come all the way back and win. That's most of the time when we win.
So Hartwell, I respect everything that you just said, and you know, I ain't got nothing but love for you, brother. Nothing but love. But my pushback would be this: regardless of how the players feel, if they feel like they were lackadaisical in the game yesterday, if they feel like they could have came with more energy and gave just that extra oomph to get us over the cap to potentially contend for a win. My problem is this: there is one catalyst in this basketball organization that, regardless of how a player feels, what they are prepared, they could come out and give their last long, diving for a ball, keep it from going out of bounds, scrapping with the best of them. But you got to be on the court to be able to do that, and you got to be on the court within the situation in where you can be impactful. So the people that sit on the bench that can impact the game, they're not really doing nothing for you. Why? Because they're sitting on the bench. I'm telling you right now, I agree that nobody takes a loss lackadaisical. They're gonna want to come out and perform better. But the people that's orchestrating the 5 people that's on the court at a time and being able to sub guys out in a respectable manner that keeps you a contender throughout the game, that's what I'm watching tonight. That's what's important to me. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a head coach standing on the sidelines, taking his mask down every once in a while, yelling here and there, but you're not putting any plays into the game. You're not putting people into the game that can impact specific plays or specific players to give you the best opportunity to win. What you're doing, you're relying on the athleticism of your stars, your quote unquote stars that you have on the team to go out and save your bacon. I'm tired of that. I'm tired. I'm holding someone accountable right now if someone else don't want to hold his players accountable. Tom, you on the clock, brother. I'm telling you right now, you better get it together.
And the thing that I can see where you're coming from, G-Man, is that we just all year have had really bad problems with skilled, bouncy, fast, athletic players on the court. It's just been the whole year. Look, the Wolves didn't even have Cat, Russell, Edwards. I think they were missing a couple other. Vanderbilt they didn't have. And Jaden McDaniels locked down. I'm talking about locked down. Chastity Belt locked down Julius Randle.
Yes. Yeah.
And of course, if I'm the Wolves, that's my matchup.
Yeah.
Anyway, and plus, if I'm the Wolves, I'm going zone. Because it's been 2 years and we still can't, get a good zone buster going.
D, you speaking of last time we played them when you say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. And we have problems with these type of teams already. So, listen, I want us to win tonight, right? I want us to have a good week because this buzzsaw is going to be really bad.
Yep.
But I am realistic at the same time. And I don't delude myself into optimism that takes me away from reality.
Right.
And, it's going to be a tough one tonight. Especially when we want a back-to-back.
Yeah.
Because look at the minutes. I'll show you the guys the minutes from yesterday. Okay,
Yeah.
RJ Barrett played 39 minutes yesterday.
Yeah.
Julius Randle played 32. Albert Burke played 26. Evan played 25. Manuel Quickly played 30. Todd played 20.
Look, that's already a recipe for disaster right there. And then I can hear it now. I can hear the morning drive tomorrow, and the narrative will be this. Well, we just came off a back-to-back. Guys were tired. And they couldn't execute, blah, 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 blah.
I ain't saying that.
I don't want to hear crap about early games. We weren't ready. Back-to-backs. This is part
This is
of
a
your
part of the game.
professional resume. This
feel
is what
bad.
you have to do on a day-to-day basis. That's just what it is.
I'm telling
All
you
you
guys.
know is with the millions of dollars that they make. That's what they make. They make money to do that stuff.
I'm gonna tell you this, guys. I'm gonna put it into context that everyone can understand, right? So if you had a hard week at work, regardless of what your profession is, and you feel like on a Friday, now you got to work Saturday. It's a half a day, but you still got to work Saturday, right? But on Friday, you feel like that you had a rough week, and your boys call, and your missus says, "Hey, let's go out with couple X," or whatever the case may be, or "Hey, I'm gonna meet my guys at the speakeasy down the street, and we're gonna chop it up for a minute, and you know, just to blow off some steam or whatever. But I know I got to be up and be at work and be productive, you know, tomorrow by 7:00. So if you hanging out in whatever environment you're in to 5:00 in the morning, and you get up, you got an hour to sleep. Plus, you may be a little bit inebriated, so you're not gonna be at your best when you come out at work at 7. This is what I feel like. This is where I feel like the Knicks were at, right? So I say all that to say this: if you have a supervisor that has put the fear of God in your life, that says when you come in here, I'm gonna need you to be 100%. I don't care what you got going on outside of work. But when you come in here, I'm gonna need you to do X, Y, and Z. So guess what? Instead of standing out to 5, you be like, okay, well, let me curtail my drinking to, instead of, you know, them 4 or 5 Patron shots that I normally get, let me just get me a glass of wine, sit down and relax. And instead of 5, I'm back at home at 2, so I can get my requisite rest, right?
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, people are not being held accountable for what they're supposed to produce day in and day out.
I agree.
How dare these players say something like that? Oh, it's too early. Bunch of prima donnas. Come on, stop it. What are you kidding me?
Yeah, of course. Baloney.
Money. Please, you should be in the best shape. You make money, the best shape of your life. I mean, that's the way I would be. I'd be in the best shape. Make sure I'm getting my sleep. Be in the gym. If I have a fault or something that I suck at, like free throws, like Randall, I'd be in the gym every single day to perfect that part of your game. Even the Toppins of the world, sorry, G-Man, but the Toppins of the world got to get better at their game, you know? No slight, you got to get better at the game, the parts of the game that you suck at. If you suck at that, get in the gym, practice till you get that. I mean, social media is a thing, a way of life that you're going to hear all this stuff. Get in the gym, get better, man.
See, for
Come
me,
on.
right?
Let me. I was going to go, Hardwell. That's why. Listen, I got to go, guys. You guys have a great day.
Later, D.
You know, let's be optimistic at least to tonight, and let's see if Tibbs does make some adjustments, and let's give him that opportunity in the team to go ahead and learn from what yesterday happened, and hopefully they improve on that tonight, and you know, hopefully we see a W or at least a more coordinated game than we saw yesterday. So we'll be optimistic about that. All right, guys, you guys have a great day. Hardwell, great job again. Freezy, I'll talk to you, brother. Y'all take care of yourself.
All right, D.
See you,
All right, D. Peace.
All right. Yeah, D'Angelo, I feel what you're saying. You got good points. Main thing is this, right? Losing for me, I'll take a loss. Don't get me wrong, but I want to see a lot of effort. If I lose a close game and I see us scrapping and I see how we lose, I could take that, you know. But when we lose a game with no effort and we see it right in front of us, like we all fans, we looking at the game, we see what's going on, that's a problem for me. It's just like a player, right? You in a game and you make a shot, right? You get energy off making a shot. You know what I mean? But if you work hard to get a bucket and you miss, you get more tired, bro. You know what I mean? It's like working hard for a bucket, but you didn't make the shot. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
If you make the shot, that's going to make you get a little bit more energy and get pumped up. So that's the same thing when it comes to wins and losses. See what I mean? And we can't, hopefully we don't stay on losing too much, because like D just was saying, we got a rough schedule ahead. We got some tough games coming, and we was hoping that we could win a lot of these games that we didn't win. So with that being said, we got to come with more sense of urgency, more aggression. We got to play from the beginning of the game. We can't be down 15 points and then
Thank you. I
start
was
the
just about
play.
to say that.
Yeah,
That's it.
it's like we a team where you know how when you play you spot somebody points. It's like we got to be down before we start playing serious. Well, we should be playing
Yes.
from the tip off. We should be going hard from the very beginning of the game. So if we in the game and we know we go on a run and we get a chance to get a little bit of lead, try to keep the lead. And then that's simple how you win. But this is why I don't always blame the players, because the players aren't in charge. We don't have a point guard on the floor that's calling his own play or a shooting guard that's doing that. Even RJ take it's in a system where they got 4 guys coming up setting picks. They running more things for him. Just like when Julius, it's different. So with that being said, Tibbs is more of the blame to when he's not making adjustments in those moments as well, because they can't do their own thing. You see what I'm saying? They don't have the ability to do that. So if you know that, then that's the problem, bro. Like, you know, just like when we feel like Obi should have stayed in the game yesterday because he brought a spark, right?
Right.
And we couldn't keep him in the game. We noticed. So what, he missed 2 free throws. How many points did he score in that little bit of time? And that's the part of developing and balance that a younger coach may have, because he's gonna say, Obi, make your free throws. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna take him out. You know what I mean? He's gonna give him another chance to at least, you know, play through it a little bit. So, but go ahead, if anybody got it.
We got to hold these coaches accountable. Yeah, the coaches got to be held accountable. I mean, you know, outside of Bryant, who I think is a very good assistant coach, I don't know these other guys. They interview him one of them looks like Jeremy Lin. The other guy looked like he was 12 years old. They don't look like these guys are coaches. I don't know who they got coaching, helping Tibbs out. And Tibbs needs a lot of help making some decisions, you know, as assistant coaches. Because Tibbs lacks in the – I mean, he is so stubborn, as we see a bunch of games this year, so far this season. When he is just stubborn, he just sticks to his guns. And then at the end of a garbage time, he brings in McBride, brings in Sims. And then literally last night, they got it to 10. Even though they were like, you know, I mean, we were losing by 20 the whole game. And they get it to 10 with the young guys. And it's like it goes against his thinking process, his thought process, Tips. And then that is the first thing, what you're saying, G-Man. And yeah, I mean, and I hear you, G-Man. I agree, man. The frustration level with Tibbs at times, man. Oh, God. It is frustrating watching this team this year. Up and down, up and down. I'm sick of it, man.
The substitutions are terrible.
Oh, man, the expletives. This is a family show, but my God, if I could just say what I really want to say. It's unbelievable, brother. Oh,
Ron Cleveland wants to fly him out of town.
Listen, I was going to go meet him with picket signs outside of, MSG over there.
Yeah, shout out Ron, man, for coming through.
I love him.
My God. Get him. He said, get him out of here. Wow.
What evidence do we have that Johnny Bryant is an excellent bench coach?
We don't.
I didn't say that. I say he seems like he's. Yeah,
there's no evidence.
I know what's going to be the difference, though, Chuck. The difference is going to be that he ain't coaching an old school style to where it's like you ain't yelling at kids and not teaching them. See, I said this before. When we was growing up back in those days, kids had to deal with that. These kids that's playing ball now, I'm not saying that some of them shouldn't be tough and be able to deal with it, but just being realistic, they all can't deal with it. You know what I mean? So it's a disconnect. And even if Brian don't have better, hopefully that coach is learning defensive and things from Tibbs as well, and he utilizes what he learned to put it with whatever he know, because he got a young mind. He see things that Tibbs don't see, but he can't change Tibbs. Change his strategy. You know what I mean, Chuck?
I definitely new tricks.
I definitely understand that. The only reason why I brought it up, because it was said that he was seems like he could be a pretty good coach, and my retort to that was like, we haven't seen any evidence of that to say that.
Yeah, nothing's proven.
He hasn't. No. I'm just saying, if we're talking about getting rid of Tibbs, then he would automatically slide in as the interim coach until they either promote him or they find another coach, right?
Right.
I would have said, yo, well, if you're going with development, then you would go with Atkins. But Atkins had a knock on him too of not making adjustments and things like that. So you're gonna have your good and bad with coaches, I guess. But this right here, I just can't stomach because I just feel like I think it's beyond stubbornness. It's more of a
You just don't
F
know.
it. This is the way I'm doing
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
because obviously what you're doing is not working. The players that you covet is not getting what you need done. So you got to try something else.
Yep.
That is why a lot of these old school coaches are being pushed out of the league. Like
Yeah.
Stan Van Gundy goes down to New Orleans,
Yeah, there you
or,
go.
or,
Good point.
automatically a bad fit. I was like, don't none
Yep.
of these kids fit what
From day
Stan
one.
Van Gundy wants to do.
Yep.
And not even a full year, or maybe it was a full year of Stan Van Gundy, and then they're like, time for you to go.
You gotta go.
That's why Jeff Van Gundy, his brother's not coaching anymore neither. I don't think he would get through to the guys neither. He had a tough minded way too, so he was a good coach for us.
To Chuck's point, I think that one thing from a coaching aspect, and I've never been a head coach, right? But I have been a leader of men for about 20 plus years, right? To be able to motivate people to get the best out of them in the most destitute time in their lives. I need for you to put that aside and accomplish this goal. I've been able to do that. So a lot of times your ability to connect to your players outweighs what you're asking the player to do, right? So if Hartwell comes into the game, and I know that he's got this nagging ankle injury that he hadn't made public, right? But as a head coach, I know because I know my players. Are we confident that Tibbs knows that? I mean, that depth of what players are going through? I don't believe so. Not at all. But I know Hartwell is having this issue. So if I need to play him, I'm going to play him in a set that does not aggravate, number one, the injury. And if I see that whoever the opponent is getting the best, I'm pulling him out the game. I'm putting somebody else in the game. And we're going to have to go a different way. It's just being able to understand. If you are not in tune, with your roster, you are doomed to fail. Period.
Right. He has to adapt. He has to adapt and have that flexibility in his brain. Tibbs, who's an old school coach. And please, when I was a kid, I got the backhand all the time. That was an old school approach. To today, you can't do that. Man, so I still got bruises to this day in my head from what I used to get. But today, with yelling the way he does and barking on the sideline, sometimes it falls on deaf ears and with the young kids, and they'll tune out. I'm not saying he's not a good coach. He is a good coach, yeah, but he's not adaptable to certain situations, and he doesn't make the right substitutions at times. He goes with what he wants to. He goes with Taj until he's dead on the court. He's breathing. He's like he's gonna pass out. He goes with him too long at times.
Put in
some of the young guys. I'm
gonna give you a perfect example, right? All my kids are 7 years apart. My oldest son, my middle son, and my youngest daughter. They're all 7 years apart.
Right.
The same parenting skills I used with my oldest son, I cannot use with my youngest daughter.
There you go.
It does not work. You have to be able to evolve and figure out, where you get that togetherness at, right? I have to first understand where she's coming from, and then figure out how can I be a catalyst to what she has going on to help her propel her to success. I can't say I did this with your brother, so I'm gonna do this with you. Come on, stop playing right now. My wife will have me sleeping outside in the garage with no heat and no blanket. Stop.
Yeah, and time changed too, so you gotta know how to connect. Time
Yeah,
changed.
that's what I
and
meant. Yeah.
You gotta, and you know, I just said we don't really know if the next man up, if the next
we
coach up, you know, but I
yeah.
know this. If we could sit here and see a lot of things that we not taking advantage of, I'm sure he could see that sitting on that bench. And I'm sure he knows what Mitchell Robinson should be doing or what this person could be doing. Because sometimes when you're in a situation and you can't say, but you know,
right.
It be like that sometime in a life.
Yo,
that won't be
what's good? What's good? Yo, y'all killing my man's out here. What's good?
What's good?
My
What's
man,
good?
yo, my man legit is getting knocked off by friendly fire.
Who?
Tibbs.
Goodness.
Tibbs is getting knocked off by friendly fire. What the
Ron
hell
just
is
fired
going
him,
on out
Freezy.
here?
He's fired.
I
Ron
saw
just
that,
fired him.
bro.
He said Tibbs is getting shot by
Friendly fire, yes. And from point blank range. And from point blank range.
Listen.
He deserved it, though. He deserved
Come
it.
on, nah, man.
Yo,
supposed to be blanks in that. There was supposed to be blanks in there.
Yo, legit, I had to drag myself out the bed to get here, bro. I was walking through the living room. I was like,
yo, we only got 45 minutes left, man.
Yeah,
you ain't have to come back for the Tibbs conversation.
Nah, man. I was what I was gonna say is this, man. Yo, Tibbs is getting killed by friendly fire. I heard all the arguments for Tibbs getting fired, and all of them whack. All of them. Like I heard a grown man say with a straight face, "Yo, we need to get a young coach that's gonna do such and such." Bruh, didn't you fire 2 young coaches? How young you want to get Derek Fisher or David Fisdale? They not young. Which one of them did you like? Which one of them won a championship with us? David Fisdale or Derek Fisher?
Okay.
I mean, which one? Which DF?
You got everybody pointing things at one another. No, he started.
Nah. Which DF do you like? You like David Fisdale or Derek Fisher?
It was Chuck, right?
Legit.
Yeah, it was D'Angelo started that.
Fire Tibbs. Fire Tibbs and bringing a young coach. Really? Y'all fired a young coach and brought in an old man. Which one you want? Which one you want?
Oh Lord.
And then I heard Ron say, I couldn't get out of bed, bro. I wanted to jump on so bad. But Ron, that's my man. Ron was like, yo, he had enough. Ron was like, yo, I had enough of this, bro. Right?
Yeah, he set the fire and ran out of the room.
Right. Ron, if you watching, yo, you my man. Jump back on, yo.
Yeah, he got out of Dodge. He said.
But my man said I had enough. I had enough of a head coach with a winning record.
First class.
That's what it sounded like to me. Ron Cleveland was like, yo, I had enough of a coach with a winning record. Yo, I want a young coach that's a loser. That's what it sounded like in my ears.
Freezy, you just came out with the intro and everything.
Yeah,
coming from backstage. Like WrestleMania.
Freezy came out like Goldberg.
Yeah, coming from backstage like WrestleMania, bro. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it, bro.
But my next point, Freeze, it was like, who are we gonna get though? You know what I mean?
Y'all acting like y'all didn't see that, man. We went right to the conversation that we didn't talk about that intro, bro.
Yo, I'm telling you, it was it's crazy. It's crazy how it go, right? Because when we had young coaches, it was trash. Y'all was like, yo, we need a coach with some experience, somebody who done something. Then you go get a coach with some experience that does something. Y'all like, well, he got too much experience and he ain't done enough. Bringing a young coach that did all those things. And so I'm thinking to myself, like, wait a minute. So you had Hornacek, right? So you had Hornacek. You had Fizdale. You had Rambis.
You always making a moment. You had the funniest moment today.
You had Fizdale. You got Mike Miller. You had Caleb Canellis on your staff, and yet that's not good enough. And then when a coach in his first season go 41-31, and for those that ain't good at math, that's 10 games over 500. And this year, the team is at 500, right? The team at 500, and we like, nah, we don't want him. This ain't even about the coach, bro.
You got to make better adjustments, Freeze.
You know that the coach of the year has an expiration date, Freezy. Didn't you see that?
Yeah, I saw it with Pat Riley. Pat Riley won coach of the year 3 times. What coach that's won it twice gets fired like that? Anybody got the
No, but a coach that won it once got fired.
Right, but Tibbs has won it twice.
All right. Well,
but not back to back though, right?
Oh, Hardwell, don't do that. Now it sounds like you're searching. What you searching for?
No. I'm saying
somebody
because the other coach, the same coach from Toronto,
give Hardwell a flashlight, bro.
Yo, the same coach from Toronto. I think he won it before, but he won it and then got fired.
Yeah, he won it one time.
Okay, he won it one time. Okay.
Tibbs won it twice. Pat Riley won it 3 times. Should Pat Riley be fired?
Pat the Red.
I'm just asking, yo.
Got to make better adjustments. That's all.
Nah, man. Nah, we need to give.
I mean, if we're gonna figure out Pat Riley, he's got a better track record than Tibbs does.
He does.
Of course, he does.
Right. Okay. All right. So here's the thing. Pat Riley coached Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, and Shaq, and Dwayne Wade. You give me a player that Tibbs coached that has a third of that talent, and tell me what Tibbs is. I'm just waiting, bro.
I mean, if you're gonna say it like that, I mean, of course, Tibbs would be better if he had better talent, but he got to do better with what he has. He don't have completely nothing. Like the team we played against yesterday, I thought we matched up well against them, or we had some mismatches.
Bro, but basically what I'm getting at is during a long season, bro, you're gonna lose a game. Eventually, you're gonna lose a game where you like, man, we wasn't even ready. And then at the same time, you're gonna win games during the season. Like, yeah, we was more prepared than them. Don't act like you didn't see the Dallas Mavericks come in on a 6-game winning streak and get the brakes beat off them. Don't tell me your memory that short now. Come on, man. Come on. What G-Man at?
Now he had to take a phone call.
Now G-Man ordering a pizza. Come on, G-Man. Now G-Man ordering a pizza. We lose to Charlotte because we look unprepared. We beat Dallas with an MVP candidate. We beat Dallas with an MVP candidate, and don't know why you say nothing. I'm just saying, let's be.
No, we said a lot. We said a lot. We gave them credit for that game on the show. The day of the show, we talked about it. We gave much credit. We just feel like it was a lack of energy and a lack of adjustments on Tibbs' part. Yeah. Like nobody, like you see how this kid just did what he did on our court. You could have made more the players should have been more aggressive. Don't get me wrong, but the coach has to make the right adjustment to stop that guy.
I just want to lay down on this sword, bro. All I'm saying is this is one game out of many that we.
Yeah, but Freezy, don't you think that he could have made better adjustments in that game to get it closer and switching things up a little? Instead of just going what he believes in all the time, which is his stubborn ways. I believe that.
Nah, sometimes you got to let the kids play, bro. Sometimes you got to let them play and try to figure it out on their own. Because the worst situation is to have your team be overcoached, right? That's the worst situation. You got players out there with talent and they get overcoached. And you know how I know this is true? Y'all say this about Obi every day. Every time he make a mistake, Tibbs snatch him. Right, and then at the same time, on the same live stream, we like, Tibbs need to make adjustments. So I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to figure out is this: do you want Tibbs to overcoach, or do you want to allow these players some room to get better and figure some of this stuff out on their own? Now I know what the answer gonna be, because you know what I'm saying, we don't generally, hold it down like that on the day. Everybody gonna be like, yo, we gotta be a balance. Nah. I just ask you one side or the other. Which one do you want? Do you want overcoaching? Right? Do you want overcoaching? Or do you want the players to get leeway so they can figure it out? Right? I already know where this is going. Right? Where you think they're gonna go? Where you think everybody gonna go? They're gonna be like, nah, man, it gotta be a balance. No.
They're
And
gonna
we
go
got to
back
answer
and
the
forth
question.
with that one.
Yeah.
You know how that goes, because he go back and forth with it. I just think with adjustment, meaning like, because that's where it get twisted, the narrative. When I'm saying like adjustment, like, you know how different games is different players that could give us a spark and help us out. Yesterday it could have been Obi. Tibbs didn't have to handle the situation like that. That's what I mean by adjustments, for like just riding off of different energies that could have kept us in the game. It was still a close game. It wasn't out of hand,
Right.
you know. But that's the only point I was making about certain adjustments and stopping Bridges from having so many points. 8 less points, 10 less points, and that's a close game. I think coaching adjustments do that. Look, that coach outcoached him. You know why? They went in the zone on us at the right time. And I do that sometimes. I don't show my 1-2 or certain zones to the end when I know they don't have time to adjust. You know what I mean?
Right.
And by that time, the game is over. And that's why I say
Hard will. In the absence of they starting point guard, right? Because our starting point guard was absent too, right?
Mhm.
In the absence of they starting point guard, who did they add to the rotation? They had Terry Rozier and Ish Smith, right?
Terry Rozier, yeah.
Now, with the absence of our 2 point guards, Derrick Rose and Kemba Walker, who do we have? I'm just asking.
You said with what? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
With the absence of our point guards, who do we have at point?
Quickly and Burks.
And we think we can win consistently with that. One of the hottest teams in the NBA, we can win with Quickly and Alec Burks at point guard.
Big problem.
I'm saying we got to cut Tibbs some slack, bro. We legit talking about coach of the year. People like, yo, Tibbs won coach of the year, but so what? Because coaches of the year get fired. Yo, when's the last time the Knicks had the coach of the year? I'm just asking, because the Knicks ain't legit that franchise that be rolling out coach of the year every year. Y'all want me to name off the coaches? Randers, Derek Fisher. Y'all want me to go down this list of coaches?
No.
I mean, come on, bro. Hey, we got to cut Tibbs some slack, bro. You know
Move up the coach of the year to get past the second round of playoffs with Tibbs. Any coach of the year.
Hey, look at this comment. Ken said, Freezy, you not making sense. Bro, I might have to, if I'm not making sense to you, that's a you problem. You need to get yourself together, tighten up. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about I'm not making sense. What is there not to make sense? The man won coach of the year twice. That's a fact. Stop being stupid. Putting dumbass comments in the thing to get attention. You want some attention? You got some. There you go. There you go. And you know what? And when you send your poster, I will autograph it so you can put it on the wall. I will do that, Ken, just for you. You know what I'm saying? An Uncle Freezy autograph poster. You got your attention. You wanted some attention, now you got it. I said a fact. The dude won coach of the year twice, and you're not making sense. That's stupid. That's legit. Don't even make no sense. No, the dude won coach of the year twice. That's a fact. That's in the record book, right? And I'm not making sense. That's dumb. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I just wanted to jump in with y'all because I noticed that y'all had went over, and I couldn't catch Ron and Be Poetic, man. But I did want to. I heard parts of the show. I just wanted to jump in and kick it with y'all. But before y'all ended it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Hardwood, you want to do something before we wrap up, bro?
Nah, we could wrap it up. I mean, we normally wrap up at 3, but if you want to wrap it up, it's cool. We can wrap it up.
Man. Let's get out of here, man. Because man, y'all got work to death, bro. Y'all was working hard this morning, man. I appreciate y'all. People don't understand how hard this thing is, man. But 5 hours, man, that's a long time, bro. That's a long time, and people want you to roll off straight facts for 5 hours. And
It was a good show, though. I mean, it was a lot of stuff to talk about anyway. You know, everybody that was in, some people probably was waiting backstage, but people that was in, Ron got in. We talked about some good things. There was a lot of stuff
y'all was
discussed,
rocking, bro.
so it's cool. You
Y'all
know,
was rocking, bro. I wish I could have jumped in earlier,
it's
but
cool.
I had to jump
No,
in
you
with
got to
the.
get better, brother. You got to get better.
Yeah, get better,
Sound
man.
like doo-doo.
Yeah, I know, man. And then with that intro, bro, I was working on
That
the
was
intro
great.
while D Poetic was talking, yo. I was like, yo, D, I was thinking about telling D to stay, but I wanted to do the surprise joint like WWE coming from backstage. hey, shout out to everybody. Shout out to Ron
That's what I
Cleveland,
said. Y'all
to
ain't see
D-Man,
that
everybody.
intro? That was crazy.
That was
Word.
nuts.
Hey, I'm gonna get out of here and go take a shot.
All right, cool,
I've been sitting here for like 7 minutes, bro, and I'm drenching with sweat, bro, already.
All right.
Yeah, I gotta go take another shower, man. But
All right, Breeze, feel better,
anyway,
man.
yeah,
We'll be
man.
back
Drink
on
your
tomorrow.
liquid.
Shout out to the chat. Thanks for coming. We see
Later.
y'all tomorrow in the morning. D'Angelo, Sarge,
Thank you, brother.
Chuck,
Hey, great
salute
job,
for helping hold it down.
Good
Yes, sir.
everyone.
Shout out Sam,
Take care, Chuck.
everybody that came on the panel today. Thanks for coming to the chat, and we see y'all tomorrow. Have a good day, man.
All
Let's
right,
go
y'all.
Knicks today. We
Night.
need
Let's
this
go
win.
next night.
Hey,
Yeah.
great
This
job,
win.
bro. Great
All right.
job.